Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book 1, Healing. Chapter 11, For Whom the Fire Burns. Gazan clawed at the air with his fingers and dragged down more rock from the roof of Lagama's cave. The entrance was already clogged with rubble, but he continued to add to the blockage, flooding the air with dust. He reached up again and stopped, his face twisting into a grimace. Gazan shook his head and his arms fell limp to his sides. "They're digging towards us." He sounded defeated. "All of them?" Peely asked. Gazan slapped his foot against the rock floor, and closed his eyes. "Probably. More than likely at least the Avatar and the Metal Bender sisters." He opened his eyes. "They're headed this way." Peely sighed. "Nothing more we can do." They had run as far as they could, from the Fire Nation to the Earth Kingdom. Even the hostility between the nations did nothing to deter their pursuers. The bounty Zuko placed on their heads had people seeing UN no matter what the dangers were. An increasing band of pursuers and the Avatar pushed them further and further north. And now there was nowhere else to go. Gazan nodded and they left the flimsy-seeming barrier behind. No amount of rock would feel enough, and short of a lot of platinum they could not hope to block the metal benders. Peely shook her head. Even if they had the metal it would be far too easy to circumvent. Best go to their friends now. Shino, Mai, Yama, and Daiki were waiting in the depths. "Zahir," Mai said as she struggled to her feet. She had been here a long time, her eyes were bloodshot, her skin pale. "Ming, Peely, Gazan. Thank the spirits the four of you are still safe." Her gaze darted past them, up towards the cave entrance. "They are coming for us." Peely nodded. "Then we have truly lost," Shino said. "Shino," Zahir began. She shook her head. "If we are lucky they will simply kill us. They seem more the type to try and take us alive. Either way, I do not want them deciding my fate." She stared at them all in turn. "I will die by my own hand first." "And I will join you," Daiki said. Yama and Mai nodded beside him. "Better to be born again than suffer the humiliation of defeat at their hands." "How should we?" Yama asked. There was an uncomfortable silence. "Peely." Mai spoke up. "Please, lend us your fire. Let us burn together in a single flame and leave our earthly vessels." "Together," Zahir echoed. Peely nodded. To die with the man she loved, better here and now instead of paraded in front of a court or executed for an audience. "Zahir, we have spent so long together, done so much together. With you I have lived 1,000 lives, and for you I have ended so many others. If you would but ask me now, I will take our lives as easily as I have taken any other life." She stepped closer to him and pressed her lips against his. "Peely," he said in a soft tone. "This is not the end." She nodded. "We will find each other again, in our next lives." He pulled her against him, his arms encircling her waist and pressing into her back. Peely kissed him again. She needed this, needed to feel this before it ended. Zahir's lips left her own all too soon and he rested his head on her shoulder. He was delaying the inevitable. A tremor ran through Zahir and he drew back, blinking as his gaze flicked to each Red Lotus member in turn. "Ming," he said, his eyes narrowing. "Does anyone know you are here? Does it matter?" She asked in a dismissive tone. "Yes." Quickly, "Did anyone see us enter the cave?" There was an almost excited tone to Zahir's voice. "Fine," Ming snorted. No one saw us come in here if that's what you mean," she said. Zahir smiled. "All is not lost." He turned on his heel, and jabbed his fingers into Shino's shoulder. He repeated the movement on Daiki, Yama, and Mai before they could react. 4 members of the Red Lotus dropped to the ground, paralyzed. "Zahir, what are you doing?" Gazan exclaimed. "Zahir dash," Shino began. "Ming, if you could silence them please," Zahir said. She hesitated a moment before complying. Ice formed over the mouths of the incapacitated Red Lotus members. "Zahir," Gazan tried again, backing away from their leader. "We must succeed in our calling. We must not let this be our end in this life. I do not want to lose this chance to change the world." Zahir turned back to his friends as he tugged at his tunic. All of you, exchange your clothes with theirs. Quickly. The Red Lotus will endure. Our numbers will be diminished, but we at least will continue. Pili avoided a panicked gaze as she pulled at the clothing on Shino's limp body. It seemed to take far too long, limbs catching in sleeves and collars too small for heads. Every moment felt like the last. At any moment the avatar might appear behind them. Before Zahir's plan could continue. Pili, Zahir said. You said you have killed without question, do you still stand by those words? She nodded. Then, please provide the approaching aggressors with 4 unidentifiable bodies, he said, his face expressionless. Out of the corner of her eye, Pili caught a wide-eyed look of panic from Shino. No. She had to ignore her. Pili took a deep breath and held it. As she breathed out, she enveloped the quartet in searing flames. There were no screams, no writhing in agony. The 4 Red Lotus members burned as if they were firewood. The flames charred the bodies, the stink of burnt flesh filling the cave. As quick a death as she could manage, the least she could do for their sacrifice. Gazan, we now rely on you, Zahir said. Please, dig a path to the beach and cover any trace of our presence. Gazan stared at the bodies of their former allies. But he gestured. Gazan. Zahir's tone was sharp. The other man stared at him. We stand at a fork in the path. If we stay and mourn our friends, we will be captured by the Avatar. If instead we allow them to find only these bodies and assume they are ours, then we remain free. We have no choice but to abide by your decision. The Earthbender stood rigid for a moment. Pili opened her mouth to plead their case when he nodded and punched a section of rock from the wall. Keep up, he muttered as he pushed forward. The 3 remaining Red Lotus member hurried after him and Gazan sealed the tunnel off behind them. They're close, he said and gritted his teeth as he began digging again. Gonna have to hope they're too far away to notice a change in our numbers. Or sense me doing this. We will take the chance, Zahir said. And deal with the outcome as it comes. I have every faith in your abilities. Gazan grunted and dug deeper into the rock. Pili's ears strained for any trace of pursuit. She feared the moment the wall behind them would disintegrate and the Avatar would be upon them. No. She would destroy the Red Lotus's bodies first, give him nothing to arrest. If she could summon the fire fast enough, maybe she could even take him out with them. But there was nothing to hear over the grinding crunch as the rock split and shattered beneath Gazan's hands. He never tired and continued to pummel the rock, hour after exhausting hour. The open sky was a relief after the claustrophobic bubble Gazan had worked within burst open. They staggered into daylight, exhausted. Pili gulped at the cool air, unable to relax just yet. She stared around, watching, anticipating the new flight required. But there was no one waiting to arrest them. No air bison swooping out of the air to bring the Avatar. They were still free. What now? Ming asked as she looked back towards the mountainside. Are there any of us left now? Maybe it's just us, Gazan said, slumped on the ground. Pili shook her head. We can't give up so easily. Indeed, Zahir said. This is not the end, we will find our surviving allies. We will recruit new believers. As long as even one of us persists, the Red Lotus lives on. Even days later, Pili was still not quite able to relax. A garbled radio broadcast announced a group of terrorists committed suicide before capture. The news cheered Zahir and Ming, but Pili could not put all her faith in it. Not yet. Gazan looked melancholic. There had been no mention of their attempt on the Fire Lord and his family. Their names and their organization were not mentioned once. Obfuscation from the Avatar and his companions. Pili snorted. An insult to the Red Lotus, how could they fail to mention them? The news did not change even as days gave way to weeks and weeks to months. They remained free. The Red Lotus changed hideouts as often as possible. They avoided civilization, walking in the wilderness and desolation. For all they knew, they might be the last people alive in the world. Half a year after their escape they ventured back to civilization. They found other survivors of the Red Lotus, scattered across the world. Some returned without question to their cause. Others resisted the invitation, no longer believing as they once had. The deaths that followed were the least of her worries now. 1, 2, 10, she stopped counting and felt only disappointment if a former ally refused their offer. A long year later they received word that the Avatar had fallen ill. A calm broadcast stressed there was no need for concern, but later reports did little to show Aang was recovering. His health was failing him earlier than expected, tragic for one so young. Their spy within the White Lotus conjectured it was a result of his time in the ice during the lost 100 years. The Avatar was vulnerable. Would the Fire Nation be so competent if Zuko lost his beloved friend? Would the Red Lotus be able to rework their old plan if Aang passed away? And what of the Avatar himself? To bring about Lagama's vision required both his removal and severing the chain of his reincarnation. Zahir began to obsess over the idea, it became all he would talk about. The Red Lotus prepared as best they could with such limited numbers and no permanent base of operations. There were complications to be overcome. Aang was not only protected by his wife and children. Toph Bafong and her daughters had taken up temporary residence in Aang's home. A direct assault could not end well, not weakened as they were. Zahir remained unfazed. Now that we know what we would face, we can begin to compensate and neutralize the threat. We need more benders, Ghazan said. Indeed. We will recruit more to the cause. How many new members of the Red Lotus would they need? How long would it be before they were of a size to overwhelm those defenses? 5, 10 years? Their dream slipped towards the horizon of forever. Until the radio brought news that undid all their preparations, Avatar Aang had passed away. He lasted less time than I expected, Ming said. We should seize this opportunity, kill the next Avatar as soon as they are found. Pili smiled. If only he was to arise in the air nomads again, their population is so small we would not even need to search. A shame he is to come from the water tribe. Ming clicked her tongue. I would not worry, they are the next smallest in population terms. It should be simple to locate him prior to his 16th birthday. So we find him and kill him. Ghazan shook his head. Won't that just make him reincarnate in the Earth Kingdom? We need to stop that part before we consider killing him. The avatars have failed to survive childhood in the past at least, Pili noted. But he always returns. I have a different idea, Zahir said after a pause. Harmonic convergence will occur in 19 years' time. It will herald the dawn of a new age, the Avatar's power will be at its peak. Then surely we must eliminate him and the chain before then. Pili asked. Zahir shook his head. No. I foresee a different scenario. One in which the Avatar stands by us as harmonic convergence occurs. Where the Avatar understands the world as we do, where they have assisted in the dismantling of every form of governance. He will be a member of the Red Lotus, and on that day, effectively unstoppable. Pili frowned. How would we accomplish this? The next incarnation of the Avatar was conceived at the very moment of Aang's death. His birth is 9 months or so from that moment. The White Lotus cannot begin their search immediately, and there will be many born at the right time to be the new Avatar. The White Lotus have no more immediate knowledge of who the next Avatar is than we do. We have the same chance to find him. We can remove the Avatar from his parents, keep him from the White Lotus and raise him as one of our own. Raise the Avatar? Ming spluttered. Convince them of our way of thinking? You ask too much, Zahir. No Avatar has ever meddled with the rulers of all the nations like that. In history there must always be a first, Ming. Once there were no Avatars, their start is somewhere in the mists of time. There is always a change from what never happened before to what is happening now. If we take this gamble now, then we place ourselves ready to make use of a unique situation. An Avatar raised not to adhere to the ruling classes, but one that will believe as we do. His gaze flicked to them each in turn. Killing princes in their beds is a useless strategy. I see now why we failed. We cannot hope to free the populace like that. Too many would condemn us without trying to understand our beliefs. As many of the corrupt leaders as we remove, there will always be those ready to take on those same positions of power. It cannot work. Instead, we must show the whole world the truth. We must show them our way. We must wage war with the governments, not sneak like assassins. And to ensure our victory, we will need to use their ultimate weapon against them, the Avatar. Excellent, Korra, Peely said as the avatar completed her drill. The girl was a natural firebender. Korra seemed to burst with energy. Her bending gained flourishes far quicker than expected. The fire was beautiful and potent. Korra bowed. Once Gazen's teaching has been completed, we will begin advanced techniques, Peely said. Korra's eyes widened. That'll be awesome. She smiled. Then maybe I can beat Zahir. I'm not sure I want to see that, Peely said. But I do, Korra replied, her face smug. Peely laughed. Your competitiveness is an excellent fuel for your fire. Keep hold of it and there will be little you cannot do. Korra tilted her head to one side. But that's the opposite of what Ming keeps saying. She's all about being as Desh. Korra adopted a less than accurate impersonation of the waterbender. Calm as the sea and as cold as ice. Korra's face screwed up in disgust. Peely laughed. The thought of teaching had never occurred to her in the past. She had never wanted to instruct others. But Korra was not what she had expected from the experience. She expected the need to cajole or stress things, fight an unending battle to make the girl understand and apply that learning. To her surprise, Korra was attentive, receptive, and would not tire until she perfected her movements. This was nothing like the student Ming reported. The waterbender had not wanted to teach either, and from the sound of things was having real problems with Korra. How much of that was the student and how much the teacher? It did not help that Ming was a perfectionist. She obsessed over precision and economy of movement. The passions that drove Korra were not conducive to such a mindset, far more helpful in working with fire. Korra, fire is different to the other elements. Of all of the types of bending, we are the ones who can truly create. The others must draw on something external. Water, earth, and even the former airbenders could have their vital element taken away from them. Admittedly, it was hard to stop the airbenders having access to the air, but any damage could be mitigated. We are different, Korra, we can never be truly disarmed. We create the fire within ourselves, but we cannot do it for its own sake. We create our fire for a purpose. So. Korra looked to the found. You're saying I should keep wanting to beat Zahir to get better? Peely laughed. I guess that's accurate. So what do you do? Why do you use the fire? Zahir, she said his name without a pause. Korra blinked. You want to beat him up too? Peely smiled. No. No, it's not like that. She spread her fingers and moved them through the air, flickering flames sparking in their wake. There is more to fire than power and destruction. It is your spirit, Korra. It can take many forms: anger, pain, happiness, hope and dash. She caught Korra's gaze in her own, love. Korra blinked, her gaze moving back to the flaming paths Peely traced in the air. Your desire to win against Zahir will help for now, but you cannot always rely on that drive. You will come to need something else as you grow older. Korra nodded, not understanding. Not yet. Korra. Peely asked. Have I told you how I first met Zahir? No. Korra replied. It was long ago. I did not have a happy childhood. Nobles discovered my ability and I was taken from my family. There was a sting of awkwardness, how similar her past had been to Korra's. It was fleeting. Korra's situation was different. I was kept in a cell and chained to a wall with my chi point blocked. Her fingers traced over the tattoo on her forehead. I tried to escape, but I was never able to remove my chains. And every time I tried, my captors found a new way to hurt me. Peely blinked, the memories of the pain still so vivid. Eventually I was offered the chance to see my family again. There was only one condition: swear allegiance to Lord Zheng and fight as he directed. I was desperate, you understand. I had to get out of that dungeon. I would have accepted any condition, made any deal. I swore my oath, anxiously waiting for my family. But they never came, nothing changed. I still lived in that dungeon and my chi point remained blocked. I remained alone in the dark. What about Zahir? Korra asked. The ground rumbled again, but this time it did not stop. Peely pulled herself closer to the wall, feeling streams of dust and soil fall onto her. How much longer until the entire roof came down? How long until she drew last breath? Death was not as foreboding as it might once have been. It would have been good to see her family again, good to escape this place and be outside once more, but now any release would be welcome. The first scream set her teeth on edge. The rumbling halted with it, and now the sound of one scream following another. Short, sharp, and then cut off, leaving a horrific echo in the aftermath. What would happen when they reached her? Her breathing accelerated as the something moved closer and closer to her. As the scream came from right outside her cell, she tensed herself. Ready to attack, ready to at least try and escape. Her chains clinked and she stopped. It as good as signaled her presence. And what good could she have done? She could not even escape these chains. The door opened with a heavy click, the movement slow and unhurried. A man dressed as an air acolyte stood in the doorway holding a candle. Peely blinked. Airbenders were in short supply in the world, all her guards had been firebenders. Who was this? Peely? He asked as he stepped into the cell. She pressed herself into the wall, pushing herself a little further away from the stranger. Yes? She asked, her voice quavering. Please, he said. I am here to help you. I am here to set you free. Free? She echoed, not wanting to hope, not yet. Free, he repeated and knelt beside her, pushing a key into the locks. Her monocles sprang open, the chains falling away from her arms and legs. She felt so light, but her arms were almost unable to move. Her legs would not support her, she could stand. I can't, she said, feeling close to tears. So close and now unable to take this opportunity. My legs. Then I shall carry you, the man said, scooping her into his arms. It was too much, the hall outside was dazzling, the man's body blazing hot against hers. Flaming torches lined the walls and she stared at this place just outside her cell. So close, somewhere she had never seen before. She wanted, no, needed to say something to this stranger, this rescuer, but what could? It all sounded so trite in her head, and before she could stammer out even a word he spoke. Please, allow me to introduce myself, my name is Zahir, the man said. Her lover soon became the key to her bending. Before her lesson with Korra, Peely would attribute her power to the memory of the heat of the sun on her skin as Zahir left the prison. It was the same moment Zahir clasped his hands across her eyes as they ached, even as she strained to see the world once more. But until now she never mentioned the source had been before that. It came from the moment she saw him with the candle. When she heard what he promised and saw him take action. Zahir was the man who freed her, there could be no greater source for her fire. Soon after I learned my family was dead, Peely said in a bitter tone. They died trying to free me before Zahir was able to. She licked her lips. I spent 3 years in that dungeon, Korra. And I would wish that fate on no one. If the world leaders were to find you. She trailed off. Korra was wide-eyed. I'm sorry, Peely. Peely shook her head. It is the past, Korra. Nothing can change that now. I have drawn strength from that experience, as horrible as it was. But you must find your own reason, your own strength, something so deep and precious that it will make your fire burn like never before. Something like my love for Zahir and how he made me feel when he brought the light back into my life. She stared into Korra's eyes. But do not think it must be love, what becomes the source of your fire will be as unique as you are. No one will be able to tell you when you have found it, you alone will know. Bolin, Mako said. I've been talking to Asami, I decided I want to start working tomorrow. Hey, that's pretty cool, Mako. You excited for your new role in? Bolin adopted his radio voice as he stopped ruffling his hair with a towel. The exciting adventures of Mako the forklift operator. He made his dramatic gesture. Mako rolled his eyes. Better than Mako the mugger or Mako the arsonist. Yeah, those are probably more controversial, Bolin said as he flopped onto his bed. Are you going to be okay though? Mako asked. What do you mean? I mean, Mako said as he leaned back on his own bed. Sooner I start my job, the sooner we have to leave this place. And the sooner we move to that apartment. Bolin frowned. I thought that went without saying. I'm looking forward to having an actual home again. I mean, think about it, Mako. No living in the slum. No chance of running into Shin. No one to boss us around. And no need for you to go to the arenas again. An actual place with beds and walls and a roof that doesn't leak. And you'll have a job and we'll be able to get whatever we want. Mako sighed. Well, yeah, that does sound wonderful. So what's the problem? Mako sat up. Aren't you the slightest bit sad about leaving Korra behind? Bolin frowned. It's not like we're never going to see her again. Is it? Mako looked concerned. Why are you being so pessimistic? Wait, did Korra or Asami say something? No, it's just on never mind. There's always a way to be with someone, Mako, Bolin said. He smiled. I swear those radio shows can rot your brain. Mako sighed. Seriously though, if we never met Asami or if she never found me, what would have happened with Korra? Bolin frowned. What do you mean? I mean, we met Asami and thanks to that I got a job and we got a new home. But if we hadn't met her, if I hadn't gotten arrested. Bolin, did you want Korra to live with us? Well, yes, Mako? I mean, I didn't expect her to stay the night the first time, but after that, I kinda thought she'd be part of our family. The three of us would have made a great team. Like a sister or something? Mako asked. No. Bolin frowned. Nothing like a sister. Mako stared at him. Bolin scratched his head. I don't know quite how it would have gone but dash dot. If she was living with us, sleeping in the same room and everything, she would be like our sister, Bolin, Mako interjected. And she would need something to do, we could not have kept on feeding her. We were fine on our own, stealing Sato mobile parts at night, mugging before dawn and then debt collection. Would you have wanted her to help with all that? No, Bolin said. No, Mako. That's not the life for Korra. I was thinking she could find some women's work to do, right? Mako's eyes narrowed. And just what does that mean? Bolin felt mystified for a second. His eyes widened. Mako, no. No. How could you think I would think Korra would do that? Oldest profession, Mako murmured. Mako, Bolin glared. I would have thought she could do some laundry work or something. Laundry with clothes, he clarified before Mako could add anything. Okay, but if she had a job and everything, could you protect her? Bolin snorted. Protect her? She's been protecting me. She doesn't need anyone to keep her safe. You've seen her fire bend, right? Mako nodded. She's good, I'll admit that. And I want to know who taught her all that. He smiled. I'm still more surprised about Asami though. He shook his head. Put those two together and I reckon they could take down an entire gang no problem. Mako's expression turned serious. Getting distracted. Did you really want Korra near one of the gangs? Bolin shook his head. Of course not. But it's not as if she'll go looking for them, and if they don't have any business with her, it's not like they'd go after her. Are you sure about that? Can you think of anyone half as attractive as Korra where we live? Well, there's. Bolin thought hard. Okay, no. Oh. And that's my point. But why bring this up now? We're just about to start a whole new life, Bolin asked as his fingers clutched at the bedspread. That's the whole reason right there. We're unbelievably lucky Asami found me. We're even luckier still she spotted you when Shin came after me. If she hadn't, well. Bolin, you have to start thinking of things long term. Bolin frowned. So, I should have listened to you in the alley and not gone to help Korra. He smiled. I seem to remember you did not need much encouragement to wait in there. She screamed and you were already running at them. But that's just it. You like Korra. Bolin opened his mouth to respond but Mako kept going. And not in the sister sense. I've seen you around her. You listen to those radio shows all the time, you know exactly what's going on with you and Korra. And since you like her, you have to take responsibility if anything happened to her. Understand? She's not Pabu, at no point can you hide her in your shirt. Bolin glanced at the fire ferret curled on his pillow. Mako continued. It's one thing to invite Korra in, it's another to let her stay and expect things to just be fine. Bolin was silent. Mako sighed. I'm sorry, Bolin. It's just. It wasn't going to work out if things had gone differently. And certainly not if you're crushing on her like you are. I mean, what if you said something to her and found out she doesn't feel the same way? That might be uncomfortable, Bolin admitted after a pause in a quiet voice. And then where would she go? Bolin was silent again. There you go, Mako added in a soft voice. Is it hopeless? Bolin asked. He looked up. Mako was smiling. It's not hopeless, Bolin. You spent so much time with her the other day and the two of you seem to get on great. Just. Don't rush into anything. Take your time. Bolin smiled. Thanks, Mako. You did the right thing though. Back in the alley? You were right and I was wrong. But, I was going to take her to the shelters that night or maybe the next if things had gone differently. That would have been the sensible thing to do, Bolin said with a burning in his stomach. Well, bear that in mind next time you decide to bring a girl home. Oh no. There won't be any others, Bolin insisted. The future is unpredictable, Bolin. You think Korra's the one right now, but who knows who she'll meet or who you'll meet. Maybe you'll meet a nice earthbender who blows you away. Surely that would be an airbender though. Bolin asked with a frown. Yeah, but good luck with that, Mako said with a snort. If I remember right, the eldest of the airbender kids is 11 or something. Hey, that's not much younger than me, Bolin said. Bolin, no. Don't need to tell me twice, I like Korra too much. Bolin? Bolin. Someone was shaking him. No. A few more minutes. The bed was so warm, the mattress so soft and Pablo nestled against his head. Were all mattresses this soft or was it just the contrast between the rough matting of before and these beds? Come on, time to get up. Bolin grumbled and rolled over. Bolin, if you don't get up now, you're liable to miss breakfast. Mako stared down at him. With a grunt, Bolin pushed himself up and groped for his clothes. Pablo curled into his shirt after Bolin pulled it on without prompting. Bolin took a last look at the most comfortable place he had slept in years, shame to leave it. Two servants greeted the brothers as they headed for the stairs and trailed after them. Korra and Asami were already munching away at breakfast. Hey Mako. Hey Bolin, Korra greeted them. How can you all be so awake so early? Bolin asked. It's still night out there. He ducked down to see the sky. I can still see the stars, he exclaimed. Bolin, sit down, Mako said. Here, Asami said, pushing a steaming mug towards Bolin. Coffee helps, she said while pouring herself another large mug. You two all ready to get settled in? Are we ever? Bolin smiled. Though we don't have a lot to take with us. Easiest move ever, Mako said as he sucked up another mouthful of noodles. Best way to start a new place, Asami added. Fresh start and all that. She drained the last of her coffee. Okay, me and Korra are going to get ready. We'll be back in a few minutes. The brothers ate in silence, the maid nearby catching Bolin's gaze. Hey Mako, do you think? No, we have to. Let's thank everyone. What? Bolin, that's going to take ages. Come on, Mako, he said as he left the table, half-drunk coffee mug abandoned. It's only polite. Hey, look, there's Takeshi. Despite his grumbling, Mako tagged along and bowed to each servant alongside Bolin. They managed less than half the total staff when Asami and Korra found them in the kitchen complimenting the chef. Wow, Bolin gaped at Korra. She wore a vivid, almost flame-like red dress, it accentuated her figure in a way Bolin had not been aware of. And had her eyes always been quite that blue? Mako nudged him and Bolin looked away, trying to not to sneak another glimpse at the beautiful girl who looked flushed. Ready to go? Asami asked. We are. Thank you, Asami, Mako said. Asami smiled. You do need to stop thanking me. You know I'm kind of your boss now. Also, I won't be driving you places after this. You'll have to get your own automobile at some point. Oh, how cool would that be? Bolin said as they walked to the car. Mako and Bolin's automobile. I think that's some way off, Mako said as he sat beside Asami. But it's something to work towards. Bolin turned around as they drove off. Goodbye, Asami's mansion. Thank you for everything, he yelled as he waved. Hey, Bolin. Korra asked. Yeah, Korra. What are you going to do now? I mean, Korra said, her gaze flicking to Mako for a second. You can't work in the factory yet, right? Right. Little bit too young for that. So what are you going to do? Her eyes were so blue. Think fast. Bolin scratched his head. Well, I figured since we're going to the worker housing and there'll be a lot of workers and their families, maybe I could be a babysitter? Or a house helper. I mean, I love kids and cooking and cleaning, you know, any housework. So if I can convince someone to hire me to do those things, then Mako will have a job and so will I. Korra smiled. I don't think it'll take long. You're a great guy, Bolin. He flushed at her words. Korra's right, Bolin, Asami added from the front. Someone'll hire you in no time. Plenty of people would love a babysitter in the complex. Asami drove to a 5-story high apartment block. Pretty typical of other places in the city. Bolin frowned. No, these looked bigger somehow. More apartments in the same block or bigger individual living spaces. Here we are, Asami smiled as she got out of the car. You guys are right on the top floor. She fished in her bag and withdrew 2 keys. Okay, you both have a key and you need to keep hold of it even if the other one is at home. It'll open this door, Asami said as she unlocked the entrance and held it open for them to file in. And it also opens the apartment door. So please, don't lose them. She passed 1 key to Mako. You can go to the guards for extra keys, but they're a bit paranoid about handing them out, so try not to. 10 flights of stairs lead them to the top floor. And here we are, she said as she pushed open the door. Wow, Bolin said as he stared around the room. It was sort of like the shack. But bigger. Much bigger. Bigger, and with 2 actual beds and a carpet instead of matting. There were cupboards to store things in. And a kitchen with an actual oven. Pabia darted from Bolin's shoulder to claw at the bedding and curl himself into a bundle on the pillow. The bathroom is shared with the others on this floor, but there are loads of showers and 2 baths I think, so you shouldn't have a problem, Asami said as Mako and Bolin peered around the apartment. The only door in the apartment lead to a tiny room with a sink and toilet. Here you go, Bolin, your own key. Thank you, Asami. His eyes widened. Oh. He dug in his pocket and pulled his family photo out. I need somewhere to put this. Near the kitchen, Mako said. He lowered his voice. They both loved cooking. Hey, good suggestion, Bolin said. He propped the picture up on the work surface. Mom, Dad, welcome to our new home. Korra stared at the picture. I bet they'd be happy you made it here. Bolin smiled. Okay, Asami said, checking her watch. Few minutes before work, Mako. Come on, we'll see if we can catch your supervisor, he'll give you a lift in, then I've got one last thing to show you. She located a man named Chow easy enough, introducing him as Mako's superior. Along the way they ran across other new co-workers, Shino, Sambuam, Wan, Heisuk amongst the sea of names. 5 minutes, just enough time to show you the roof. We can get onto the roof. Bolin gaped. Asami grinned and led them up a final flight of stairs. The sun was just starting to edge over the horizon, Republic City bathed in orange light. Wow, Korra said, as she turned in a slow circle, taking in the whole view in the early morning light. This is a beautiful view, she said. Hey Bolin. Korra pointed away from the city. Isn't that where we saw the sunrise? He squinted and followed the direction of her finger. Oh, hey, it is. Nice catch. Korra turned, murmuring something under her breath. So those are the mountains, and that's the volcano. She smiled as her gaze roved across the cityscape. Afraid that's all we have time for now. You two can get up here anytime you want, just remember so can anyone else, this isn't a private perk for you. Mako, you need to get to work. Bolin? Relax and maybe get to know your neighbors. It'll be quiet here since this building's for men only, the family apartments are over there. Asami pointed to another building as she headed for the stairs. Korra and Mako trailed after her. Bolin stared at the building and resolved to check it out later on. Downstairs, Mako's words swam up from the depths of his mind, Korra was going to leave now. Korra was going to leave right now. So would Mako. He was going to be on his own with Pabu. When would he see Korra again? Was there anything he could do to stop her walking away? Ask her out maybe? Marriage proposal? But what if she said no? What if she said yes? Both could be bad. It was not as though he had any way to even take her out on a date. Too fast. Way too fast. They only met a few days ago. And he had not a UN to his name right now. Asami and Korra paused outside Mako's apartment. Guess this is it, Asami said. Bye, guys. Asami? Thank you. Again. Just, thank you. You have my eternal gratitude, Mako said bowing. I offer you my most sincere service. Bolin bowed alongside him. It's an honor, Asami said with a smile. Korra. Mako said. Mako. Korra replied, raising an eyebrow. Mako grimaced and looked away. You're a good firebender, okay. Bolin glanced at him. What was Mako doing? Yeah, I kinda knew that, Korra replied, looking bemused. Mako huffed. I'm sorry, okay? Sorry I didn't trust you, and sorry I misjudged you. Korra blinked. It's fine, Mako. Apology accepted. And I don't blame you for what happened to our house either. Hey Desh, Korra said, her face going pale. Thank you for taking care of Bolin. And rescuing me. Mako spoke over her and smiled. Korra fidgeted. It's my pleasure. Mako? Bolin? Thank you for helping me when we met. I'm glad I met you both. If it weren't for you. Mako held out his hand. Korra looked at it confused. Korra. Asami said. He wants you to shake hands. What? Oh, Korra said, clasping Mako's hand. Goodbye Korra, Asami, until next time. Goodbye, Mako. Bolin held his hand out as well. See ya Korra, Miss Sato, he said, his voice quavering, his eyes pricking with tears as he took Korra's hand. Until next time, Bolin, Korra replied over Asami protesting the formality once again. She stared into his eyes and smiled. Mako had been goodbye, but he had been until next time. The sight of her staring at him like that was all he needed. They would meet again, somehow and in some way. It was not the end, this was a new stage in his life. It would be like the dueling radio show where the lead lost her friend to her rival. They got to see each other even if her friend was not herself. Maybe not the best example, though she then fought her rival and rescued her. Was he going to have to fight Asami for Korra? No. Maybe it was like that other series with the guy who turned out to not exist and who vanished at the end. Not the happiest of endings though. At least there was the sequel where he came back. That sounded better. He would think of that in Korra's eyes until they met again. Asami switched off the engine, but remained seated. You okay? Korra blinked. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. You've been quiet since we left. Korra smiled. Yeah. I know we only met recently, but I am going to miss those two. It won't be the same without them. Your life's in a bit of flux at the moment, things are going to take a while to settle. Don't worry, there'll be loads of chances to see them again. It's not like they're not the other side of the planet or anything. We'll give them a few days to get you settled and then we'll all meet up again. Korra's smile widened. That sounds good. Not sure how long Naga would cope without seeing Pabu. Asami laughed and got out of the car. It was better this way. The less people who were present if Zahir found her the better. Miss Sato. Takeshi, Asami said as they stepped through the front door. Ma'am, your father arrived home a little while ago. He is currently eating breakfast in the kitchen. Ah, excellent. Thank you, Asami said. Hi, Dad, Asami said and kissed the older man on his cheek. Korra stared at Asami's father. He had not yet noticed her. What was it about car making that required him to stay out all night like that? He was old, his hair streaked with white and he had glass discs in front of his eyes for some reason. How are you? Asami continued. Tired. Haven't slept in a day or so. Dad, you know you are not meant to be doing that anymore, Asami said. I know, he sighed. I'll rest today, okay. Okay. You better though, Asami said. She looked behind her and grinned, waving Korra forward. There's someone I want you to meet. Asami's father looked around as she approached. This is my friend, Korra. How do you greet someone older? This had never come up ever before. Best to be as polite as possible. She bowed, her movements stiff. Hi, I'm Korra, she said. Hello Korra. I am Hiroshi Sato, Asami's father. He held his hand out. At least she knew what to do this time. She shook his hand. Takeshi mentioned guests yesterday, Hiroshi said turning to Asami. I don't mind, but I would like to know why 3 strangers and a polar bear dog wound up in my house. He looked at her expectantly. Asami settled into the seat opposite him, Korra taking the seat beside hers. Asami took a deep breath. Okay, so, this might sound a little crazy, but she took another deep breath. So, yesterday I wound up meeting these 2 brothers who lost their home in a fire, and they had nowhere to go, and no family, but they were these dedicated 2 young men with whole bright futures, and they can't go into the shelters obviously, so I gave them a job. But, she carried on even as Hiroshi opened his mouth. That's not even the amazing or crazy bit. She put her hand on Korra's back. Do you remember the last time we went to study the otter penguins in the north and I got lost that time and I told you I met someone and you never believed me? I wouldn't say I never believed you, Asami, just a bit suspicious of your story, Hiroshi interjected. Well, now I have proof. Hiroshi glanced at Korra. She also met her. No Dad. This is her. That girl was Korra. Hiroshi blinked, putting down his chopsticks. You are. Korra nodded, trying not to smile too much. The firebender from the water tribe. There was a tightness in his speech when he said the word firebender, a slight frown on his face. I am, she said. Should she prove herself? Dad, Asami began. Hiroshi smiled. I guess you proved me wrong, though it took a long time. He turned to Korra. It was just, there was nowhere for you to have come from, he said. I never heard or saw any evidence of anyone else living anywhere near the research station. So many things she could not do in this moment. No sighs, no stutters, no blinking, no hesitation. Tell the lie as quick and with as little embellishment as possible. My parents were killed by bandits about a year before. They took pity on me but still left to fend for myself. I wound up being rescued by a group of friends who have looked after me ever since. Quick. I promised them I wouldn't reveal their whereabouts. They were exiles years before and were afraid of someone coming after them. What made you choose to come here? Hiroshi asked. Korra smiled. Well, Asami told me all about Republic City. But mostly I felt trapped and suffocated. I needed to see more. So I ran away, she said. Hiroshi sighed. Korra? If I were you I would find a way to let your guardians know you are okay. I appreciate the situation does not make it easy, but please do try. Hiroshi looked at Asami. I cannot imagine what it would be like if my own daughter did that to me. He smiled. Though I can't say I don't understand you, Korra. I ran away from home too. Oh, so this why everyone else seems to have grandparents but me? Asami asked. A contributing factor certainly, Hiroshi admitted. I may have done well because of my reckless actions, but there are times I regretted my choices. I shall try to make amends, Korra said. Thank you. Hiroshi stretched. Well, I think I should turn in for now. Asami, if I might have a word first. Hiroshi rounded on her just outside the kitchen. You let two boys you barely knew into our home. Asami flinched. Dad, I dash. And from the sounds of things one was likely a firebender. He sighed. Couldn't you have just put them up in a hotel or something? Just put them anywhere else but here. His eyes narrowed. You know I would never stand in the way of charity, but this is far too trusting. Especially given Takeshi confided in me that they had the air of slum dwellers. Slum dwellers, Asami. Who knows what kind of unsavory activities they engaged in? Hiroshi grasped her shoulders. How sure are you that they're not taking advantage of your kindness? Asami scowled and shrugged him off. That's enough. It was my decision to bring them here. No one pushed me or suggested it. What is wrong with you? Why so suspicious? Yes, I hardly know them. But I know them a damn sight better than you do. They needed help and I was able to give them it. Hiroshi's face was thunderous. Is this how it's going to be? No guests at the house except your business partners and my so-called friends. He stared at her and said the one word that always made things worse. The way to shortcut everything. Yasuko. Asami glared at him. Don't. Hiroshi shook his head. I never wanted you to know this, Asami, but the firebenders who killed your mother, who killed Yasuko, that robbery was an inside job. They had accomplices on our staff. Ever since everyone here has been carefully vetted multiple times. Anyone with a connection to a firebender is barred from working here. Anyone with a bender in the family I am uncomfortable with hiring. He stared at her. You cannot be certain that those boys have not memorized the grounds, the layout of our house. Can you be certain they were not prowling around at night? Dad, Asami began again. No, Asami. You don't know that they aren't going to take the first opportunity to sell everything they know to one of the gangs. And they will storm our house and we will lose everything. I might end up losing you this time. Use your head, Asami. Your friend from all those years ago happens to turn up out of the blue with them? Coincidence is one thing, but this. Asami shook her head. Enough. I am not going to stand here and listen to you insult my friends. I trust them, and if you refuse to take me at my word, I will prove you wrong. She span on her heel and stalked back to the kitchen. Peely stared at the moon hanging over Republic City. Zahir took her hand and she looked around. He tugged her and she pressed against him, her arms wrapped around his neck. I imagined this moment, she said against his shoulder. But it was not to creep in the night like assassins. I thought we would walk alongside the Avatar and meet a cheering crowd. We can still accomplish that, Peely. Just not in the way we intended originally, Zahir assured her, leaning down to kiss her. The screech of a hawk interrupted them. Zahir? They say preparations are complete. We are to approach when ready. Tonrik and his wife left the city this morning, Gazan said. Good, Zahir murmured as he stared into Peely's eyes. If you and Ming would be so good as to provide us some cover. Gazan nodded and headed aft. Zahir closed his eyes and kissed Peely again. The boat creaked underneath them. There was a hiss as the rocks Gahazan superheated hit the water. Ming ought to be swirling the resulting mist around them, hiding the boat both from the harbor patrols and Air Temple Island. Time for this. But all too soon Gazan cleared his throat. Zahir. He pulled away but did not let go. Peely ducked her head into his shoulder. There was a shadow in the mist ahead of them. Welcome, Zahir, a voice called. What are your orders? Gendo, Zahir nodded to the Red Lotus member. Please, guide us to somewhere to rest first. Our journey has been long and tiring. Then I want our agents to pay close attention to the Slums and Water Tribe Cultural Center. I assume you are still watching Air Temple Island. Of course, Gendo replied, his back stiffening. Can any operatives be spared? Peely asked. Gendo glanced at her. Potentially, though we are spread thin. What are you thinking, Peely? Zahir asked. Korra, she delights in shows of strength and competitive activities. If she is sensible she would stay hidden, but I believe she has too much passion to stay like that for long. I suggest we keep an eye on the pro-bending arenas. Zahir nodded. A sound judgment. Make it lower priority, but do not neglect them, Zahir said to Gendo. I expect the Avatar to be hiding, but as Pili said, there is every chance she might frequent such places. As you wish, Gendo said. Is there anything else to report? Zahir asked. Gendo shook his head. The White Lotus are working with the police. They are still searching the slums and as yet there has been no public disclosure of the nature of their operation. We may be able to exploit that later, Zahir mused. The search is taking time due to the size of the districts involved. Nor are they certain of movements within them. We would do well to let them continue, though we should not ignore the search. We have a clear advantage that they do not, we at least know what Korra looks like. Zahir smiled. And since she is not on Air Temple Island, it is safe to assume Tenzin does not know or have any inkling that the Red Lotus survived. Air Temple Island. He peered through the mist. To set foot there again was tempting. Later he would revisit the place Aang mentored him. Where he learned of Guru Lagama. Where he learned of Aang's hypocrisy, how weak his adherence to the air nomad philosophy was. Aang had too many attachments to the world, his wife and children. His influence in politics. His control of the White Lotus. So many friends. He was a poor airbender and a poorer avatar. Zahir followed the true path. He left everything behind when he encountered Zabao, when he helped form the Red Lotus as an opposing force to the White. When they rescued exploited benders with abilities deemed too dangerous and gave them a place in their ranks. At least they would no longer need to rely on that. Once they regained control of the Avatar, no one could stand in their way. They had suffered many setbacks, but they were too close to their goal now. Book 1, Healing. Chapter 12, City of Fireworks. Asami stormed back into the kitchen and dropped into her chair with a huff. Hey, Asami? Are you okay? Korra asked as Asami radiated anger. Asami breathed out and rubbed her eyes. When she turned to Korra, her dazzling smile was in place. I'm fine. Korra raised an eyebrow. Asami's expression faltered for a second. Seriously, I'm fine, she said. But I think we should go out. Oh, okay. Where did you have in mind? Korra asked, blinking as she wondered at the speed of the change. Anywhere. Just somewhere not here. I mean, we could have a look around the city in general, or if there was anywhere specific you'd like to investigate. Where did she want to go? There were 2 threads left connecting her to the previous avatar. One lead to the South Pole, not easy to do right away. The other lead to the statue of Aang. They could go there. Well, Korra broke off. Asami was staring at her chest, her gaze then flicking across the rest of her body. Asami. Was this normal? She had known Asami for so little time. She was clingy, it was safe to say. And somewhat interested in her body. Why are you staring at me like that? Asami sounded distracted. She blinked. Oh. Sorry, it's just, that dress really doesn't fit you quite right, does it? It's fine, Korra said, her body tensing up. It feels fine and it looks pretty good. Besides, I never wore a dress before. Asami shook her head. No. That is far too tight across your chest. She pointed at the strained material. Korra scratched her cheek. I guess could tighten my bindings, that'd help a bit. Bindings? Asami stared at her. Is that what you're wearing under there? Well, yeah. Korra asked, feeling confused. What do you use then? Not bindings at least. Asami sighed. Your guardians certainly do leave something to be desired, she muttered. Korra, I think we need to get you some new clothes. And some new underwear. You might have coped fine up until now, but that's really not doing you any good. It's not. Asami smiled. Okay, I know this might sound a bit weird, but there are better ways to clothe yourself than bindings. There's never mind. Better to show you. She blinked and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Asami shook her head. Maybe not like that. She stood up. Okay, Korra. We're going clothes shopping. You really don't need to, Korra insisted as Asami left the kitchen. Korra trailed after her. Really, I'm fine with this. Unless you want it back? Korra, I'm glad you like my clothes so much, but wearing stuff that's noticeably too tight is bad for your health. Especially across your chest like that. Asami glanced at Korra's hips. And I'm not sure I even want to ask about Dash. She broke off and smiled at Takeshi as he walked past. About? Korra prompted a moment later. Asami shook her head. Later. I doubt you want an audience. She glanced back at Korra. I am worried about these people who looked after you. They left a lot to be desired. Korra grimaced. They were exiles. I suppose they did the best with what they had. But you're in Republic City now. Time to live as modern girls do. Asami grabbed her hand and tugged her along as they left the mansion and headed for a smaller structure nearby. A lever set into the outer wall caused 8 metal doors slid back. Inside the structure was a room full of automobiles. 4 two-wheeled vehicles stood flanked by 3 four-wheeled types Korra was familiar with. It looked like there was an empty space at the far end that could have housed a 4th. Long hoses dangled from the ceiling between each vehicle and something had left curious dark stains on the ground. Asami grabbed one of the hoses and connected it to a 4-wheeled automobile. A thick, unusual scent filled the air. Are we going by car? Korra asked. Yep, Asami nodded. Just give me a minute to top up the petrol. Okay if I say goodbye to Naga first? Korra asked. Of course. Outside Korra whistled. There was a responding bark from some distance away and Naga bounded towards her, something red held in her jaws. Hey, girl, Korra said as she scratched her pet's head. Naga dropped the object at her feet, staring at Korra in expectation as the polar bear dog panted. What's this? A new toy. Naga barked and nudged the ball with her nose. You want me to throw it? Another bark and Korra laughed. Okay. But just once, okay? Asami wants me to buy clothes with her. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? Naga barked again, and Korra hurled the ball, Naga scrambling after it. There were more people on the streets now. Republic City seemed to have woken up. Children darted, ran, and walked along the pavements, dressed in various uniforms, most smiling. Here and there amongst them were couples pushing small wheeled objects in front of them. She caught a glimpse inside one as Asami paused at a junction. Wrapped in blankets inside was a baby. Everyone looked happy here, somewhat of a contrast to the people she had seen in the slums. Asami drove slower along the busier streets, her eyes flicking to the people walking along the sides of the road. Once the pavements and people thinned out, the car accelerated. So, how many people are there in the city? Korra asked as they sped along. In the entire territory? Asami asked, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Korra blinked. I thought Republic City was the territory. It is. Mostly. It's a bit odd. There's the city of Republic City, that's where most people live. But the area set aside from the Earth Kingdom for the city is a bit larger than that. So there are these little towns and villages outside of the city proper. Asami glanced at her. Sorry. Not sure you wanted to know all that. Korra shook her head. It's fine. There's so much I don't know, so learning anything is good. So, how many in the territory then? Last census, if I remember right, put the populace at just over 13 million. Huh, Korra said. Huh? Asami asked. You told me it was 30 million before. Asami laughed. Did I? It probably sounded better than I has at the time. Asami was grinning. Do you remember? Is on. Korra resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Okay, this was the thing Asami and Bolin were so fixated on. Maybe she would like it? Maybe she could talk in such excited tones about the stories. Or she could not get involved and talk to Mako as the one person not obsessed with it. Asami clicked the radio on and scrolled a small wheel, causing bursts of static and fragments of speech to emanate from the radio. There was a longer burst of static and then clarity. A strange, musical buzzing sounded from the speaker, accompanied by voices making other sounds over the top. The tune sounded a little ominous, but any foreboding was shortcut by the strangeness of the instrument and what sounded a lot like a man shouting bash, and smash, and indeed, crash over what passed for music. Without warning, the cacophony ended in a single odd voice intoned that a strange term Korra missed, e.g. had just destroyed an apostle maybe? Or something. Asami clicked the radio over to what sounded like the news and grimaced. So, that was the radio show you and Bolin like so much? Korra asked, baffled. Not quite what I expected. Well, they can't all be classics, Asami replied, her voice stiff. She paused for a moment. Though that was so different to the others. Wonder if there's someone new in charge. Asami shook her head. Hope it's something more typical next time. She reached for the dial, pausing as the radio announcer continued. Council has issued a statement in response to the continued presence of Master Tenzin and Chief Beifong in the Ottery district of Republic City. Despite much speculation in the press, the council has said that they are conducting a search for a rogue spirit loose inside the city. They assure residents they have nothing to fear, but do advise that if a spirit is sighted they should keep their distance and inform the police as soon as possible. In other news Asami clicked the radio off and Korra heaved a sigh of relief. At least they had gotten out of the slums in time. A spirit? Really? Not sure I've ever seen one in Desh. She cut herself off and stomped her foot down, flinging Korra forward. The belt Asami insisted she attach dug painfully into her chest as a horrible screech sounded from somewhere close by. In a moment it was over and she fell back into her seat. Okay, that was more painful than she expected. Maybe Asami's plan of new clothing was not such a bad idea. What happened? Korra asked, looking around. Some creature nearby? Are you okay? Asami asked. Korra nodded. There was another car stopped ahead of them with 4 men in it. The driver turned back and glared at Asami. You almost hit us. You blind or something? He yelled. Asami shouted back. No, but I have to wonder if you are. Can you not read the sign? It says stop. She jabbed a finger at the sign. Whatever, the man said and turned to his companions. Women drivers, None of them can drive. Why the city lets them even try is beyond me. He turned back. But, just so you know ladies, I can offer private lessons for you both. Especially for the gear shifting, another man cackled, his voice laced with innuendo. Korra glared at them. Well, if you really want that. The man stopped laughing and stared at her. Though, I think you guys would be best suited as punching bags. She smacked her fist into her open palm. What do you mean by that? The driver scowled and got out of his car, flanked by his companions. Korra smirked and detached her belt. Asami grabbed her arm. Korra, don't. It's not worth it. They're not worth it. She restarted the car and roared away from the men. Korra looked over at her friend. Are you okay? She asked as Asami ground her teeth together. Fine, Asami said a little too fast. Okay, not fine. She sighed. Sorry. People like that make me so mad, she muttered. It's not hard to read a sign, is it? Is it? Korra shook her head. Don't think so. So when you see a sign that says stop you'd think the first thing you should do is stop, right? Right. I mean, it's not as if they shouldn't have even if the sign wasn't there, Asami continued through gritted teeth. I'd have so smacked that guy's face with rocks, Korra said as she turned around in her seat and looked back behind them. At an intersection like that you're supposed to wait and only go when the way is clear, Asami muttered. Oh, or I could freeze their mouths shut. See how they like not being able to eat, Korra smirked. And we have that rule too, I don't know, stop accidents from happening maybe? So people don't get their cars damaged or die. I bet their tires would have burned in no time. Korra turned back around and reattached the belt. We had right of way. We had right of way. No defense. And he was in way too high a gear to take that turning. Asami hunched a little more and scowled at the road ahead. And women drivers? Really? People are still saying that kind of trash. They thought they were so tough. Korra snorted. I could take them all. Asami blinked. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Korra shook her head. It's okay. I was just thinking about what I could have done to those guys. Here we go, Asami said, letting out a heavy breath. Let's not think about those jerks anymore. Let's just enjoy shopping. Korra stared up at the shop. Zayazu's collection, she read. It's my favorite store, Asami said as she got out of the car. Korra plucked at the dress. So you bought this here? Asami nodded. But then wouldn't it not fit me either? Asami stared at Korra for a long moment. They really didn't have anything up north, did they? Korra shook her head. I think later on, as long as you're okay with it, I'd like you to have a long, hard think, and anything you don't understand about life here, ask me and we'll get you up to speed as fast as possible. Korra smiled. That'd be a great help. Asami smiled back. My pleasure. But for now, these places sell clothes in different sizes. So, if you really do like that dress, and they have one, we can get you one better suited to your shape. Korra glanced down at the dress. I do like it. I think. You don't have to just get that though. Come on, we'll have a look and see what you like the look of. Asami pushed open the door. Greetings, madam, a slender woman said. My name is Tomo. How may I help you today? Korra blinked, not really listening as she looked around the shop. Tomo wore an outfit to three other women she could see. Clothes filled the room, some lay on shelves arranged around the edges while others hung on racks near the middle. The place was reminiscent of the room off of Asami's bedroom where she kept all her clothes. So different to the far north or Bolin and Mako's shack. In both of those places the clothes were just bundled together in a pile on the floor. Korra spotted three major groupings of clothes, red in the fire section, blue in the water and brown in the earth. Hi, Tomo, Asami responded. I'm helping my friend pick out some new clothes. Korra? Any preference for what kind of style you want? For so many years she had worn almost the same clothing. It had looked similar if still quite different to the clothes in the water section. Bolin's donated outfit was somewhat like the earth style. Asami's dress, that could only belong in fire. Red might make her stand out more, make her more obvious, but she had been so associated with blue before. And her encounters with the gang and the police made her reluctant to stick with brown. Red would be a good change. Fire, please. Right this way, madam, Tomo said and led them to the relevant section. Asami. Yes. Remember when you said before that later on we would talk about the things I didn't understand? I do. Ah. Asami turned to Tomo. If you might give us some time to browse, please. Certainly. Please ask me or any member of our staff if you require any assistance. Tomo bowed and left them. Thanks, Korra said, feeling more comfortable. No problem. Asami gestured to the clothing. Okay, so, these are all available for us to buy, I don't have to explain money, right? Korra shook her head and Asami nodded. Good. So, we can choose anything we like from the shelves or the racks to wear elsewhere. It's advisable to try things on first, that's what those rooms over there are for. Also, unless people know about this one, we can make things look better if we get them tailored. Tailored? Asami nodded. These are all designed to set generic sizes. And not everything is available in every size. But also no one is exactly the same size or shape as anyone else, no matter what anyone tells you, so what looks good on one person who is, say, size X doesn't look so good on someone who also falls into the same range that size X belongs to. Algebra. Who knew that had relevance? Zahir had been right about that. Korra frowned. Okay. I think I get this. She reached out and detached the nearest dress from its hanger. So I find something I like and hope it fits. Well, it helps to first look for it in your size. Asami stared at her for a moment. You have no idea what your sizes are, do you? Korra shook her head. Sorry, Asami. It's fine. That's why we're here. Okay, one thing I have noticed. Korra pointed at the nearest rack. All these clothes look really nice, but they'll restrict my movements really badly. And the long sleeves are a real no-no when firebending. And this one. Korra gestured with the dress she was holding. This is going to tear if I move around too much. Asami smiled. Okay, so, I think we had better turn to the experts. Korra glanced around. We're leaving already? No. Not yet. We are however going to have to defer to someone else with more experience in this. Who? Korra asked. Asami caught the gaze of the shop assistant from before. Our good friend, Tomo. Ah, said Korra. Yes, madam. Tomo asked as she approached them. I'd like you to recommend something for my friend here. The woman eyed Korra from head to toe, looking thoughtful. Was there a specific design you had in mind? Asami shook her head. No. But she's a firebender. She needs something comfortable. Also light, flexible and durable. And as hard to set alight as can be managed. Was that everything? Korra nodded. Yeah, I think so. The shop assistant nodded, her gaze flitting around the shop. And what size are you looking for? I'm afraid, thanks to various circumstances, my friend has no idea of her clothing size. I was hoping you could illuminate us, Asami said. My pleasure. Tomo smiled and pulled a tape measure from her pocket. Measuring seemed by turns intimate and dismissive. And required her to remove most of her clothing. Asami and Tomo exchanged a glance when she revealed her bandaged chest. Asami muttered something to the extent of, very next thing. Tomo insisted Korra remove her binding before wrapping her tape around her chest, her waist, her arms. There was an odd sigh of relief from Asami as she stood there half-naked, Tomo noting things on a small pad. Korra looked at Asami with a raised eyebrow. Asami smiled and shook her head. Okay, Korra was missing something here. Tomo went on to measure her height, the length of her legs, her arms, her neck. Even her feet. All the while Asami watched, commented and made suggestions as Tomo worked. Most of the terminology and the endless numbers flew right over Korra's head. But at last, an hour or so later, Korra emerged from the dressing room dressed in a sleeveless red shirt with gold lining. With some reluctance she had parted from the dress, but her new pants more than made up for it. They were black, a little loose around her legs but tight around her ankles. Korra admired herself in the mirror. Now that looks good, Asami said. You like? Korra nodded. It's great. This is perfect. Thank you. She grinned at Tomo who bowed. Our pleasure. That really suits you. Asami stepped a little closer and rested her hand on Korra's arm. Her eyes widened. Oh. Oh wow. Asami's grip tightened a little, her hand moving up and down the limb. Korra, these are just amazing. I wish I had arms like these. Thanks, Korra replied feeling somewhat proud. Would Asami really want to have trained as much as she had to get like this? It was the end result of years of painstaking effort. Still, so far she had seen no one else in the city who looked close to as strong as she did. Is there anything else we can assist you with? Tomo asked. There is, Asami said and glanced at Korra's chest again. Okay, we'll take the top and the pants for now and just have one errand to run real quick. We'll be back in a little while. Korra wondered at just how much money the figure the woman quoted represented when Asami passed over a few thin pieces of paper. Somewhat different to the gold coins Ming hoarded. Korra made a note to keep track of it all and pay Asami back someday and somehow. Though that would involve getting a job first. Odd. Should she not be doing that like Mako and Bolin had? It would only be fair. But Asami had made no mention of it and seemed happy just to be with her. If you don't mind, can you select some more options for her? Tomo nodded. Please, come back soon. Where are we going? Korra asked as she followed Asami outside. Rather than head to the car, Asami turned a corner and led Korra further from the street. We're going to get you a bra. A bra? Korra asked confused. Yes, like I said before, the bandages might have served you well, but they're really not good for you. So I need a bra instead. Asami nodded. She paused in mid-footstep and looked Korra up and down again. On second thought I think we should avoid lingerie. For now, anyway. She changed direction. Come on, it's just down here. Asami lead her into another shop, moving too fast for Korra to read the lettering on the outside. This was somewhere different. Instead of 3 major colors sections, here the clothes mixed together in a rainbow of colors and patterns. Headless and armless dummies stood around the shop, tiny garments stretched across their torsos. Korra blinked. This was clothing? It would almost without exception cover little. Can you remember your chest measurement? Asami asked as she searched along a rack. Sorry, Korra said. Another number on top of all those others. Now she had forgotten that one number Asami insisted she hold on to. Asami shook her head. Don't worry. Come on, let's get you measured then. This required finding a shop assistant, the removal of her bandages and another round with the tape measure. Another set of digits and a letter were the critical facts this time. Instead of asking for advice, Asami seemed to know just what she was after. Okay, where are your sports bras please? The shop assistant led them to one corner of the store. Korra stared at the garments with suspicion as Asami rifled between them. These were somewhat less patterned and less frilly than most of their neighbors. Okay, Asami said at last, lifting a selection of red pieces from the racks. This is going to feel different. She kept her voice soft. Maybe not as comfortable at first, but please trust me, these are much better for you. And it will start to feel comfortable real quick. You want me to put one of those on? Korra asked. Asami nodded. Just that. Asami laughed. No, they go under your new clothes, like your bindings. Though you've reminded me. She hurried over to another section that seemed to offer pants with almost no legs. May as well get you matching underwear. Korra took the garments and looked at them with suspicion. Trust me. It'll be better than what you have been wearing. Come on. Asami dragged her to one of the secluded rooms at the back. It should be evident what to do, but if you need help, just ask. And while we're at it, I think we need to discuss how you deal with your time of the month. This feels different. Korra said as they walked back to Zayazu's collection. She stared down at her chest. It will at first. Just bear with it though. That particular kind of bra is designed for people who move around a lot and are very active. So that sounded the best idea. And they're much better than your bindings. Korra frowned. If you say so. Clothing was not something they had ever discussed in the north. Her teachers provided her with clothes as she needed them. They had never talked at any length about her comfort. Though, there had been a few awkward conversations when she was 12 from Zahir. Soon afterward Pili took her out for the whole day to show Korra some new fire-bending moves. Once Korra had worked up a sweat, Pili sat her down and explained puberty. Where Zahir had looked uncomfortable and evasive, Pili was calm, precise and unhurried. She had explained the changes already begun in Korra's body, the obvious and not so obvious, and how they would affect her. Her teacher showed her how to tie her bindings to support her developing chest, and how to prepare for her period each month. Korra had never questioned anything Pili taught her, but Asami seemed to operate under a different mindset. Was she right and there had been a better, more comfortable solution all this time? So, does that mean that not all bras are like this? Asami shook her head. No. Some are designed specifically to go under other things to complement or be less noticeable. Some, like that one, are designed for sports. There's something similar to wear while swimming as well. Others are designed to look good. Korra blinked. Look good? But I thought you said you wore these under your other clothes. Well, Asami said, reddening a little. Some women like the designs and how they look when wearing specific underwear. And sometimes, it's fun to wear some designs just because someone else will see them. Korra blinked at her, and Asami offered her a smile that did something odd to her stomach. I'll explain that one some other time. Here we are. She sounded a little too pleased to see the shop. Back again, Asami smiled as they re-entered the shop. Welcome back, Tomo said. I have put aside some options for your friend if she wishes to view them. Asami wound up choosing the majority of the clothing, though Korra took a liking to one or two extra items. They made it to the buy pile even as Asami despaired a little at Korra's simple tastes. Their time in Zayazu's collection was not over yet though. Now Korra had new clothes, it seemed Asami needed a turn. Korra flopped onto a large cushion while she waited. She sat cross-legged as Asami wandered between the 3 sections in a succession of loops. She brought back armfuls of clothing at the end of each and asked Korra her opinion. Time seemed to drift as Korra waited. While Asami was off browsing the racks, Korra took the chance to stare down at her new clothing again. If there was no one nearby, she looked in the bag with the strange new garments Asami had bought her. And when she was sure the coast was clear, she peeked under her shirt at the bra. It came to an end, at last. A mountain of clothes reduced down to 2 new dresses for Asami and 7 outfits for Korra. It seemed unfair, but Asami looked far too happy to worry about that. Korra had never owned so many clothes before. Before she had 2 sets of clothes she wore every other day, both sets identical. Here it seemed clothing changed by the day. Or maybe by the hour. At least based on the amount Asami had at home. Would Korra wind up with as much? So this was part of what the rich did with their money. There was a stark division between Asami's wealth and Bolin and Mako's poverty. The brothers had so few clothes by comparison, and had even given some away to her. She needed to return them, at least they were still at Asami's. Korra also needed to repay them for Bolin's noodles. Korra's stomach rumbled in sympathy at the thought. Asami glanced at her. Okay, she said, and smiled. Time for lunch. Korra looked around unsure of herself as the waiter left them at their table in sizzling squid sharks. The air was hot and filled with a whirling mix of mouth-watering smells. All around them people chatted as they fished food out of bowls and off plates of delectable-looking cuisine. But everyone seemed to have something a little different. This was something different again from her meals in the north, from Bolin's noodles, to any meal at Asami's home. How did this work? Asami was studying a sheet of paper. Korra glanced at the one nearest her. Lines divided the page into sections with each listing different foods. Some mentioned fish, others noodles, and some she did not have the first idea of what they entailed. Korra? You can order anything you like. Korra studied the paper again. Should she ask about this? No. She would figure this out on her own. Okay, so, each item had 2 numbers beside it. On the left they increased in incremental steps for each item from the top to the bottom of the page. The figures on the right seemed to have less of a pattern, but did seem to increase the further down the page she looked. Was that the price? She tried to think back to the prices in the shops to contrast with the figures on the menu. How much was this food compared to the clothes? And what to choose? She spotted something she recognized. Can I have the grilled salmon urchin? Sure, Asami said, catching the eye of a passing waiter. Hi, could we please have numbers 31, 42, a bowl of rice and a side of vegetable dumplings? Oh, and a jug of water please. The waiter nodded and bustled away. This all costs money, right? Korra asked a moment later. Asami nodded. Sorry, it's a bit of a new thing to me, she admitted. Asami watched her for a moment. Now that, I remember having to explain that before. She tilted her head to one side. Didn't I? Korra smiled. You did. It sort of made sense. Well, if I got the population wrong, I don't hold out much hope for getting across the fiscal system. Asami caught her confused look. I mean how money works. Korra felt a little relieved. Okay, so, you know all your clothes cost money. Korra nodded. And this meal? Another nod. Well, people get money different ways. You know my family does so by making and selling automobiles. The women in the shops we went to are paid by the owners of the shop, they get paid part of what we paid to buy the clothes. Korra frowned. Wait. How could they do that? Don't they have to buy or make the clothes from somewhere? They do. The trick is, they ask for more money than the clothes cost. Korra scowled. That sounds underhanded. I can see that. But there's a reason for it. See, they charge more so they can pay the staff and licenses and other things to keep open. If they charged as much as it cost to make the things they sell, none of the shops could stay open. Asami smiled. I know it sounds a little weird, but because of that we can have all these things, and the people who work can have things too. See, the cost of our meal will go towards paying the people who cook and serve our food so they can buy their own food and clothing. And my family does the same with the Satomobiles, but we use part of that money to pay all the people who work for us. Korra nodded. It's a lot to take in. Though it sounds a fairer way of getting money than warlords stealing land out from under its owners. Asami's eyes widened and she broke into a grin. Fortunately that hasn't been true for decades now. Much more civilized these days. Though, unfortunately not everyone is content to get money fairly like that. So, that's why you have police. Yep, amongst other reasons anyway. Ah, food. The waiter placed a metal platter in front of Korra containing red meat in a deep red sauce. Not quite what she had been expecting. Asami had a pretty-looking white fish with yellow flowers sprinkled across it. Korra picked up her chopsticks and picked up a chunk with them. Okay, she could do this. It was just food. A delicious taste flooded her mouth even as the meat burned her tongue. It tasted so good. She rolled the morsel around her mouth, trying to keep it off her tongue, off her gums and cheeks. The heat flashed through her teeth and she gulped it back trying to relieve the pain. A scorching pain burnt the back of her throat and slid down into her chest. Hot, she yelped grabbing for the water and gulping it down. Soothing relief followed a moment later and Korra let out a sigh. Asami was watching her, her mouth open in mid-bite. Are you okay? Asami asked after a hasty swallow. Why yes, Korra said, pouring another glass of water. Just, hotter than I expected. It was so good though. Korra plucked another slice up and blew across it a few times. She put it in her mouth with much more care, trying to not let the food settle on the pained sections of her tongue. Glad you like it, Asami said after a moment and resumed eating. If you're still hungry, you can order some more. Or something else if you like. 2 bowls later and Korra felt full, more full than ever before. The noodles had been amazing, the fish cooked in such a different way, even the water tasted somehow different. I'm not sure what we can do this afternoon. There's a lot of places we can go and we could have done some this morning. I kinda got into the clothes shopping part. Sorry about that. Asami said. Korra shook her head. It's okay. Thank you for helping me. Asami smiled. As long as it wasn't too boring. Korra shook her head again. Boring, but the new clothes were great. And the bra? That was swiftly becoming unnoticeable. Curious. That happened much quicker than she had expected. Okay, so, this afternoon, no more shopping. We can go wherever you like, there's the aquarium, the Cabbage Corporation headquarters. Asami broke off at Korra's quizzical look. It's the tallest building in the city and they let people up onto the roof to admire the view. Oh, there's also the Great Museum of Technology. She trailed off and looked at Korra. There was still only one place she wanted to go to right now. How about the statue? Any chance we can visit that? The Avatar Memorial? Sure. Oh, you said you wanted to go there yesterday. We should have started with that. Sorry, Korra. It's fine, Korra stressed. Really? I'm glad we got the clothes. She fidgeted, feeling the fabric shift with her. And you were right, this is more comfortable. Asami smiled. See? Okay, we'll go see the statue then. It's been a while since I was last there. Not sure I've been back since kindergarten, Asami said as they left the restaurant. That was my last year before homeschool, she said with a trace of sadness. She smiled a moment later. So, curious about history? Korra nodded. Yeah. My guardians weren't big on teaching me about it. Not wholly a lie. Zahir was keen on teaching, but ever since she arrived it seemed there was so much that did not fit with what the older man had said. Sounds familiar, Dad wasn't keen on history. He didn't see the point of looking backwards rather than forwards, Asami said as they got in the car and she started the engine. So I got a lot of physics and a lot of engineering and not a lot of history. But, I suppose it's good in the end, she said as she drove forward. If things hadn't been so strict, I'm not sure I'd be as involved with the company as I am. I might have wound up stuck in low-level engineering. Asami flashed a smile to Korra. And then we would never have met since I wouldn't have been down at the docks for Mako to mug and so on. This'll be good though, I can hardly remember my last visit to the memorial. And Aang was so important to the city and everything we've done here. Hey, who's the metal woman? Korra asked as they zipped past a silver-colored building with a collection of cops outside. The realization of how close she came only hit her when they were further down the street. Cops worried her, not that she could not handle an attack from them, but more that there was a sense of respect from most of the city denizens. As much as Bolin, Asami and Mako panicked in the slums, no one she could see on the streets seemed to worry about the uniformed men and women. Her? Oh, that's Toph Bafong. Oh, Korra said. I think Bolin mentioned her. Ahead, a cop held his hand up. Asami slowed and stopped in front of him. Korra tensed, ready to retaliate. Wait. The cop was not even looking at her, he gestured towards the sidewalk and motioned a waiting group of children across the street. What did he say about her? Korra frowned, watching the passing children. Not a lot. He was going to, but things got in the way. Ah, Asami said. Well, Toph Bafong was the founder of metal bending and the Republic City Police Force. That's quite an achievement, Korra said. Metal bending? Something else neither Zahir nor Ghazan mentioned. Maybe Ghazan could not do it? Could she? No lava bending for her, but was metal bending possible? Though, how did one figure out how to even begin? Her fingers itched to try with the closest bit of metal. The cop looked both ways across the street and waved Asami forward. Korra tried not to look at him as they drove past. Definitely. Even more so if you factor in that she was blind, Asami said. She was? Korra asked, staring at Asami. Amazing, right? How did she cope? Korra asked. Well, if I understand it right, she listened through the ground. Apparently everyone underestimated her back when she was traveling with Aang. Everyone assumed she was helpless because she was blind. They never knew what hit them. It was not wise to assume helplessness like that, it seemed. Toph, a fantastic earthbender despite her inability to see. It should not be a surprise, Ming was a terrifying waterbender with no arms. It seemed there were ways to work around such disadvantages. She taught Aang earthbending as well. Not sure where she is at the moment, but one of her daughters runs the police. The other's the ruler of a city in the Earth Kingdom. Wow, Korra said. Aang had not been alone as the Avatar, there had been a collection of people around him. As much as the statue showed him in isolation, it seemed he had people with him all along. They passed by another statue, this one holding a boomerang. And if you're interested in the Avatar's companions, that one is Chief Saga. Asami glanced at Korra. My favorite of the group. He and Suki, who married him years later, were the non-benders who helped Aang. Why is he your favorite? Korra asked. He invented things, Asami replied. And he was so young when he did. He figured out the principles of submarines when he was just 15. He discovered electricity and invented the refrigerator. And back during the war, he personally helped take down the Fire Nation's Zeppelins. Suki was awesome too, she was a trained member of the Kyoshi Warriors, they were founded by one of the older Earth Kingdom avatars. And once Republic City was founded, she taught people chi blocking to guard against rogue benders. All these names, all tied to Aang. Katara his wife, Zuko whom he founded the city with. The blind earthbender Toph. Sokka. Suki. Would she also have such a group as Avatar? Was this how being the Avatar worked? Ah, I forgot. Today's the half-day opening. Jinora had been adrift in the sounds of the sea, interrupted only a little by an approaching boat that soon faded into nothing. Now a voice interrupted her thoughts. It doesn't look closed. How can it be closed when it doesn't even have doors? Maybe we can still have a look. A second voice asked. Jinora sighed. So much for meditation. And it would have been so perfect here at the Avatar Memorial. No one close by, the calming sound of the sea washing onto the shore. Better than trying to convince Mila or Iki to meditate while their father was searching for the avatar. Did everyone know just who they were looking for, or were they working off the spirit cover story? Well, the White Lotus members, Manu and she would expect them to know. Tuga, Suraj, and Hwa, maybe not. Was Oji going to be okay ferrying so many people around day in, day out? I guess, the first voice said, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. No one could just pay attention to the stated opening hours? Jinora opened her eyes. If she could get rid of the visitors fast enough, she could get some more meditation before she needed to head home. The visitors were something of a surprise. The one with her hair tied back into a ponytail was a Water Tribe girl dressed in Fire Nation clothing. What was that word she heard on the radio shows? Teenage identity crisis? Or that other thing, colonial mentality? One of the two. The other woman was less strange, fashionable dark clothing with gorgeous makeup. An odd pair. Tourists maybe? Good afternoon, Jinora said, surprising them both as she emerged from the darkened building. I'm very sorry, but as you can see, the museum is currently closed. The girl with the ponytail scowled. Why? How? She gestured behind Jinora. There are no doors. How can it be closed? Jinora smiled. It's the rules. The other woman touched the first girl's arm. My friend here is new to the city, and she really wanted to learn something about Avatar Aang. Jinora's smile widened as pride surged through her. It was so tempting to mention her familial connection back to the Avatar. But, they were still eating into the time she had to meditate. Sorry, but there's no guides here at the moment. How about you though? The Water Tribe girl asked. You seem quite at home here. Well, I have done it before, but that was for the kids and... Jinora caught sight of the girl's face. As soon as she spoke, the stranger looked more and more excited. This meant a lot to her. And what harm could there be in showing them around? They could learn a bit of history, go back and tell everyone about how great the memorial was and how helpful Jinora had been. If you don't mind it being me. No at all, the girl's companion answered. Right. She asked the Water Tribe girl. Right. So. The girl with the ponytail said as they followed Jinora inside. Is that an air acolyte robe? Jinora grinned. And you and others like you are continuing the teachings of the airbenders. Jinora frowned. Well, yes. Of course we are. The girl with the ponytail smiled. That's good to hear. Even after they were wiped out, she murmured, her gaze straying around the museum. Wiped out? Jinora asked. Well, we nearly were. But we're still here. My friend Ko-, the pretty woman began. Her companion cut her off. What did you say? She asked, staring at Jinora. I said, we're still here. You thought the airbenders had all been killed. She stared at the girl with the ponytail. The girl nodded. Jinora sighed. Where had this girl been living? Please allow me to introduce myself then. I am Jinora, daughter of Master Tenzin, granddaughter of Avatar Aang. She bowed. When she straightened, she saw the girl with the ponytail staring at her in shock. Smirking, Jinora raised her hand and conjured a whirling sphere of wind. I am one of the only airbenders left in the world, she added. The girl with the ponytail stepped past her, looking dead ahead at the relics. So Master Tenzin, he's Aang's son? She asked over her shoulder. Yes. The only master alive in the whole world today. He attained the rank when he was 14 after completing the 36 tiers of He. Don't touch that, Jinora exclaimed. The girl with the ponytail span around, looking guilty. Somehow she had gotten the snack compartment of Aang's glider open. Sorry. Just wondered what he kept in there. Nuts. Ow. Korra flinched as Jinora's blast of air flicked her hand. These are priceless Avatar relics and must be preserved as carefully as possible. But, since you're so interested, I can tell you this was Aang's second glider after the first was destroyed when he entered the Fire Nation. It was built by. It was easy to slip into recitation of everything she knew. Jinora surprised herself to find how it all came back to her without effort. The girl with the ponytail seemed fascinated by everything, the glider, the robes, the vial of the water spirit, the bison whistle, even Appa's saddle. Her companion looked close to bored but would always break into a smile if the water tribe girl enthused about something. Before Jinora knew it, the sun was close to the horizon. "Oh no," she said. "What is it?" the water tribe girl asked. "I'm late," Jinora said, panicking. "I need to get back and help with dinner. I've got to go." "Sorry. If you come another day you can get a longer tour." "Sorry." She ran outside and flicked open her glider. "One more thing. Please." The water tribe girl followed her. Do you know if the former avatars can they talk to the later ones?" Jinora blinked. "Yes." "And vice versa?" Jinora frowned. "Yes." A movement caught her eye. "Oaji, en route to Air Temple Island." "Sorry, I really have to go. It was nice meeting you both. If you want to learn more about the airbenders, then come visit us on Air Temple Island. Just ask for me." She jumped into the air, and bent a breeze beneath the glider's sails. "Bye," she called, speeding away from the island before she caught a response. An unusual day. That water tribe girl had been so interested in grandfather. Maybe she wanted to be an air acolyte? "Thanks for bringing me over here," Korra said, her feet dangling in the water off the dock. Asami sat beside her, enjoying the feel of the cool water moving around her feet, the sun low on the horizon. "Don't mention it," she said. "Too much history though." It had been like a condensed lesson with no way to escape. At least Korra got something out of it. "I'm just glad you had a good time despite the problems." Korra grinned. "I found out so much. And there was so much I wanted to ask, but we had no time and we can come back another day if you like." "Please not tomorrow." As happy as it made Korra, she wanted recovery time first or failing that something to do while Korra lapped all that history up. Plus there was work to consider. "Thanks. But it can wait. I need to think about some stuff. Like what I should be doing here. And supporting myself. There's no rush. You're welcome in my house for as long as you need. And don't rush into something you don't really like on my account. I suppose I'm just lucky my interests came out like my dad's. My career was easy to figure out." Asami leaned back on her hands. Korra smiled. "Yeah. Meanwhile, I just love bending." She frowned. "Yeah. All I've ever done and been good at. Kinda limiting, isn't it?" "You'll be fine." Asami licked her lips and leaned against Korra, threading her arm through her friend's. They sat in contented silence for a moment. "Thank you." "Me?" Korra looked surprised. "What did I do?" Asami smiled. "You're the first girl I've been able to just hang out and spend time with like this. After my mom, my dad got so overprotective. I only get to go out without a chaperone now because I'm 18. And because of the chi blocking. And that wasn't quite enough either. Dad makes me carry chili pepper spray and a retractable baton." "I know what that's like," Korra said with a frown. "My guardians were just as overprotective. They kept telling me how terrible the world was and how the people who killed my parents were still out there. But I had to get away and do things on my own. Wonder what they think of me now? Maybe they hate me." "I'm sure they don't hate you, Korra," Asami said. "Maybe. But I never hated them. They annoyed me, but I am grateful to them for everything they did. I just wanted more. I had Naga but I wanted to see the world. I wanted to find friends. The world is a big place. And I'm sure there are a lot of friends waiting for you out there." How many had she lost track of now her family no longer went to the Ember Islands or the North Pole? "And you have one right here." Korra grinned. "And we can't forget Bolin or Mako either." Korra smiled. Not the most typical girl's day out. Korra seemed bored with the clothes shopping, but Asami found herself bored senseless by the museum. It evened out in the end though, they had both enjoyed parts of the day, though not the same ones. At least Korra seemed to love her new clothes. And no trip before had been close to this. Any time with her so-called friends always devolved into gossip and catty remarks about other girls or who was dating who. And she would just smile and nod and pretend she had the faintest idea of who these people were talking about. This was better, a good day. Might be a good idea to work out where Korra might like to eat before they headed for home. Hey, what's that? Korra asked. Asami lifted her head and followed Korra's gaze. A large structure in the distance reflected the fading light of the day in shimmering gold. That's the pro bending arena, Asami replied, her eyes widening. What's pro bending? Korra asked. It's two teams of benders competing against each other. What happens is Asami shook her head. It's all about bending skill. Korra's eyes widened. You want to take a look? It's the second match of the new season tonight. It sounds interesting. Korra said, playing at nonchalance. Asami smiled. Down with the wolf bats, Korra screamed, her voice lost in the roar of the crowd. She turned to Asami. Can't someone just punch Tano in the face? He's just such a jerk. And he looks so smug. What I wouldn't give to. Asami smiled. I think you might just be getting into the spirit of things. Korra nodded, staring down into the arena. They had good seats, a perk of Asami's father's position in society. Tano did look a little too pleased with himself after the panda sheep committed another foul. Or every time the wolf bats scored. Yeah, Korra yelled as the panda sheep's firebender scored. Take that, Tano. A little too late however. The match ended 2 minutes later without the wolf bats losing their comfortable lead. Korra scowled as the wolf bat supporters cheered in triumph. You really have it in for Tano, don't you? Asami asked as the match ended. I want to smack him with a water whip, I mean. It'd be easier if I could and less dangerous. I want to hurt him, not murder him. I'll have to just burn off that stupid haircut. An idea. Absurd, illogical, tempting, hard to resist. They should do it. Asami checked her watch. Hey Korra? Come up to the roof with me. You know, one of these days I'm going to get tired of you lot showing me the city from high up places, Korra said in a dry tone despite a toothy grin. Asami giggled. You don't want to? I bet you haven't seen the city at night yet. That's true, Korra admitted. At least not from a good vantage point. And I don't think I could get tired of the view anyway. Her eyes were wide when they reached the roof, the city alive with light and the faint whispers of sound in the distance. So pretty, Korra breathed. Republic City by night, Asami said. Always a great view. She licked her lips. Korra? You know you wanted something to do? Like a job or something? Oh, yeah. Korra said, her eyes still fixed on the city. Well, how does starting a pro bending team sound? Korra turned to her. You want to do pro bending with me? Asami smiled. Not quite, I'm not a bender for a start. But if you want, I can help you get started. And I'll come and watch your matches and practices. And we can design you a uniform and we'll need a team name and you can be the firebender, so we just need a water and earth bender to round it out. Korra blinked. We could ask Mako and Boland too. We can. Boland be fine, but Mako might have to make do with being your substitute. Korra smiled. I like this idea. When can we start? Asami glanced around. Might be a bit late right now, but we can drop by and see if Boland's interested tomorrow. Oh, this is going to be awesome, Korra said. She clenched a fist. I can't wait to face down Tano in there. And I can't wait to see you dash. A thunderous explosion cut her short and the sky lit up with a multicolored explosion. Korra looked up in surprise, her mouth falling open as the fireworks blossomed in the night sky. Asami chanced a look at Korra and took her hand, lacing their fingers together. Korra did not react and Asami was about to let go when Korra squeezed her hand. Not a conventional day. Not an expected day. But the best time Asami had had in a long time. She squeezed Korra's hand and did not let go until they got back to the car. My hands. Your hands. They don't wanna be without. And they will never let you go. Asami swayed in her seat as she sang along to the radio as they drove home. They will never, ever let you go. You have a beautiful voice, Korra said, in a pause in the song. You think? Asami said, glancing at her passenger. Korra nodded. Yep. I've never heard this song before. Well. I don't think I heard any songs before. My guardians never went in for it. They did some chanting at times. But no one ever sang anything like you do. Chanting? These guardians sounded stranger and stranger. You know, Asami said. I have a load of records back home. If you want to hear some more professional performances, oh. She broke off to sing along to the chorus. My hands. Your hands. She smiled at Korra. Come on, you too, Korra. Korra shook her head. I really can't sing. That doesn't matter, Asami said, jigging in her seat. It's not about being good at it, it's about having fun and expressing yourself. But, she added. Don't feel you need to. Only if you feel comfortable. Okay. Maybe sometime. Okay. Asami smiled. Hey Asami. Yes. I had fun today. Me too. We should do this again sometime, Asami said. If I didn't have to go to work tomorrow, I'd say we should go out again. Still, we'll get things moving on pro bending first thing, and after work we'll go talk to Mako and Bolin. Sounds good. Oh, hey, when is the next day we can go out? There was a rushing flutter behind Asami's ribs. Work seemed so unappealing right now. Oh, well, my next day off is next week. Oh. Korra's face fell. But, Asami added as quick as she could. I have a lot of holiday owed to me. I definitely need to go in tomorrow, but I should be able to get the day after off. Korra smiled. And we can go out again. Just try and stop me, Asami said. The mansion was almost silent around her. Asami rolled over, her eyes fluttering open for a moment, wondering what had woken her. The door to the balcony was open. Her eyes opened wider, worry snaking through her. Asami peered past the curtain. Korra was leaning on the railing, staring towards the sea. Asami breathed a silent sigh of relief, at least no one had broken in or Korra had fled for some reason. It was tempting to join her, find out if there was anything she wanted or needed to talk about. But it was late and there was work in the morning, she should at least try to put some effort in. And an exploration of Korra's secrets felt like it would take a while, there was a sense she had an unending supply of them. Maybe one day Korra would be willing to open up about everything that weighed her down. Maybe then she would explain those aspects of her past that never seemed quite right. Either way, Asami hoped she could be there for Korra when it happened. Book 1 Healing. Chapter 13 The Game. Korra was audible long before Peely first saw her. The Avatar's heavier breathing rebounded off the ice-coated rock passageway. Peely shifted a little as she stood ready. The first of the dummies was nearby, Korra's target for the game. The teenager looked so pleased when Zahir told her that she had to navigate this series of caves in as little time as possible. He kept a few things back, as far as Korra knew this was all about speed, both on foot and bending. He left out a few pertinent details. Such as the human obstacles, she, Ming and Gazan were waiting to spring one or two surprises on her. A quick glance established that the other two were ready to attack. Ming and Gazan stared down into the ravine. The Avatar burst from the tunnel opening, fire already flickering into life in her hands. Peely concentrated, the telltale series of pops echoed across the barren landscape. Korra flung her fireball forward at the dummy and looked for the source. The Avatar smirked as her gaze met Peely's and she sprang to one side, barely losing any of her momentum. The combustion beam from Peely's forehead struck the icy ground where Korra would have been a moment before. The ice exploded into shards, the rock beneath it undamaged by the attack. Ming and Gazan took that as their cue to attack. They flung ice spikes and a rock shuriken down at the running girl. Korra's smile was bigger, she was enjoying this extra challenge. 5 more dummies and 5 more caves. Korra was into the next tunnel and the Red Lotus began moving to the next ravine. The tunnel twisted back around on itself in a convoluted route, ample time to allow them to scramble across on top of the glacier. Peely glanced at Zahir as they moved, he pointed upwards. They had gone too easy on Korra. Time to make things more interesting. The avatar was still smiling when she entered the next cave. As before, she punched a fireball at the dummy as soon as she saw it, her gaze flicking up to note the positions of the benders above her. Peely concentrated and a gout of flame erupted from a vaporized section of rock and ice. A frown crossed Korra's face as she flinched away from the more intense heat. She bent an arc of snow to deflect Ming's ice spikes and had to awkwardly scramble to avoid the next shuriken. On to the next area. A pivotal moment. The Red Lotus hung back a little as they clustered on the edge of the ravine. Korra blasted at the dummy, looking up to judge her opponent's positions. There was a momentary look of confusion as she noticed that none of them were in attack stances. A second later the polar tiger growled, and gained Korra's undivided attention. She skidded to a halt, her feet slipping on the ice as she stared at the snarling creature more than twice her size. It sprang towards her, moving fast, its muscles tensing as it prepared to leap. Timing would be critical if Korra did not defend herself. It would be ill-advised to risk the triggering of the avatar state. An all-powerful defensive avatar would do them no good, not least when it would grant her the capacity to communicate with her predecessors. When it would give her the ability to communicate with Aang. The risk of Korra dying was minimal, but remained a worry. Each member of the Red Lotus was tense, staring down as the polar tiger rushed at Korra. Korra seemed to move on automatic, her stance anchoring her to the ground, her tendency to let earthbending dictate her movements still so strong. But in the next moment she was a pure firebender. Korra's arm whipped back and punched forward in a blur. The avatar's fist smacked into the polar tiger's head, flickering flames erupting from the point of impact. She threw her whole body into the punch, the kinetic force pushing the polar tiger back and away from her. There was an almost inaudible grunt as the crack of split bone echoed through the cave and the creature collapsed to the ground. It did not move again. Peely glanced at Zahir. He was smiling, there had been no remorse from Korra. The avatar let out a sigh of relief. That was close, she said before glancing at her audience again. She smiled and darted forward. The Red Lotus moved again to take up their next positions. Korra was moving fast, faster than expected. She did not bother to look for the Red Lotus as she entered the next cave. Her first action was to destroy the target dummy, and she spotted the next polar tiger a moment later. Her pace did not falter, and she met the creature at speed, her fist smacking into its head with another crack. Another death, another life the avatar had taken. One more. It took longer for Korra to find the last dummy, the layout of the caves not as convenient for their purposes. Korra took a wrong branch and wound up looped back through the previous cave, her kill still lying on the ice. She took the other turning, still weaving and running as fast as she could. Her pace was only now beginning to flag, her physical fitness nothing short of exceptional. The final polar tiger glared at her as she entered the next cave. The dummy charred in seconds, but the polar tiger was reluctant to attack. Instead it crouched lower to the ground and bared its teeth. Korra appeared to be on automatic now. A punch sent a fireball careening towards the creature. She followed it up with an erupting column of rock beneath the polar tiger and dragging a chunk of ice from the roof of the cave onto its head. The creature did not stand a chance. Korra looked pleased with herself. She swaggered as she approached her opponent and stopped. Peely frowned as Korra remained motionless. Zahir looked confused, Ming scowled, and Gazan tried to shift to see what was past the avatar. He shook his head. Nothing else for it. The Red Lotus scrambled down into the cavern, not even the noise of their descent drawing Korra's attention. Her gaze did not move from ahead of her. The ice crunched underfoot as Peely walked forward. There was a depression in the snow just beyond where the polar tiger held its ground. 3 newborn cubs curled around each other, sleeping or perhaps so young their eyes had not opened. Korra? Peely asked. I killed their mother, Korra said, her hands coming up to clutch at her head as she dropped into a crouch. Their mother, she muttered. I didn't know. I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. Not that. Zahir took a step forward, his expression neutral. Korra, you know full well that what has happened and cannot be changed. There is no sense in mourning your actions. The consequences are unavoidable. His gaze flicked to Peely's and she mouthed otter penguins to him. He nodded. Korra? There is some comfort to be had. With the death of this polar tiger, the lives of hundreds of otter penguins have been spared. But, the cubs, they need their mother. Now that she's gone. Korra. Peely asked. You cannot raise these cubs. This is not the same as Naga. These cubs are far too young to be parted from their parent. They could only survive with their mother's milk. It would be most merciful to grant them a quick, painless death, Gazan added. They're just babies, Korra breathed. I can't. You like them more than the otter penguins then? Ming clicked her tongue. Their chicks are the perfect size for growing cubs. She shrugged. There is a balance here. The offspring of one species will suffer from the death of this mother. If she lived, then the otter penguins would suffer. It is the way of life. Korra remained silent and began to tremble. If you leave them, Korra, then they will suffer. If you do nothing, they will starve here. In this moment you can take action to spare them unnecessary pain, Zahir said. How? Korra's voice cracked. Remember the ways of Guru Lagama, Zahir said, his words ringing in the still air. Korra stood up, her movements slow. Her hands twitched at her sides. With a choked breath, her gestured, ice shattering and reforming a cocoon around the cubs. There isn't much air in there, Korra muttered as she turned away. They won't live long. She stared at Zahir. I can't do it like Lagama, I can't bend air. This is the next best thing. Zahir nodded. Good. Good, he said. Korra's face scrunched up, but she did not cry. She walked past Zahir in silence, trudging back through the network of tunnels. The Red Lotus trailed after her, and no one said a word. Zahir scowled as they walked, his frustration deepening as they passed each blackened dummy. One remained untouched behind them. Peely touched Zahir's shoulder and stopped him as she drew him into a hug. The Avatar's behavior had been a grave disappointment. She still resisted. After all their demonstrations, all their lessons. Why had the choice between the otter penguins and these polar tiger cubs not tipped her hand? Was Peely not doing enough? Should she be less familiar with the girl, be more like Ming, distant and cold? And then, Avatar Aang used the water-bending move that Master Katara showed him. Bolin was on his feet, his arms moving in a good approximation of a water-bender movement. And so, he turned the sea of flames into a sea of dash, complete that move, hands down to here, push forward. Water, he said with a triumphant flourish. He smiled down at the semicircle of children around his feet. The kids stared back at him with wide eyes. Not all the kids had been initially interested in his story and a number remained distracted with toys or drawing. But as the story went on they all gravitated over to him. They watched, enraptured as he darted about, mimed bending in all four disciplines and even added his own sound effects. So, one of the boys said. Since Aang's the hero, does he get the girl and live happily ever after? Bolin shook his head and smiled. Not quite, little one. It's the girl's choice to be with the one she loves, if anyone. Wow, said one of the girls. The boy looked confused. What's the difference? I want Katara to be with Aang, the girl said. Me too, another added. Ah, but Zuko was better, said another girl. Bolin was about to relate what history had recorded when the clapping interrupted him. Korra and Asami were applauding from the doorway, Korra now wearing a Fire Nation outfit. Korra, Bolin exclaimed. Oh, and hey, Asami. Hi, Bolin, Korra said. He glanced back at his audience. Is it okay if I talk to my friends? The girl studied the newcomers. Maybe. If we can ask who they'd want to be with. Bolin let out a nervous laugh, surprised to see Asami react in a similar fashion. Maybe later. Okay, guys, what do you say we greet our visitors? I'm sure a lot of you know Miss Sato, right? A good proportion of the children nodded. Okay, so, all together, hi Miss Sato. The children chorused the greeting. Great, Bolin said, grinning. And this other lady, her name is Korra. Want to say hello to her too? Okay, so, hi Korra. The children echoed his greeting. Awesome, you guys, Bolin said. So, just give me a minute. The children nodded, scattering to other areas of the nursery and other distractions. You'd make a great dad, Asami said as Bolin joined them by the door. Bolin felt his cheeks heat up. You think so? Thanks. Hadn't really thought about it. Must not look at Korra. Must not look at Korra. He coughed. I missed both of you. Too much. It's only been a day or so, Korra said almost laughing. Her expression softened. But I missed you as well. So, Bolin said, trying to distract from what felt like far too much attention focused on him. What brings the two of you here? Korra stepped forward and put both her hands on his shoulders. What was going on? No. It could not be that. Could it? Here? In front of Asami? In front of these kids? Korra stared into his eyes. She was smiling. He could cope with embarrassment. Small price to pay for, Bolin, you won't believe the plan Asami and I came up with. Okay, his snap assumption was somewhat wrong. Oh? He asked. Time had become a bit vague after he rushed to find another babysitter. At some point he had gotten in Asami's car and driven off with his friends who were busily chatting in the front. There had been a lot of snickering, a lot of knowing looks and smiles. And there was the direction Asami drove in, to the pro-bending arena. Well, that only became obvious by degrees, but before long there was no other possible destination. Then they had parked at the pro-bending arena. Gone inside the pro-bending arena. Gotten to the floor above the arena where the gym was. Did Korra work here now? If only he had thought of that, it would mean she could watch matches all the time. Maybe she could help him see them too? It would be so much better to witness the matches rather than reconstruct them from the words of the radio announcer. So, the gym. It was empty save for Haesuk, who worked as the janitor of Bolin's apartment building, and an elderly stranger. Hi Haesuk, Bolin said. Hi, sir. The man nodded. Haesuk smiled. Hi. His eyes widened. Ah, so you're the earthbender they mentioned. If he wants to. Well, Bolin. Asami pivoted on her heel. Future Industries has decided to branch out on a new venture, pro-bending sponsorship. As such, I am assembling a team to compete in the league. And naturally we thought of you to be the earthbender for the team. Wait, dash. His brain seemed to have stalled. Or he must have gotten water in his ears from the shower. Him on a pro-bending team? Asami told me the legal age for professional pro-bending is 16, you made the cut, Bolin. Korra smiled at him. So, you want me to be the earthbender? Asami nodded. And Haesuk is the waterbender? Korra nodded. And the firebender is? He glanced at Korra. Korra. She nodded. Wow. This is. I mean, I'm honored, but I've never played before. Am I going to be okay? Bolin asked. You'll do as well as I will. I only saw my first match yesterday. Haesuk, have you played before? The waterbender shook his head. There we go, we're all new to this. And I bet we can do just as well as we did that time by the river. Except this time we'll have a waterbender on our side. Korra grinned. Haesuk looked like he was about to ask something but seemed to think better of it and stayed quiet. Are you sure you want me? Bolin asked. I mean, surely Mako is the better bender. Korra and Asami exchanged glances. I wouldn't say that, Korra said, and Bolin felt a rush of pride. Also, Mako's kind of a firebender, so if he's on the team, I can't be. Ah, yes. Think before speaking, Bolin. Point. Well, he could be a sub, right? I asked him about it this morning, Asami said, looking a little more serious. He would love to, but he's concerned about getting selected as an officer in training at work. He's worried about the team's success and how it might affect his job. He seems to want a bit of stability right now. Bolin smiled. Sounds like Mako, all right. He turned to Korra. Well, if you're okay with me, I'd love to join the team. The elderly man turned out to be a trainer named Toza. and Asami had taken the extra step of renting the gym to allow her fledgling team to train with the best facilities they could get. Future Industries would be providing the uniforms, food allowance, health benefits, and pay. They were going to pay him to play pro bending? Somehow he had another job, and a dream one at that. The dream job became somewhat less dreamlike the first day. Bolin wandered into the gym, working out what would make a really great team name when Toza called for attention. Okay, rule 1 of this situation, no dating your teammates. He stared at each of them in turn, Bolin doing his best not to quail as his stomach felt like it had entered free fall. I mean it. I know it sounds invasive and unnecessary, but I've been training pro bending teams since before any of you were born. Intra-team relationships are the quickest way for everything to fall apart. So, decide right now, do you want to date your teammates or do you want to play pro bending with them? 'Cause if you want to date then you best walk away right now. He looked at them each in turn one more time. I take it then we're all staying for the long term. Korra and Haesuk nodded, Bolin caught the movement and nodded a moment later. Point stands though, I hear of any of you shacking up even for one night, if not more then we're through. I have Miss Sato's word that if I am unhappy with your behaviors I can revoke your team sponsorship without any further questions. He hung on for another moment. Good. Now we can get started. A horrible choice, the career of his dreams or the girl whom he could not stop thinking about. And he had chosen work over the girl. Bolin rationalized it to himself later as they trained. He still did not know how Korra might have reacted to his advances. Not that he had any way of taking her out on a date right now anyway, but he could still reveal his feelings. So, maybe this was for the best, he could still be friends with Korra. And was that different to what he had been up until now? It was not as if he had thought about kissing her. The thought made him blush. Okay, now he had thought of kissing Korra. Kissing her and doing more, all those adult aspects of a relationship that had evaded Bolin up until this point. Korra in his arms, in bed, and dash. No. Why was he torturing himself like this? If he wanted to play pro bending, then the cost was a relationship with Korra. He could keep on going with how things stood between them if he played. Pro bending seemed the sensible option. Korra seemed to train all day. She was there when Bolin arrived at lunchtime after his stint babysitting, and every other day besides. She still looked amazing, and how strong was she to keep going for so long, day in, day out? Toza's other rules were much less controversial feeling. Rule 2 was the emphasis of speed over any other attribute. The older man's time with Bolin involved accelerating his earthbending to cope with the frantic pace of a professional match. It was awkward at first, and Bolin felt clumsy, lumbering and slow as every action seemed to take an age to complete. It did not help that manipulating the rock discs was so different to manipulating the ground beneath his feet. Toza's advice had limits, the man was not an earthbender, his advice could only cover so much. To Bolin's amazement, Korra related some effective ideas at the end of each practice. They worked, and worked well. Just who had Korra been talking to? Bolin's only teachers had been other slum kids who in turn learned from their own parents. Mako was adamant that Bolin not receive training from any of Shin's group. This had never seemed quite fair. Mako learned loads from the gang, including lightning bending. One of the closest guarded techniques in all bending ever, and Mako learned it from a street gang. Or at least claimed he had. He refused to ever prove he had the rare skill, so maybe it was just a boast thing. Still, Shin at least had performed lightning bending. Maybe Mako really did know how. But then, it was not as if Shin had any metal benders, now there was something to learn. Haesuk also seemed to be getting a few tips from Korra, his bending improving alongside Bolin's. Korra was amazing. And at some point she had picked up an aversion to a member of the Wolf Bats, a guy called Tano. He cropped up on radio broadcasts all the time, he seemed forever involved with fouls and somewhat questionable referee decisions. Then again he also seemed to score the most for the Wolf Bats, so the repetition of his name should not be a surprise. Bolin was not quite sure what had happened, but the aversion seemed to be what drove Korra as she scowled and blasted her fire around. Some days her anger seemed a little too potent, if Haesuk's water wound up colliding, it evaporated in moments. Toza spent much of his time coaxing Korra to produce cooler flames, one's less capable of serious injury. Bolin heard their coach muttering this was a rare situation. Korra needed no advice to speed up her bending, the others struggled to keep pace with her. Rule 3 was about how essential teamwork was. Rule 4 was hard work pays off. Bolin hoped Toza knew what he was talking about as he slumped in the breaks between bouts of training. It was a little disappointing that he never got a chance to talk to Korra in these moments. Her attention always wandered when they stopped practicing, her gaze drawn out to the avatar statue in the bay. There was no one around. Bolin took a deep breath and dialed the number. The phone rang. And rang. And ran. Hello, Kashiwa Radios, the Dr. Love Hour. Do you have a romantic problem you wish to ask the doctor about? Rosso, Dr. Love's producer's voice sounded over the phone. Ah, yes, Bolin stuttered and tried to calm down. Okay, could you give me the gist? Bolin cleared his throat. I have a crush on this girl and we're both on the same pro bending team. And I dash. The voice on the end of the phone cut him off. Whoa, whoa. Save it for the doctor. Okay, can I take your name? I'd rather not. Bolin cringed. That's fine, Rosa said. She sounded nice. If you could hold the line and we'll see if the doctor can get to you today. There was a pause. You don't have a radio in there, do you? Bolin looked around. No. Good. I expect you know there's a broadcast delay so you can't hear yourself on the radio like that. Oh. This was news to him. Okay, so, I'm going to put you on hold for now. If the doctor picks you, you'll hear him next. Great. Thanks. Bolin leaned against the wall, his unoccupied hand twitching. The silence seemed to stretch out to infinity as he waited. Was this a good idea? Maybe he should just hang up. Hello caller, a deep voice sounded from the phone. You're on the air with Dr. Love, I'm listening. Hi, Dr. Love, Bolin squeaked, almost dropping the phone. He deepened his voice, recognition was not part of the plan. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Glad to hear it, Dr. Love replied. He sounded as friendly as he always did. I understand you have a problematic crush. Bolin winced. Yeah. There's this really, super awesome girl I like. She's pretty and brave and just a fantastic bender. And things happened, and I thought I might ask her out at some point, but next thing I know she's started a pro bending team and asked me to be on it with her. Ah, Dr. Love said. I think I see where this is going, as the poet Jericho Kurin once had it, you were raised to the heavens and cast into the abyss in the same moment. Bolin frowned. Yes. Dr. Love chuckled. My apologies, I think I jumped ahead. Please, continue. Okay. Now this was going to be tricky. It would not do to make things so obvious that Asami or Korra would work out just who was ringing into the radio station today. Was it already too blatant? Too late now. He licked his lips. The coach, he told us that teammates are not allowed to date each other, and if we did he had the authority to disband the team. A trifle more zealous than many cases I've heard of, Dr. Love noted. Yeah, because you know so much about sports, Rosu interjected. Caller, it happens a lot on sports teams. Thank you, Rosu, Dr. Love snapped. His voice softened as he spoke to Bolin. Apologies caller, please continue. I guess, I'm torn. The girl, she loves pro bending and I'm really into it as well, and the training, well it lets me spend all this time with her I couldn't do otherwise. But if I make a move and she doesn't want it, or I do and she does and anyone finds out about it. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, Dr. Love opined. Yeah. Dr. Love sighed. Caller, I am well acquainted with a similar situation. My school had a similar policy many years ago. It resulted in a lot of flirting and a lot of strayed nerves. And 1 or 2 cases of expulsion. Caller, if you don't mind my asking, are you pro bending currently to progress to being a professional athlete after graduation? Bolin blinked. Graduation? Did that not involve school? It was kind of right though. Yes, Dr. Love. As Rosa has led me to believe, it is hard to break into that kind of situation. Yes, Bolin said with a sinking feeling. Then caller, I will state the case as I see it as simply as possible. I'm sure you know the various sayings about the wide range of potential romantic mates, that is to say about the numerous aquatic life in the sea. He means there are plenty of other fish in the sea, Rosu explained. Ah. Yes, then. Well, you sound quite young to me, caller. There is every opportunity for romance at later stages in your life. At present you are at a critical juncture, where you might make it onto this profession you seem quite taken with. My advice is go for your career, this may be your only chance. There will be other opportunities to find a romantic partner, other opportunities for love. But don't throw the rest of your life away for it or anyone else's. Pursuing this girl might jeopardize both your dreams. Bolin's heart sank a little further. I guess that's what I thought you would say. He sighed. I was thinking I should do that. It's just frustrating. Life often is, caller. So best to follow the rules. 'Cause if I ruin this, then she really would hate me. Dr. Love chuckled. Quite so. Quite so. And you never know caller, your friendship might develop into something more over time. Love is never impossible with friendship. A pro-bending career is not forever. He paused. Is it? A moment of silence. Rosa. She sighed. No, it's not forever. How many 80-year-old pro-benders do you think there are? Bolin smiled. Thanks Dr. Love. Thanks Rosa. My pleasure caller, now dash. Could I ask one more thing? Bolin asked. There was a short delay. I see Rosu is indicating there is no one else on the line right now, Dr. Love replied in a drier tone. Answer his question. Then you get the surprise guest, she added. Surprise guest. A beat. I'm not completely sure what that mime means. Oh, all right. Sorry, caller, what is your second question? My older brother, I think he's in love with someone too, Bolin said, hoping Mako was not listening either. Love is in the air, is it not? Dr. Love chuckled. Wait, this isn't the same girl as you, is it? No. No, 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 Bolin said in a rush. Anything but that. It's just, this girl he likes. She's really rich and she's basically the boss of the company he works for. A few steps removed. So the company does not have any rules about co-workers dating? Dr. Love asked. Bolin's eyes widened. He did not know. I don't think so. His situation might resolve more favorably than your own. I would suggest dash. Wait. Tell me, what position does he hold in the company? Is he an executive? A manager? Forklift operator? There was a pause. I wouldn't rate his chances, caller. Yeah, Bolin said. Thanks Dr. Love. No problem at all caller, thank you for talk what? No. No. Rosa? Rosa? How could you do this? Hello, Dr. Love, a cold, female voice sounded over the phone. Riri dash Dr. Love exclaimed before the phone clicked silent. Bolin stared at the silent phone for a second and rushed to find out what happened. Two dorm residents were laughing as a somber news report sounded from the radio. Hey, Bolin? Did you catch Dr. Love today? The first asked. No, why? Bolin asked, trying for nonchalance, worried the laughter was at his expense. Dr. Love's ex-wife just burst into the studio with him. She's heard all the nasty things he's been saying the last few months, the other man said between giggles. Oh. So that was it. Bolin let out a laugh he did not feel and decided to head home to Pabu. 3 weeks of training and it all came down to this. The spotlights above the arena were close to blinding. The half-full arena was quieter than most matches. The noise of the participants getting into position echoed off the metallic ceiling. At least the frog carps looked as nervous as he felt, as 2 of the fire ferrets felt. Not Korra though. She was itching to get started, her fingers twitching at her sides. Okay, this was at least better than the minutes before, with the agonizing, slow passage of time before they played, a time that sped past in a moment and yet at the same time took a life age to progress. He had been sweating, nervous, and everything he ever knew about earthbending seemed to have been stricken from his mind. None of Toza's strategies remained. There are people watching, waiting for him to mess up and laugh. If they lost here, what happened to the team? Do they get another shot, or was Korra's idea resting on this match? Asami and Mako were just about visible from here, sitting in the Future Industries box. He could just about hear the two of them shouting the team name. Pabuya perched on Mako's shoulder as well, the basis of the team's name. Bolin smiled. The bell rang and it was too late to think. He could do this. It was easier than running from a mugging victim. It was better than a fight in the slums. There were rules here. Getting knocked down did not mean he was unlikely to ever get up again. Bolin stomped at the earth disk and sent it careening at the opposing team as an arc of water and a blast of fire surged past. This was it. He was pro-bending. Those practiced moves, Korra's advice, Toza's strategies, he used them without conscious thought. They were ingrained now, part of his reactions and movements. Everything had built to this moment. The frog carps looked petrified as the attacks knocked them clean over the side of the arena. Were the fire ferrets overtrained? Or just better benders? It did not matter right now, what mattered was they were winning. The frog carps played badly. They strayed into the wrong areas and soon suffered repeated fouls. Bolin almost could not believe it when the last bell rang and their victory announced. "We won," Korra yelled, grabbing Bolin by the shoulders and bouncing on the spot. "We won, we won, we won." "Of course we did, Korra," he said and grinned. "We won," he yelled. Asami and Mako were cheering from their seats, the frog carps doing their best to slink away unnoticed as the crowd let out a muted applause. This was amazing. Heisuk smirked. "Nice work, both of you. I think we really have something together." "Really? That's great," Korra said. "We're unbeatable," Bolin said. Korra and Heisuk smiled. The crowd did not stick around long and had already started filing out of the stadium. "Korra! Bolin! Heisuk!" A voice called. Asami was stood in their waiting area holding a bottle, Mako beside her with glasses. "Come on and celebrate your first victory," she called. It still stung a little at how quickly Korra let go of Bolin, but he needed to get used to that. They were just friends. Bolin and Heisuk trailed across the bridge after Korra to take the proffered glasses from the waiting Mako and Asami. "So how was it?" Asami asked. "Absolutely amazing," Korra said. "Kinda wished they were a bit tougher though." "Yeah," Bolin added. "We felt a bit overprepared." "Better than underprepared," Asami said. "Still, not every match will be that easy. And I'm certain the wolf bats won't be." She smiled as Korra scowled. "I am going to have so much fun taking Tano down dash." There was a knock on the door. Asami frowned and opened it. Yes. Two Water Tribe teenagers stared past her with expressionless faces. There was a guard stood just behind them. "So, this is the locker room for pro benders?" the girl asked, her voice flat. The boy sniffed. "It is humid and smells of sweat," he said by way of reply, his voice as lifeless as hers. Excuse me?" Asami asked. "Can we help you?" The girl brushed past her, heading for Bolin. "You, Earthbender. What is your name?" She stared up into his eyes. "Bolin," he said, feeling nervous. She was pretty, but there was something threatening about her. Something dangerous. "I like you." She smiled, the expression doing nothing to put him at his ease and devoid of warmth. What? Wait, what?" Her fingers brushed against his cheek, they were ice cold. "Come back to our manor with us, Bolin. I will introduce you to our mother and father." That's a bit soon, isn't it?" "I mean, we only just met and dash." The girl's hand snared his arm. "Then we shall get to know each other on the drive over. You will tell me of your life and your likes and dislikes." "No, I mean, Who was this girl? What did she want with him?" Mako grabbed his other arm. "Who do you think you are?" he asked the girl. Stop harassing my brother. Yeah. We're trying to celebrate here. I don't know who you are, but you can't just come in here and steal my teammate. Korra added. Should we tell them? The boy asked. The guard behind them fidgeted and at last spoke up. You are in the presence of Princess Eska and Prince Desna of the Northern Water Tribe, she said. Korra scowled, he fists clenching tight at her side. Royalty? You think you can just away with acting however you like just because you're a princess? Korra? Korra, shhh, Asami said, resting her hand on her arm. I'll deal with them. She lowered her voice. I've heard they're notoriously difficult to handle. Asami turned to Eska and Desna. She clasped her hands together and gave them a short bow. Princess Eska? Prince Desna? We are honored to meet you, but I'm afraid you should not be here. The locker room is for players and associated staff only. Why is this woman telling us to leave? Eska asked Desna. She is trying to impose a rule on us and implying she has authority in this matter, Desna replied. Asami sighed. Fine. Your father is Chief Unalak, yes. You are correct. Though appeals to him by the likes of you will fall on deaf ears, Eska said with a smirk. I suspect my father's words might carry more weight. Asami leaned forward. As the head of Future Industries. Eska's eyes widened and then narrowed. She glanced at Desna. An interesting turn of events. Eska glanced at Asami. Bolin here has a powerful woman by his side at present. But make no mistake, I will be back, Sato woman. She turned and swept out of the locker room, Desna keeping pace with her. Bolin let his legs slip out from under him and sank to the floor. Was this what it's like to have fangirls? Your hands, Korra, and Asami sang in unison as they pulled up at the arena. Asami could not bring herself to tell Korra she was off-key, not when Korra looked to be enjoying it so much. Korra sprang out of the car. Thanks Asami. Asami shook her head. You just won a match and it really is right back into training. Korra grinned. Gotta stay in shape. Gotta get ready for the next match. Gotta be ready to punch Tano in his stupid face. Asami opened her mouth to protest but Korra spoke first. I know, I can't do that. I think you've said that every day for the last 3 weeks. You do seem to keep forgetting, Asami noted. But he's just such a smug jerk and... Korra trailed off. Sorry. You know how much I hate Tano. And yet, you have watched every Wolf-Bat game since you first saw him. Asami raised an eyebrow. Korra missed the implication. Well, yeah. Need to learn his moves, find his weaknesses, plot what I'm going to do to him. How we're going to trounce him. Asami smiled. As long as you remember to take some time off. Don't forget we are going out to lunch again tomorrow. And the theater. Korra grinned. Looking forward to that. And we can go look at some clothes too. Asami frowned. You want to? Yeah, Korra said, a little too quick. I mean, more clothes is good, right? And I kinda want to branch out into some other styles. Asami smiled, though suspected Korra wanted to go because Asami liked going. She would try to keep any such venture to a minimum, but it would be nice to browse again. Maybe introduce Korra to some more elaborate clothing. Oh, she could even dash. Asami noticed her watch. Oh, shoot. I need to get to work. I'll pick you and Bolin up later, she said as she backed up the car and drove away with a wave. Pro bending seemed the best idea in the world for Korra. She was so dedicated, so enthusiastic and an amazing firebender on top of that. And who knew managing a team could be so much fun? It made everything so much more involving. She cheered on her own team, not one she had chosen to support. Pro bending might be taking over her life a little, but Asami could not bring herself to mind. It cut into potential time with Korra a little, but then so did work, and Korra was all too happy to take time off from training to spend with her. Where to next on the next outing with Korra? They had already been to the zoo and the aquarium. At Korra's request they took a long walk in the park and she spent most of her time staring at the trees and flowers in wonderment. Asami took her book shopping after that, finding heavy history texts and glossy photo books which Korra soon became obsessed with. They sped around in the harbor on the Future Industries yacht and shouted to the city from the top of the Cabbage Corporation headquarters. And they had barely scratched the surface, there was so much more to do. Unfortunately, real life intruded, time for a factory visit. Time to check up on Mako. Asami wandered the corridors of the factory, receiving bows and greetings from all her employees. Where was he? Not on the forklifts, not in the canteen. Where else? Ah. Mako, she said as she approached. Mako whirled at the sound of his name. He was carrying a box and his eyes widened as he turned. Mako stepped backward to avoid a collision, the box shifting in his hands, the contents overflowing. Thousands of gears poured down out, raining onto the concrete ground and under Mako's boots. He wavered, his eyes panicked as he fell backwards. Ow! Mako, are you okay? Asami asked as she knelt beside him. Why yes, Miss Sato, Mako said in a strained voice, his gaze flicking all around. Miss Sato? She asked as she pulled him up to his feet and adjusted his safety helmet. Well, yeah. That's what people call you here. He looked nervous, his gaze still flitting to other people around them. Asami chanced to glance back, noting some whispering and knowing looks. Any kind of personal relationship would be controversial here. If she treated him different than anyone else, the other employees would not only conclude he was getting special favors but also that there might be something more between them. And if they thought he was using her to climb the company. Best put a stop to this now. Not what she wanted, but this was the way of things. My apologies for interrupting your work, she said, assuming as stern an expression as she could. My fault, ma'am, Mako replied in a similar tone. He began scooping the loose gears back into the box. No, I should dash. Asami stopped before she crouched down again. All eyes in the area were on her. No, she could not help him, not now after she embarrassed him. Please, she said, turning to the nearest person. Please help him get this cleaned up. She stalked away as fast as she could. Asami sat back and stared at the sketch. A masked man stared out of the page. She had replicated the image as best she could after seeing those posters in the slum. Chi blocking clubs were nothing new in the city, Suki had started it, and Asami's father insisted she learn. But a masked man as a leader? That was something different. Who would trust a teacher like that? Someone who hid their identity. And why? Asami sighed. And just what was she going to do with this replica picture? Why did she care if there was a group of Chi blockers in Republic City led by a masked man? She was avoiding other matters. Like how she had not had a civil conversation with her father since their argument 3 weeks ago. No, not going to do her any good to dwell on that either. She set aside the sketch and pulled a blank sheet of paper onto her desk. Okay, a new idea. A new project. She stared around the room, hoping for inspiration to strike. Oh, there was one of the programs for the play she and Korra went to last week, the one about the paper benders. That had been right before they went back to the museum for the second visit. Jinora had not been there this time, but at least Korra got her full tour, even if the guide did not seem as knowledgeable as the temporary one. Korra was still so interested in that glider and the Air Bison saddle. Air Bison. She had seen the one on Air Temple Island a few times, at a distance. Now there was an oddity, not once had Korra talked about visiting the airbenders despite the invitation. It was just as easy to get a boat over there as it was to the memorial. Then she could see the Air Bison close up. An impressive trick the creatures managed. Replication in mechanical form had been easy, replicating their speed? That was more difficult. And size, airships were so big and bulky. Even the ones for only a few passengers. How about a flying vehicle more compact than an airship, and fast as an Air Bison? It would have to be only capable of ferrying a small number of people, maybe even just one. So, wind resistance would be a critical issue when considering speed. She was doodling at the edge of the page as the idea took shape in her mind. Asami blinked. Oh, there was her new prototype from 2 days ago. She should finish that off first. Asami pulled Gadget down on top of the blank page and began threading the wires inside it. There was a knock on her door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Asami." Her father's voice. Asami stopped connecting the wires, and turned in her chair. "Dad." "Yeah. Can I come in?" Asami stared at the door for a moment. "Sure." Hiroshi pushed the door open, looking downcast. "Did you want something?" she asked. Hiroshi shook his head. "No, just wanted to talk." Asami tensed. No, it would not do to jump to conclusions. He looked upset. Now was not the time to prolong their fight. Hiroshi sat on a stool near the desk. "So, I hear the Fire Ferrets won their first match." Asami blinked and grinned. "Yep. Korra is a superb bender, and Bolin is getting better all the time. Heisuke's somewhere in the middle, but together they work really well. I really think they've got a shot at getting to the finals." Hiroshi nodded, smiling a little. "Good. That's good." He noticed Asami's expression. "No, really, Asami. It is good. We need the publicity. Cabbage Corporation is eating up a load of our business again and we need to get our name out there somehow. Your pro-bending team was well timed." His expression turned serious. "Bolin, that earthbender? He was one of our guests back then, wasn't he?" A chill ran through Asami. "He was," she said, ready for the fight now. Was it too much to hope for her father to at least try and see their good points? "You sure proved me wrong," he said with a smile. Asami blinked. "I'm sorry, you were right to trust them. Me, I was just being too cautious." "Sorry." Asami smiled, relaxing more. "It's fine, Dad. And I'm not the ones you should apologize to." Hiroshi nodded. I know. That other kid, Mako, was it? I hear such terrific things from his supervisor. You're a great judge of character, it turns out." Asami reached out and took his hand. "Thank you. I understand though," she said. "You just wanted to protect me, but I... No. Never mind. Go on, Asami. You can say anything to me." Asami sighed, her other hand fiddling with her mother's locket. I think you're too afraid of people. Particularly benders. And it makes me feel so trapped at times. I love working for our company, it gives me all these opportunities for engineering, and running a business is kinda fun. But I want to explore more. And get out and meet new people, learn new things. I want to make more friends I make all on my own. Like Korra, and Bolin and Mako." Hiroshi grimaced. "I'm sorry, Asami. Nothing can happen to you. I couldn't take it if it did. You have so much potential. You're so young and strong and beautiful. I trust you without question. I just can't trust anyone else. Not anymore. You're all I have left now. I cannot risk losing you." "You won't," Asami said with some force. "I promise. I will look after myself and I'll listen to all your advice, but don't try and keep me cooped up. Let me go and I'll make you proud." "You will," Hiroshi said. He smiled. "Say, why don't you invite those new friends over tomorrow night? You can have a celebratory dinner and dash dot." He stopped as Asami threw her arms around his neck. "Thank you." She squeezed him. "Sorry I yelled." "It's okay, sweetie." He squeezed her back and stopped. "Hey, what's that?" "Huh?" "Oh," Asami said as she turned back to the desk. She picked up the half-finished glove formed from leather, rubber, and electronics. "It's a new prototype, the shock glove." Hiroshi raised an eyebrow. "And what does it shock?" "People. Mostly men, I figure. If we can make it compact enough it would make for great self-defense applications. Here." Asami slipped the glove on. "Low power while I fiddle with it, but dash dot." She held her hand out towards the metal stand of her desk and powered the glove up. With a crack, a spark leapt between the glove and the stand. Hiroshi nodded, smiling. "Impressive. And you say you can increase the power levels?" Asami nodded. It was a little disappointing to learn that Asami was not picking her up. The phone call to the gym made up for it when Asami invited her, Bolin, Toza and Heisuk back to the Sato mansion for a celebratory dinner. Toza declined the invitation saying he wanted to leave the youngsters to their fun, and Heisuk had left earlier to take care of his sick grandmother. Just Korra, Asami, Bolin and Mako then. And Asami's father too. Bolin was quiet as Saionji drove them to the mansion, Korra not sure of the situation. Asami had confessed her father had made her mad that first day they went clothes shopping. Also that he had been angry at Asami for allowing the brothers to stay overnight. The knowledge made things a little awkward around the mansion. Not that Hiroshi said or did anything to make her feel uncomfortable, but the knowledge seemed to taint everything he did. It was easier to avoid him than maintain politeness, so she did just that. They picked Mako up from the factory en route and the four in the car drove in silence. Uncomfortable silence. This was silly. She had be able to say something. But by the time she thought of something that would not just sound inane to Saionji, they pulled up at the mansion. Hiroshi was only there for the start of the evening. He was all smiles and enthusiasm when he invited Mako and Bolin inside. Something had changed, that tension Korra felt before seemed to have dispersed. Hiroshi stayed for dinner, proposed a toast and as seemed like clockwork, had to rush into work straight after dinner. He ordered the rest of the party to enjoy themselves as he headed out. Dinner was as good as always, but something subtle seemed to have shifted in the group's behavior. Korra caught Bolin's gaze trailing after Yujin as the maid brought full plates and departed with empties. The maid likewise engaged Bolin more than the other three, checking on his enjoyment before the others. Korra wondered at the change as conversation ebbed and flowed. Bolin and Mako had not been here in 3 weeks, but the way Yujin and Bolin were acting, it seemed as if no more than a day had passed. Mako took a while to warm up to conversation as always, but he was soon laughing with the others. Before long it turned to the pro-bending match. And then, Korra caught him with that fire blast and we won, Bolin shouted. Yes, Bolin. Mako said with a roll of his eyes. I was there. You were there. Korra was there. Asami was there. Even Pabia was there. You should tell Naga if you really want to tell someone who doesn't already know. Bolin slumped back, a little deflated. It's fine, Bolin, Korra said glaring at Mako. Being excited is good. Though, it's a bit early isn't it? We have a load more games before we can reach the semi-finals. How many is it again? 6, Asami said. 6 more. She smiled. And you'll all be fine. Korra's attention drifted as Mako spoke about work, and Asami related some news about sponsorships for the slum children. 6 more matches. And what then? Hope to catch Jinora at the museum again or actually go to that other island. The place where the airbenders still lived. The idea thrilled and terrified her in equal measure. That there were airbenders still in the world. That they were not all dead. That Zahir had lied, and lied in a strange way. Why had there been no airbender teacher? Why had Zahir suppressed their existence? But what if she went and there was nothing for her there? No one capable of teaching? Or it was all a misunderstanding, some quirk of language she had not been aware of. What if there were no airbenders to meet? 6 weeks. She would decide in 6 weeks. So long and yet no time at all. Go to the island. Go to the South Pole. Stay here and pro-bend. It remained seductive, easy, fun. Living here with Asami was so different, so much fun. The comforting, wonderful warmth welled up inside as she thought of the night times. Those times Korra spent curled in the sheets as she and Asami whispered to each other in the still night. On a rational level it was absurd, the servants were nowhere close, neither was her father. No one would hear them talking. And yet, in the midnight hour, it seemed essential to whisper. To have this secret moment that no one else could intrude on. It would be a shame to lose that, another loss on top of everything else she would give up if she went south. If she went north. No more delicious and varied food. No more beds that seemed as soft as air. She could be happy here. She could stay. 6 weeks. Ma'am. Yujin was at the door. Ah, yes Yujin. Asami said, Bolin sitting up straighter at the table. The photographer is here. Oh, Asami gasped, putting her glass on the table with a little too much force. Oh, fantastic. I almost forgot. Please show him in. A man entered with a box and a thick blanket. I figured we could have a commemorative photograph. She glanced around the room. Would have been better with the whole team, but... Do I get to be in it? Mako asked. Of course. Even if the team had been here. I wasn't about to order you into the hall. Asami studied Mako for a moment. He glared at her. Asami laughed. I'm kidding. You can be in the picture. I'm declaring you our official cheerleader, she grinned. Hey, Mako said. Now, Bolin said. Let's just take the picture. Even though we're not in formal wear. Asami moved 2 chairs from the table and set them up in front of the box. Asami? This is one of those things, Korra said, eyeing the man with suspicion. Ah, Asami replied. Okay. So, just sit here first. Mako, you stand there, Asami pointed behind Korra. And Bolin, you go there, she pointed behind the vacant chair. Okay, Korra. This man here is going to take our photograph. It's kind of like a painting but, clearer maybe? It's a bit like making a perfect picture of a moment. Oh, okay, Korra said with a frown. Behind her, Mako and Bolin were tucking in shirts and running their fingers through their hair. Oh, is this like the picture in your locket? Ah, yes, Asami said, taking Korra's hands and folding them across each other in her lap. She flicked Korra's hair a bit and leaned back studying her critically. Okay, you look great. She flopped into the chair beside Korra and sat up straight, assuming a similar pose to Korra's. All ready? The guy with the box said, his head hidden under the thick blanket. Ready, Asami said. Korra? Just look at the lens and give it your most beautiful smile. Korra smiled and the air burst into white light. Huh, Asami said as she floated on her back. Huh? Korra asked, floating nearby. I can't believe it took this long for us to get to the pool. Somehow tours of the house kept getting interrupted. Well, we did a lot, Korra said. Though I was curious, you mentioned this in the north too. Asami laughed. I was one boastful kid, wasn't I? She glanced over at her friend. Sorry your swimsuit didn't get here in time. I hope that one's not too uncomfortable. It's fine, Korra said. Just if this becomes habit I'd want my own. She glanced at Asami. Especially after you made me aware of the health implications. Asami smiled. Asami had seen her wearing little to almost nothing thanks to their shopping trip. The reverse had not been true until now. Right now, Asami was wearing the least Korra had ever seen her wear and she looked even prettier than before. Or perhaps not pretty. Pretty was not quite the right word for Asami right now. She looked good, looked great, but in a different way. And when Asami emerged from the changing room wearing so little, something about seeing her like this caused a new sensation to curl around inside her. It was hard to stop looking when Asami showed so much of her arms and her legs. So much of her chest. Korra's cheeks felt like they were burning again. She hoped Asami would not notice. Mako and Bolin rested against the side after charging up and down in a swimming race. The physical difference had not been so obvious before, but with both in their swimwear Bolin looked to be the leaner of the two. Well, it made sense, Korra realized after staring at him for a moment. He worked at the apartments all morning and trained all afternoon, while Mako did something at the factory. Something less physically strenuous at any rate. The bark came out of nowhere, Naga audible from outside. Korra twisted around in the water to look, but there was nothing to see from here except the dark night sky. Was it worth checking? No. More than likely an animal or something. Maybe if Naga barked again. Or if she growled. Korra slipped out of the pool and peered out the window. The mansion grounds looked empty. Nothing to worry about. Korra fidgeted. It might be temporary, but the swimsuit was really constricting her chest now. Maybe time to get changed. Korra returned to find Bolin and Asami in the small pool filled with bubbles, Pabu now curled on Bolin's head. Paisho, huh? Korra asked as she crouched down beside the pool. Uh-huh. Hey, do you want to replace the loser? Asami asked. Sounds good, Korra said, figuring she could lean over the water to move the pieces. Wow, you play Pai Sho too? Bolin asked. A bit. Well, I know how to at least. Not convinced I'm very good. I don't really do strategy. But you're so lucky, Bolin said. That ought to be enough to win you a few matches. Asami blinked at him. Are you sure about that, Bolin? She asked. Maybe. He answered. Asami moved one piece and took a good chunk of Bolin's. I'm going to stick with strategy. Another piece. Some of the military greats used to play the game as practice. A few more pieces. You need to anticipate your opponent and plan out what you're going to do ahead of time. One more piece. So, if you don't pay attention. Asami trailed off as another piece fell to her. Your opponent will surprise you. Bolin gaped. It took me 3 moves to get that formation ready. And my counter was 3 turns of playing and 1 move, Asami retorted. Mako peered over Korra's shoulder, breathing hard. Who's winning? Asami, Korra said as Naga barked again. Something wrong with Naga? Mako asked. I don't know, Korra said, frowning. Maybe I should check. Hang on a bit, and I'll come with you. Mako said. Korra blinked. Why? Bad feeling, Mako said, frowning. Korra rolled her eyes. Oh, come on Mako. I'll be fine. Naga'll be fine. Maybe she's seen a rat or something. Asami glanced at her. If she has, let Takeshi know and we'll get the exterminators in tomorrow. Will do. Outside Korra called Naga in a sing-song voice. It was cold out here. Shame to leave the warm room and her friends. Well, it would be nice to return to it in a moment when she checked Naga. Naga who had not replied. Naga. She called again, with a sinking feeling. The polar bear dog was nowhere in sight. Here girl, Korra called. The mansion grounds felt too dark, too open. Was there really nothing out here? Korra bit back an urge to get back inside with the others. No. She could not just abandon Naga. Okay, so where could Naga be? In the bushes maybe? The pool was far behind her now. Naga, she tried again. Korra, a deep voice intoned and Korra felt her insides freeze. He was behind her. She took a shuddering breath and turned around. Zahir was scratching Naga's head as if nothing was wrong, as if this was just another evening at the North Pole. Beyond him, leaned against the huge fountain were Ming, Pili, and Gazan. Her heart felt like it would burst, her throat tight and incapable of speech. How could they be here? How could they have found her? What did they want? Book 1, Healing. Chapter 14, Terror. We were worried, said Zahir. He looked away from her and watched his fingers as they stroked across Naga's head. Oh, did you think you would be punished? He smiled. As if we would do that. Korra forced her voice out. How? Ming glared at her from her perch beside Zahir, but Gazan and Pili were unreadable in the dark at this distance. How? Zahir asked. How did you find me? How had what felt like the inevitable happened? She had been so cautious at first, waiting and ready for something like this. And as time passed and they never came, she relaxed. She had become less cautious, lazy, sloppy. But as of a few hours ago she would never have believed they would come for her. That they would come here. Ah. Zahir still seemed distracted by Naga. We have eyes and ears everywhere, Korra. The other members of the Red Lotus, the ones I believe you once asked if you would meet, they told us you were here. He smiled. Almost by chance really, they were keeping an eye on that prince and princess from the Northern Water Tribe. He looked up again. And I believe congratulations are in order. You won your first pro bending match, did you not? An admirable performance, I understand. I would have liked to see it in person. His gaze flicked past her, towards the mansion. You have made some good friends here. Wrong. This was all wrong. He was too calm. Too nice. This was not the man who scowled the last time they talked. Leave them out of this, she muttered through clenched teeth. Zahir nodded. I have every intention of doing so. He stared into her eyes. Provided they do not interfere. Something snapped inside her and rage filled her. Her hands shook and she clenched her fists tight to stop the trembling. You lied to me, she said as her voice cracked. Korra took a shuddering breath as she tried to marshal her thoughts. Tried to align them coherently. Tried to hold every mismatch in her mind at once, to list the disparity between his words and the reality here. Why did you never tell me about Avatar Aang? Why did you tell me the airbenders were dead? Zahir sighed. It was for your own good. His voice remained infuriatingly calm. The former Avatar, he allied himself with the world's oppressive rulers. He betrayed his own credo, he refused to remain impartial as the Avatar should. And when we tried to change the world, Aang was there to stop us, to keep the world in its current state. He worked to maintain the status quo. Our brothers and sisters were imprisoned, and the world continued down the path it was on before his discovery in the ice. Surely by now you have heard of the troubles in the Earth Kingdom. Korra nodded, the motion awkward. No. Aang did more. But, he defeated the Fire Lord. He was going to burn everything. Aang supported the replacement, he involved himself with the new ruler. He endorsed Fire Lord Zuko. Korra felt desperate. But Zuko was better than this father. Better. Zahir scoffed. A better man would have torn down the society that kept him elevated above the others. A better man would not have stood by as the Earth Kingdom fell into ruin. A better man would have changed the present. Zuko had no desire to change the world, no more than Aang did. No, in the end he was no better than his father. Perhaps even less ambitious? Oze at least sought to begin anew from the ashes. Zuko stood on the backs of all those beneath him to build on their endeavors. Korra shook her head, shivering. I don't understand. And you wondered why we did not want you to come here? Zahir said. No, Korra said, scowling. Not that. I don't understand why I couldn't learn about Aang. It doesn't make any sense. Why did I never even hear his name? Avatar Aang's spirit has been seeking you, Korra. She met his gaze and stared at him, her eyes wide. Zahir's smile widened a fraction. She felt like an open book before him, all her secrets laid bare. Meeting Bolin, meeting Mako, meeting Asami. I am not sure how much you have confirmed, but it has long been known that there is a spiritual connection between the avatars. It persists past the veil of death, allowing communication between the current avatar and her predecessors. It is strengthened by every detail the avatar knows of those who came before her. Zahir's expression turned serious. As such we could not risk him contacting you. He would have poisoned your mind, inflicted his values, his attitudes on you. A man like Aang, we could not possibly allow him to influence you. Though perhaps we are too late. He studied her for a moment, and Korra fidgeted under his gaze. He has talked to you, hasn't he? She paused, not wanting to confirm it, but in the end she was unable to suppress the movement. Korra nodded. What did he say? Zahir asked. I. What had Aang said in the end? On reflection he had said so little, never speaking to her again once she reached the city. He told me to look for him. I don't think there was anything else. She frowned. Korra. Gazan spoke up. We're here to guide you. Just as we always have been. You wished to see the world. We have always understood this. But Korra, look at how easily it swayed you. This is the reason we wanted to keep you away from it. To keep you safe from its influence, to keep you safe from Aang. Peely's voice was soft, gentle, almost seductive. But I learned so much here, Korra said, her head spinning, tears pricking at her eyes as Zahir rose to his feet and walked towards her. And has any of that convinced you the world is fine as it is? He asked. No. Is the world free of inequality? No, she frowned. Is there still injustice in the world? Do you wish to end that injustice, to stop those who have everything stopping those who have nothing from advancing, from living? He stood right in front of her. Yes. She licked her lips. So you do not wish the world to rot and decay in its current state? No, she exclaimed. No, she added in a calmer voice a moment later. But I just wanted to decide for myself. Her cheek stung, the force twisting her neck around. It took a long moment for memory to align correctly, for cause and effect to make sense. Why Zahir held his hand like that? Where the stinging pain on her face originated and why it still throbbed. Zahir had slapped her. A thick copper taste flooded her mouth. He never hurt her before. They fought, they spared, but he had never raised his hand to her. This was different. Zahir was different. And yet we find you here, Korra. There was an edge to his voice now. Here. In the home of the richest family in this city. What has it been like? To live like a princess? To be kept away from the poor and the oppressed? To be waited on hand and foot? I can only conclude that you have stopped caring, that the wealth and ease of life here have distracted you from those you vowed to help. You have grown drunk on decadence and excess. Look at yourself. Zahir's voice never rose, but somehow still increased in intensity. All your cares are wrapped up in a sport, a pointless pastime designed to distract and placate the masses. A pastime riddled with corruption and grotesque amounts of money. He glared at her. You care nothing for those you promised to aid. I care, Korra glared, her eyes streaming. She blinked, hating the sting, hating how her body reacted to the pain. I have not turned my back on them. I am the Avatar. She scowled. It's my responsibility to help the world. But you, she jabbed a finger at him. You locked me away from it. I won't go back. I can't go back. I made it here on my own. I can take care of myself. Zahir snorted. I can, Korra repeated. I'm strong enough. I'm the strongest person in the city. No one can defeat me here. She wiped her fist across her eyes, trying to stem the dripping tears, her lips curling, her face aching. Her cheek burned as she tried to get rid of the tears. What was she doing? She had ranted about strength, about saving the world, but she was unable to stop crying. Zahir was calm while she was breaking down. How could she have done this to him? How could she have done this to her teachers? They had done so much, cared so much. They had only ever wanted her to be safe, to learn from them, to save the world. Zahir's expression was cold. Korra glanced at him through bleary eyes and stared down at the ground, wishing this had never happened. Wishing she had never leapt out of her window, or perhaps to have taken Naga into the pool earlier in the evening. Never come outside in concern. I'm sorry, she spluttered as a new wave of shame washed over her and her eyes filled again. I'm sorry. Then all is forgiven. Zahir's voice was so soft. A hand cupped her uninjured cheek and gently lifted her head. Zahir was smiling, his expression calming. He wiped his fingers across her eyelids with delicate movements and drew her into an embrace. What? Korra asked, her eyes wide. Asami was the only person who had ever hugged her. Zahir had never done anything like this before. He had always been distant, never coming closer to her than necessary. But right now his touch felt comforting, somehow different to the moments Asami enveloped her in a hug when they saw each other again after a day apart. There was still a moment of awkwardness, the knowledge that Zahir's arms were around her seemed odd. It soon passed and Korra relaxed, the tension draining out of her. She rested her head on his shoulder. It was okay. Everything was okay. It took a few moments for her to move again. Korra lifted her head. Gazan and Pili were smiling. Korra blinked. So was Ming. She had never seen anything like it. Zahir pulled away from her, putting his hands on her shoulders. Korra, we have been talking and after this conversation I think we are now all agreed. Zahir turned to his companions who nodded. It is unanimous, you are ready, Korra. You are finally ready for your first mission. This was your last test. Korra's back stiffened. At last. After so long waiting. After so many years of training. It had all built to this. Her first target, the first elimination. I can do it, she said, taking deep breaths to quell the new burgeoning excitement in her belly. The others could not go with her for this, a strain, but inevitable. She always knew, deep down, that the situation with Asami could not last. Just this evening she had been putting off the decision of what to do, how to move forward. The decision came earlier than expected, the choice easier with her teachers in front of her. Maybe it was for the best. Maybe it was better this way. And maybe when it was all over, when everything was right, she could come back to them. Come back and see Asami, Bolin, Mako, Naga, Pabu, Takeshi, Yujin, Heisuke, Toza. And they would see how she had helped the world and they would all be happy. Zahir opened his mouth to speak, but another voice sounded somewhere behind her. Korra. It was soon followed by another. Korra span around. Mako, Asami, Bolin and some of the mansion guards were approaching. Her friends were wearing robes and seemed to have left the pool in a hurry. Their expressions brightened when they saw her, each deepening into a frown as they peered past her, at the strangers. Asami stared at her, her expression shifting between concern and confusion. What did you do to her? Asami demanded, stepping beside Korra. Korra, are you okay? Bolin frowned as Mako stepped past him, putting himself between her and Zahir. Korra stepped back, moving in front of Mako. Not this. Not now. It could have been a clean break, no problems. Now she could not predict what would happen. She blinked, her left eye feeling odd, the vision not quite right. Her fingers probed her face, finding puffy, swollen skin. I'm okay, she said, feigning a certainty she did not feel. Her hand stroked down her face, her fingers feeling wet. She glanced at them, expecting only tears. With a jolt she realized she was bleeding. At a gesture from Asami, the guards withdrew batons and flicked switches, filling the air with a buzzing sound. Ah, and now we get to meet Korra's new friends, Zahir said. He sounded too pleased. They are so loyal to you, aren't they? Zahir offered them a curt bow. I must also extend my congratulations to the, what was it? Ah, yes, the fire ferrets. And their owner, he said, placing a darker emphasis on the last word. I don't know who you think you are, but this is private property, Asami said, her voice grew louder as she spoke and her frown deepened. And that's before we even get to assault, battery and murder. Saionji? Please ring for the police. I think our guests here have worn out their welcome. No. No. Wait, Asami. Asami stared at her, and blinked in confusion. They came here to find me. They aren't interested in you. Or Mako or Bolin. They're not here to steal anything. Korra smiled. Everything will be okay. I just need to go with them. For a while. Why? Bolin demanded. He looked paler than the rest. They're my teachers. No. The others could not understand this. The exiles. My guardians. Korra said. Asami's eyes widened and she stared over Korra's shoulder. These are the people I ran away from. And they came here to find me. It's just a misunderstanding. But we can sort it out and everything will be fine. So don't worry. She smiled. I'm doing what Hiroshi made me promise to do, Asami. Korra. Mako asked, his face serious. They killed Yujin. The ground seemed unstable beneath her feet. Korra staggered and Asami caught her arm. Korra turned to her teachers, her smile gone. She stared at Zahir who looked back at her in silence. You killed her. She hissed after far too long passed. More than enough for him to refute the accusation. Nothing made sense anymore. You killed Yujin. Zahir shrugged. I would have preferred not to. Our mission is secret, we cannot allow anyone to know of our presence here. It was just a pity that she saw us. So young and with so much potential. Well, as much as anyone could have serving someone else as she did. We only did what was necessary to protect you. Zahir's gaze flicked across the group. Korra tried to stop her body from trembling. 4 guards, Asami, Mako, Bolin and herself. Their opponents, a devastating chi blocker, the best fire, water, and earth benders in the world. Her friends could not hope to win. Asami enjoyed watching Bolin squirm as the Pai Sho match headed to its inevitable conclusion. He was running out of pieces fast, his movements and strategies becoming erratic and ill thought out. She glanced around as the door opened and frowned. Instead of Korra, Wen and Mei entered, both looked panicked. Wen breathed a sigh of relief as he hurried over to her. Mei darted to the window and stared out. "What's wrong?" Asami asked, now worried. "Why Yujin?" Wen stuttered. "We found her, dead." "What?" A lump formed in her throat and she shivered despite the heated water. There was a clatter beside her, Bolin's pie show tile had tumbled from his fingers. "What happened?" she asked. "She was stabbed," Wen said, his eyes downcast. "Ma'am, I believe we have intruders in the mansion grounds." "The jasmines," Asami muttered. "She always waters them now." Wen nodded. "Where's Korra?" Mako asked. Asami blinked and looked around. "Is she still outside?" He nodded and Asami clambered out of the pool, knocking the pie show board into the water. "Come on." Korra's guardians were killers. Those alluded to teachers were here in Republic City and had murdered Yujin. No wonder Korra fled from them before. No wonder she never liked talking about them. Asami heard all her father's words again as Korra tried to defend the intruders. Korra could not possibly condone Yujin's fate, it did not seem as if she had known. But who were these people? Korra's description of them rang false. What kind of guardian would bloody her lip like that? "Please, leave them be," Korra begged the man who had spoken. "You're not taking her," Asami growled. It did not matter what they were, what they said, what they promised, what they threatened, Korra could not go with them. She darted forward, ready to strike, already calculating where to jab for chi blocking. "Stop," Korra screamed. It all happened so fast. Asami saw only the after images of the confrontation. The water tribe woman against the fountain sprouted curling tendrils of water. They writhed ahead of her, freezing solid as they slashed at the guards. The other man tore a chunk of fountain away and flung it forwards. Asami blinked in horrified disbelief as she tried to do something. A curious popping split the air and a spark leapt from the Fire Nation woman's head. The popping preceded the roar of an explosion and the section of fountain atomized beside her. The shockwave blasted Mako and Bolin to the ground and made Asami stumble. The air filled with dust, the dim light darker still, her lungs wheezing as she breathed particles. She did not care. Asami pushed herself forward, wanting to land some kind of hit on the man, prove they could fight back. She failed. He moved with horrible speed. In a second his fingers were jabbing into the same pressure points she wanted to exploit. She had a second to realize he too was a chi blocker as her arm went limp. A moment later and he struck another point, dropping her to the floor. Asami wriggled, one good leg pushing at the ground as fast as she could, just trying to get away from the strangers. "Stop," Korra yelled, flicking her arms out to either side. A wave of fire erupted along the arc her arms described, the fire rushing up into a wall of flame. Asami stared at the roaring barrier as she cradled her useless arm. Mako was upright nearby, bent double, and coughing. "Zahir," Korra roared. "Enough. This does not involve them. They don't know anything. I swear on my life. If we leave now they won't ever know anything." "Agreed," a voice from beyond the wall said. Korra let her arms drop and the flames extinguished. The strangers watched Korra. "You have become wise, Korra. I am impressed." The man, Zahir, smiled. "We were wrong to call you a child." Asami stared at the group. Something was wrong. Something screamed for attention in her head. "Think, Asami. These were not guardians. What had Korra called them that first time? Teachers. A firebender. A waterbender. An earthbender. And the leader, Zahir. There were only 4 airbenders in the world and they were all in Republic City. It could not be by chance that Korra's teachers each represented an element. And what could a waterbender or an earthbender hope to teach a firebender from the water tribe? She knew. Of course she knew. She had always known, never wanted to believe it. Korra denied it, but it made sense. Korra could bend more than just fire. And Asami could not say a word. Right now, It seemed the only chance they had of living through this was to let them win the fight. How could Korra allow this? Surely she could. She was missing one element. Korra had never met the airbenders. But if Asami let them take Korra, would she ever see her again? She needed to tell the others, but... Korra nodded, lowering her head. Asami? Mako? Bolin? This is goodbye. Thank you for everything. Don't follow me, don't look for me, just let me go. I have to do this. So, please take care of Naga. Zahir nodded, and with a gesture to his companions, ran into the darkness, Korra a step behind him. Naga bounded past the prostrate group. There was a whimper and a mournful howl somewhere in the dark ahead. Are they gone? Asami breathed, eyes straining in the still hazy darkness. I don't know, Mako muttered. Bolin? Bolin, he said, patting his brother's cheek. Asami struggled over to the pair as Bolin's eyes opened. He looked groggy. Hey, Mako smiled. Hey, Bolin croaked. There were other groans and protests around them. Saionji struggled to Wen and Min and helped them to their feet. Call an ambulance, Asami called. Wen nodded and trotted towards the house, wincing as he limped. Asami crawled towards Yin, her leg and arm still not working. The man was barely breathing. Asami looked away from the ragged hole in his side. Korra. A voice croaked from behind her. Bolin was peering around, his eyes widening at the carnage. Know this, where's Korra? Asami shook her head. They took her. Police. We need the police. Mako said. He stared into the dark. Those were not ordinary benders. They survived by feigning ignorance. Had Mako or Bolin figured out who Korra was? And if they learned of it, would they be in danger? Could she trust them? That group knew Korra was here somehow. While Korra had not been hiding, someone must have tipped them off. Who were the spies? Could she trust the brothers? Yes. Asami shook herself. It would not do to fall into her father's mindset now. She had to trust them, but anyone else was suspect. And neither Mako nor Bolin had been a match for those benders. The speed, they would leave pro-benders in their dust. The police can't help us, Asami said after a pause. Or at least, I'm not sure about them. What do you mean? Mako frowned. Bolin struggled upright. We can't just let them go. They're killers. And they're killers who took Korra. We need to rescue her. He frowned. Oh Naga. He placed both hands on the ground and concentrated. There was a grinding noise in the distance and an excited bark. Naga lumbered out of the darkness, circled them and sat, staring in the direction Korra had ran in. Bolin glanced over to Asami. The earthbender hobbled her. Mako frowned. Asami? Do you know something? Did Korra say something about this to you? Asami shook her head. No, but... She sighed. I never wanted to be right. If I was right, then I never told anyone, and then, all this would be my fault. She smiled, feeling sad. So, I guess it really is my fault in the end. I could have stopped it years ago. Mako frowned. What are you talking about? Mako? Bolin? Korra is the Avatar. The brothers were silent for a moment. No, Bolin said. No. No way. Asami blinked at him. I'm sorry. She said she wasn't. And she seemed to get so annoyed if I ever asked Indo. Bolin's eyes widened. Oh. Yeah, Asami said with a sigh. Mako narrowed his eyes. She did something back when you met her, didn't she? Asami nodded. I thought I remembered wrong. But she bent ice to build a shelter. Then she bent fire to keep me warm. Mako let out a held breath and ran his hands through his hair. This just gets more complicated. We need help though. We can trust Chief Bafong. Asami, you should be able to get a direct line to her. Asami nodded, feeling excitement begin to displace despair. They were not done for yet. She tried to stand. Not happening. Okay, my leg is still gone. Help me to the phone. Mako nodded, clambering to his feet and hauling Bolin up afterward. The brothers helped her up, carrying her between them. We could trust the Fire Lord, couldn't we? Asami asked as they struggled to the mansion. Fire Lord Izumi? I reckon so. Zuko is her father, Bolin said. Her Asami's left. Okay, how about her son? Asami asked. What? General Iroh. Mako asked. That was his name. Think he could help us? Mako tried to shrug. I hope so. I reckon his whole family have to be pretty okay with the Avatar, all things considered. He paused. Okay, maybe not Azula. They struggled into the mansion. Drop me at this phone. You call Chief Bafung on the one down the hall, Asami said. Bolin and Mako tipped her into a chair as she scrambled at the telephone. Just tell them you're calling on my behalf if anyone gets awkward, Asami called as she dialed the United Forces. It took a while, so many hold UPS, so many people between her and the person she needed to talk to. Until. Good evening, Miss Sato, was it? This is General Iroh. How may I help you? General Iroh. Thank you for taking my call. There was a chuckle. The United Forces owes your family a lot. You're more than welcome. General, is this line secure? Asami asked. There was a pause. It is. The unspoken question hovered in the air. I am curious as to why that concerns you. They're just putting me through, Mako called. I'm sorry, General, but I wanted to be sure. We have information on the Avatar. There was a click on the line halfway through her last word. General Iroh? General Iroh. The phone was silent. Asami. Mako called. I got cut off. Asami hung up and picked up the phone again. Nothing. Either the phone chose right now to stop working or the lines have been cut. She slammed the receiver down and slumped back, scowling. Well, I'm out of ideas. Unless someone can pull another suggestion out of the air. Wait. The airbenders. What? Bolin asked. It'll take ages to get over to Air Temple Island. The police station is closer. Yes, but do we know if Chief Bafung is there? We don't know who we can trust with this. This is the Avatar we're talking about. But I would bet everything I have that we can trust Aang's family. Mako nodded. Makes sense. And we are coming along then, Bolin added. Are you sure? I don't need to remind you that they're dangerous. Bolin shook his head. Doesn't matter. He slipped into his radio voice. The fate of the world hangs in the balance and everyone is depending on us. His voice reverted to normal. And we have to get Korra back. Asami grinned. Mako. He hesitated for a second. If Bolin goes, so do I. Guess there's no point even trying to stop you two, Asami said, scratching at her arm. To her delight it now felt fuzzy, filled with pins and needles, but at least it was no longer numb. It's destiny, Bolin exclaimed. We are the new Team Avatar. And the Avatar needs us. Team Avatar, huh? Never thought I'd wind up as a member, Asami mused. This is great and all, but how do we get there? Mako asked. The dock is an hour away by car and then there's a 10-minute ferry ride. And Aang's family might not even be home. We don't have a lot of other choices, Mako, Asami said. She grinned. I think I can get there pretty fast. And we need help. Come on. We'll take Naga with us, I bet she can help us find Korra. Okay, but first. Bolin said. I think we might want to get changed. Miss Sato, Takeshi exclaimed as she strode to the garage, her posture still stiff. Are you all right? We tried to call your father, but there's a problem with the phones. Chow has gone to the factory, but dash. Takeshi, Asami cut him off. Please take care of everyone here. Ambulances should already be on the way. We just need to take care of something urgent. Takeshi frowned. Where is Miss Korra? She's been kidnapped, Asami said. And we're going to the one person who can help us. Takeshi frowned. But Miss Sato dash. Asami shook her head. Don't worry. And don't call the police. Please. If you want to help, help the people here. We're. She caught Bolin's eye. We're following our destiny, she said. Takeshi blinked at her, but nodded. As you wish. Asami limped into the garage, Bolin, Mako, and Naga trailing behind. You said an hour, right? Asami asked. She tugged at a cover. Beneath it was a military-grade truck. Guess it's time to demonstrate Future Industries' newest design, Asami said as she got behind the wheel. Mako slid into the passenger side as Bolin and Naga leapt into the back. Wait, Bolin shouted. Asami twisted around. Bolin had pulled his shirt open and was speaking to the nestled fire ferret. Pabu? Sorry, but this is too dangerous for you. Please, stay here and we'll be back soon. Pabu chirped and scampered off of the truck. He sat on the floor and stared up at them. I promise we'll be back soon, Pabu. Be good, Bolin called as Asami revved the engine and stomped the accelerator. The truck surged forward, barreling past the ambulances just turning into the estate. Asami drove fast, never taking her foot from the accelerator as they sped through the night. She ignored traffic signs, police sirens, and the screams of terror from both Mako and Bolin as the truck screeched around corners on two wheels. Master Tenzin, one of the sentries asked. Tenzin sighed and opened his eyes. Beside him Jinora blinked one eye open and narrowed it at Manu. Yes. There's some people here to see you. They insist on being allowed onto the island. By Jinora's invitation. Tenzin blinked and turned to his daughter. Friends of yours. Jinora frowned. Maybe? Oh wait, there were those girls at the museum. Remember? That girl who was obsessed with grandfather's things. Ah, yes, I do recall. Whatever can they want at this hour? He glanced at the guard. Thank you, Manu. Jinora and I will be down in a few moments. Why now? It had been another long day of fruitless searching in the slums. Tenzin padded along the passageways, Jinora trailing after him. A large white dog creature had been seen in the area, but it had been close to 3 weeks since the last time anyone had last seen it. And it was not as if it was concrete proof, there were many creatures of similar size and coloring in the slum. Could they even hope they had been trying to find the correct one? And it was not as if. Tenzin gaped as he exited the house. A polar bear dog. There was a polar bear dog sitting right in front of him. Oh, great moon you, he muttered, his eyes wide. He frowned. The girl beside the creature was from the Fire Nation, he was looking for a water tribe girl. He opened his mouth to demand an explanation but Jinora beat him to it. Hi. You finally made it, Jinora said with a smile. Oh, where's your friend? She asked. Kidnapped, the pretty lady said. Kidnapped? Tenzin asked. Well, I'm very sorry miss, but surely this is a matter for the police. The girl shook her head. We can't risk the police. Look, I know this might sound crazy or unbelievable but dash. The Avatar, said the shorter boy. Our friend is the Avatar and she's been kidnapped. Tenzin staggered. What? Her name is Korra, she's from the water tribe. This is her polar bear dog, the girl said. And we need to save her, the boy added. Tenzin shook his head, trying to make sense of their words. Who are you? I'm Asami Sato, the girl said. This is Bolin and Mako. This here, she patted the polar bear dog's flank, is Naga. Jinora took a stumbling step forward. So that's why she asked that. Jinora. His daughter stared at the ground, frowning. She asked about past avatars and dash. We don't have time for this, Asami interrupted. Korra was taken less than an hour ago from my estate. Who? Tenzin asked. Who took her? Earth Kingdom. Asami frowned. I don't know. There was an earthbender there. But also a firebender and a waterbender. And a chi blocker. Oh, the waterbender had no arms and dash. The Red Lotus, Tenzin hissed. Who? Mako asked. Anarchist benders, They wanted to destroy the government. We thought they were all captured or dead, but dash. Come on. We have to get hold of Chief Bafong. Tenzin raced back into the house, the others following. Okay dash dot. Tenzin dropped the phone as he heard Jinora scream. He whirled around. Manu had a knife against Jinora's throat. Jinora, he croaked. Leave the phone where it is and no one has to get hurt, Manu said, his voice calm. It was never meant to come to this, he added. I'm sorry, Master Tenzin. What are you doing? Tenzin demanded. If you wanted us dead, why wait until now? Dead? We don't want to harm any of you. We can't lose you, you're the only airbending master in the world. But we can't let you interfere with our mission either. No, can we let you leave the island? Jinora's scream had drawn the other acolytes to the windows. They peered in at the spectacle. Back. All of you, she barked. Any of you come any closer and she dies. The acolytes stepped back. See? We're fine. We're all just going to stay here until things are over with. That includes you three, she said, glaring at Asami, Bolin and Mako. But why? Tenzin asked, fists clenched at his sides. Change, Master Tenzin. We're going to change the world. By killing people? Asami exclaimed. She shrugged. If necessary. The oppressors must be sacrificed for the greater good. Yujin, she never oppressed anyone, Bolin mumbled. Shut up, Manu said. How much? Asami asked. What? Manu said, staring at her. How much for Jinora? Asami said, staring at the man. She's your hostage, right? You must want something for her. Miss Sato, I appreciate the gesture, but I doubt they will be swayed by money, Tenzin said. Manu laughed. Don't be so hasty, Tenzin. I'm curious, how much did you have in mind? 1 million yuan, Asami said. Manu and she smiled. So, that's the going rate for airbenders, is it? Or is that just a kid? 1 million for a child. I can give you more dash, Asami said, her eyes wide. And then some, Mako growled behind Tenzin. Something burning hot hovered close to his throat. Mako! Bolin exclaimed, his mouth falling open. Mako, what are you doing? Asami demanded. So you're with them too? Tenzin muttered. Mako pulled on his shoulders and Tenzin stumbled back, what felt like a flame dagger still far too close to his throat. Sorry, Asami, Mako said. Didn't plan this, but if that's how much you'll give for the girl. Hey. Any chance I can join up? Mako asked. This one's gotta be a more valuable hostage than the girl. Kid, we aren't in this for money. Though, any help is appreciated, Manu answered. Mako, please don't do this, Asami said, her eyes shining with tears. Mako, you jerk, Bolin yelled and threw a rock. A rock that went nowhere near Tenzin, nowhere near Mako. It smacked into Manu's face with a crunch. In the same moment Jinora catapulted herself forward on a blast of wind. The flame dagger beside Tenzin's throat was gone and now a blast of fire streaked past him to catch she. Tenzin sent a surge of air at the two traitors, thrusting them out of the door and onto the mud. They scrambled onto their feet and ran. Call Chief Bafong, Mako called as he ran after them. We'll stop them. Tenzin ran to the phone, curling his arm around Jinora as he did so, waiting for the call to connect. Pema appeared at the doorway with Milo and Ikki. Tenzin, what happened? An attack. Please, I'll explain later. Take Jinora and lock the doors. Do not let anyone in, not even any of the acolytes or the White Lotus. Pema was about to protest when the call connected. Tenzin? Is everything okay? Lin, Tenzin cut her off. The Red Lotus have Korra. They are in the city. What? We can't talk right now. She was at the Sato estate this evening. I have no idea what the Red Lotus are planning, but isn't Chief Unalak in a meeting with the council? He is, Lin said. Tenzin, the Red Lotus could be anywhere by now. I'll send a team to guard him. Make sure you can trust them, Tenzin said. The next words hurt to say. They infiltrated the White Lotus. They attacked my family, Linear. Are you okay? I'll send a team to Dash. No. We're fine. But we need to find them. I'm not one of their targets, and we cannot let anyone else know we've found out about them. We need to find Korra. Okay, I'm on it. But. Okay. We'll get moving. See you soon, I hope. See you, Lin, Tenzin replied. Jinora? Korra's friend. That girl? Asami was it? Jinora nodded. If they come back, let her and her friends in. But only them. We can't trust the other acolytes right now. Where are you going? Pema asked. We need help and I need to let people know we finally found the Avatar. Bolin arced several rocks up into the air, aiming them at the fleeing men. They sidestepped the projectiles, seeming unfazed by his attack, more concerned with escaping. Bolin concentrated, wrenching a chunk of rock from the ground and blasted it towards the docks. It tore through the wood, sending a splash of water up into the air. Manu and she stopped, startled by the proximity. Time enough. Mako flicked flames across both their torsos, igniting Shi's sleeves. As he paused to deal with the flames with frantic flailing hands, Asami's boot connected with his head. He fell limp to the ground. Manu dropped his knife, hand slapping at his clothing as he tried to extinguish the flames. Asami was on him a moment later, fingers jabbing into his joints and blocking his chi. The earth surged up around Shi and encased him in rock. Bolin dusted his hands off as he came up beside Mako and Asami. Great job, guys, Bolin said. He high-fived Mako, provoking a laugh from his brother. He broke off when he caught sight of Asami's face. I thought you turned on us, Asami said in a quiet voice. Sorry, Mako said, staring at the ground. It was the only thing I could think of. And? Asami glanced at Bolin. You knew it was just an act. Bolin scratched his head. Well, yeah. Not the first time Mako's pulled that one. Saved us more than once too. Asami sighed. Should have known you wouldn't just turn on us, she smiled. I'm sorry. Mako shook his head. No, still my fault for doing it. We're lucky it worked. Hey, can you guys check on Tenzin? Bolin had taken hold of Manu's arms, about to drag him closer to Shi to imprison him in a similar fashion. He might have some troubles getting through to the police. I'll watch these guys, Mako added. Asami frowned. Well, okay. If you're sure. Mako nodded. Bolin darted off, Asami a step behind him. She paused as she heard Manu speak. Go ahead and kill me, kid. My life is worthless now. Kill you? Well, maybe. Asami's blood ran cold. But not yet. You okay, Asami? Bolin asked just ahead of her. Yes. Too quick. Yes, she repeated. You go help Master Tenzin, I'll help Mako with these two. Oh. Okay. Sure. But. Bolin frowned. Weren't you going to help Tenzin get through to the police? Bolin, Tenzin is Aang's son. And who did Aang spend a long time with? Zuko. And. Katara. And. Toph. You mean he'd know Chief Bafong? Yes, Bolin. Now go see if he needs any help. Bolin smiled. Okay. See you two in a minute. Asami crept back down towards the beach. Mako had dragged the still limp Manu into the surf. The man spluttered and gasped as Mako dragged him through the water, soaking him to the skin. He rolled the man back onto the beach, his movements rough, Manu wincing in pain as his limbs flopped awkwardly. Sparks erupted from Mako's fingertips. Okay, Manu, Mako said with an eerie calm. Now we are going to talk. And you are going to tell me what the Red Lotus's plans are. I'll never tell you, Manu sneered. Mako scowled and tore the man's sleeve away from his arm. He wadded it up and shoved it into the man's mouth. Well, let's see if I can persuade you to talk, Mako said and pressed his hand against the man's bare arm. Manu convulsed, all his limbs, his entire body straining against something. His face twisted into an agonized expression as his muffled voice screamed. Asami scrambled forward. Stop it! Mako, what do you think you're doing? Mako whirled, looking guilty. Asami, he breathed as he let go of Manu. The man fell onto the sand, his eyes screwed up tight. I wanted to know what they're planning. We need to know. And he won't tell me. He stared at the man who lay twisted and awkward on the beach. I want to help save the Avatar. Don't you? Of course I do, Asami breathed, unable to take her eyes from Manu. But not like this. This is wrong, Mako. This is barbaric. We're supposed to be better than this. Mako shook his head. We're wasting time, Asami. What do you want to do? Offer them more money? If they wanted that, they could just sell Korra to the Earth Queen. We try and talk and they just have to not say anything. We let too much time pass and something happens. I'm not waiting. He pressed his hands against Manu's arms again, provoking a new wave of agonized, muffled screaming. Mako let him go, Manu groaning and making vague, almost coherent noises. What was that? Mako said in a mocking tone. Ready to talk. He pulled the wadded-up cloth from the man's mouth. Please stop. I will. You just have to tell me what the plan is. Manu eyed Mako for a moment. Mako shoved the cloth back in and electrocuted the man once more. Manu's breathing shuddered as Mako extracted the cloth again. I'll talk, Manu gulped. Just please. Mako stood up, staring down at Manu. Asami felt sick. Zahir wants the Avatar to kill Chief Unalak. For all I know, she already has. And afterwards, the Earth Queen or the Fire Lord. Then the other. Korra wouldn't do that, Asami breathed. That's not her. Mako stared down at Manu. That's not the Korra I know either. She's not going to do it on your say-so. We have ways, Manu smiled. Mako raised his hand. What's the leverage? Manu smirked. She'll obey orders or she'll die, he said. The smile vanished as Mako clamped his hand over the man's head. I can keep going still. I'm just getting started, he said. The Avatar can't just be forced to do something. What are they planning? Her parents. Her parents. Asami exclaimed. They're still alive. She blinked. Of course they are. Of course they're still alive. A cold fury blossomed within her. What kind of people are you? Taking a child from her family like that? Mako shook her head. Where are they? On their way from the South Pole? In your friend's custody? Not yet. There are members waiting at the Bateau port. Mako's fingers clenched. No, please. I don't know anything else. That's everything I know. Good, Mako said. He punched the man, leaving him unconscious on the sand. Mako rolled him over and bound his hands together. Okay. Now we know. Sorry you had to see that dash. Asami slapped him, the impact echoing in the air. You could have killed him, she said through gritted teeth. Mako shook his head. No. I knew what I was doing. Asami took a shaky step backwards. You've done this before? Mako nodded. A few times. Shin, sometimes he needed to make people talk. His face was impassive. Does Bolin doesn't know, does he? Mako shook his head. And never needs to. Asami nodded, trying to ignore the shiver that swept through her. But what else are you hiding from him? First the bending arenas, now this? How far does it go? Mako jerked his head and looked away from her. Mako. Asami said. I thought you were better than this. She fell silent, the only noise the wash of the sea on the sand. Did you ever kill anyone? Never. The response was quick. Asami felt a little relieved. But how could you do that to someone else? Because I know what it feels like, Mako said, his shoulders hunched. We need to get back, he said, striding past her. We need to let the others know. Book 1 Healing. Chapter 15, Assassination. Gazan peered out into the dawn light. Sleep had been troublesome ever since Korra made her escape, becoming more so upon arrival in Republic City. He should not care so much. Should not worry about her being on the streets, sleeping rough, down amongst the homeless or in the slums. Korra was a weapon, something to shape and mold and use. To be set on a specific course with the goal of altering the nature of the world. But she was more than that, so much more. Bright, excitable, a quick learner, stubborn, confident, loving. Somehow Ming was never able to see her like that, keeping her distant and other. Much like Zahir, he too kept a careful distance from the Avatar. Gazan sighed, it was hard to think dispassionately about Korra after all these years. Can't sleep either? A voice asked behind him. Peely was rubbing her eyes, tiptoeing across the room to join him by the window. Gazan shook his head. They stood side by side as the sky brightened. I was worrying about her, he admitted finally. Me too, Peely said in a soft voice, her hand resting against the window. I know I shouldn't. I know that was never the idea, but... She trailed off. Gazan shook his head, smiling. It's fine. I understand. I hope she found somewhere, Peely said. She will have. Korra. She's too resourceful to get into trouble. She'll have figured something out, Gazan said, watching the city come alive. They lapsed into silence again. Is it going to be okay? Peely asked after a moment. What do you mean? Gazan asked. When we find her. Peely said. And after. After. Gazan said, staring back towards the sunrise. We never talked much about after. What would we do with the Avatar then? Ming. I think she'd want to get rid of her. Gazan smiled grimly. More than likely. How about Zahir? Peely was silent a moment. I don't know. They fell silent again. She's out there somewhere, Gazan said. Sooner we find her the better. Yeah, Peely said, resting her head against the cold glass of the window. Then we change the world. Then work out what she will do then. The wire cutters sliced through the cable without resistance. Gazan peered through the trees as he clambered back down the pole. It was not clear if Naga was still trapped, the polar bear dog had gone quiet some time ago. He sighed. Was he too sentimental? It would only have taken a flick of his wrist to break the pet's neck, and yet, he could not do it. He stopped himself short of taking her life. Of all his memories of Korra, the day she found Naga was the most vivid. There was no way he could deprive her of Naga, deprive her of the only things she could go when this was all over. If any of Korra's friends had the wit, they could use the polar bear dog to track them. And if they had the nerve, more than likely they would be trying to stay as far away from the Red Lotus as possible. For participants in a sport like pro bending, none of them could move at anything like his speed. Gazan smirked. No, he was too old to think about getting into professional sports. Fear ought to keep that trio from interfering with things. Korra, Zahir said as Gazan reached the ground. I assure you there is nothing to worry about, we will not harm your friends. If they stay here, they will be left well alone. The cables are a guarantee they won't try something unwise. He smiled. You may see them again when we are finished. Korra bit her lip. You still didn't need to kill her. Her frown deepened. She helped take care of me. Korra's body was tense, her fists clenched at her side. Zahir blinked at her. Her? Ah. My apologies, Korra. His face grew more solemn. I did not want to kill anyone. However, that servant was alarmed at our presence and attempted to contact the police. As I said, regrettable, but unavoidable. He's right, Korra, Gazan spoke up. The Avatar blinked at him, her expression softening as he spoke. It's not like we set out to kill innocent bystanders. But she was going to cause problems. He looked away from her gaze. Worrying about her right now won't help her, and the more we delay the mission, the more people will inevitably die. The words felt somehow bitter in his mouth. They're here, Ming interrupted as she hurried over to the group. Two black creatures in a hot air balloon landed beside the group. There were 6 strangers spread across the various modes of transport. Korra frowned. Are those air bison? She peered at the creatures. The closest bison rumbled at her as she reached out to run her hands through its jet black fur. Is this dyed? Zahir nodded. How long? She shook her head. The rest of the group. As we have alluded to over the years. There are many who support our cause, Zahir said. So, how many are there? Altogether? Korra asked. Gazan offered her a wry grin. We don't know ourselves, never quite sure how many survived. We are forced to hide out numbers from the government. We can't risk all being in the same place. Zahir approached the bison. Agus, the letter. It was sent, yes. One of the men on the bison nodded, his gaze fixed on Zahir. He never once looked to Korra. 3 days ago. Assuming no problems, it would have arrived yesterday, and if they took the fastest ship their arrival time is within the hour. And they might have speeded things up. Good, Zahir smiled, his gaze flicked to Korra for a moment. Then I trust you need no further instructions on this phase. Agus shook his head. He and the others slipped from the back of the bison, and the 6 members of the Red Lotus crowded onto the balloon after handing a sack to Pili. You're expecting more allies? Korra asked as Agus sent the balloon sailing up into the night sky. Zahir smiled, a little too upbeat. Of a kind. Pili pulled open a sack and distributed matte black clothing to those remaining. Zahir spoke as they dressed. We will take different routes to the target. Korra, you, Pili and myself will take 1 bison. Ming and Gazan, the other. If you are spotted or run into troubles, I trust you all remember the protocols. The others nodded. Good. Commence the mission. They moved with purpose now. Korra still looked somewhat troubled, still not happy with how things were. And yet at the same time there was a nervous excitement in all her actions. She scrambled up onto the bison quickly, and how she looked skyward in earnest. But she also refrained from looking at the mansion or the surrounding grounds. Zahir flicked the reins of his bison, and with a thrash of its tail, it took flight. Gazan urged his mount forward a moment later, heading in the opposite direction as he began his circuitous route. UN for your thoughts. A voice sounded in Gazan's ear. He sighed and turned to her. Still worried about doing all this so early. Ming paused before she responded, her voice loud over the rushing wind. Your worries are not without merit. Korra's time here has changed her. Zahir pretends to look past the influences these people have had on her, but I know he sees them as well as I do. Honestly, it would likely still be better if we just slew her and prepared for the next incarnation. You don't mean that, do you? Ming was silent behind him. Gazan felt uncomfortable and a shiver ran through him. It's too risky though, right? If we tried, she'd just trigger the avatar state, right? If she was conscious of the attempt. The avatar is not so invulnerable. You never did pay as much attention to Zahir as you make out. Ming chuckled. And the avatar state is powerful, yes, but unexpectedly vulnerable in the same moment. She can be killed. But we wouldn't, right? Ming sighed. It would be a pain to lose Korra, but if did kill her at her strongest, we would eliminate the next avatar too. Their chain would be broken and they would no longer be born into our world. Ming lapsed into silence as Gazan stared ahead, his mind whirling. Something to be considered for later perhaps. Ming chuckled again. In any event, I would deem it unwise to risk. And if we did successfully kill her, normally I might add, we would be waiting a long time for the next avatar to be of any use at all. I for one will be glad to not hide in the north again. She lapsed into silence. That maid, she cared for her for some reason, Ming added after a pause. Her doubts have become magnified. She's first death that ever affected her. You mean aside from her parents' death? Ming asked. Aside from the otter penguins? Aside from the polar tiger? You should expect her to be comfortable with death. Ming paused. Though you seem to have a point. At least mentioning her duty was enough to change her tune once. If we take her into exile again, there is little chance she will be comfortable after the luxury here. We can still push her for the moment. Perhaps she has granted us another method of control. Those so-called friends. More leverage. Gazan did not have to look back. Noming was smiling and tried not to shiver as the bison sailed through the night. Kuvira read through the steps one more time. Okay. She dropped the needle onto the record and took a deep breath, waiting to begin. As the first note sounded, she breathed out and held her arms out to her imaginary partner. One holding her hand, one on her partner's shoulder. And step. The music was easy to follow, the steps simple. Just a case of remembering which foot to start on, when to change direction. She twirled around the room, sometimes shifting her hands so she led the dance. In other moments she was content to allow her illusory partner to take charge. She must be so bored to be practicing this. After so many formal balls she knew how to dance well already. Suyin had insisted she learn years ago when Kuvira had no patience for the practice. Who knew she would use it to pass the time now? But she had no choice. There was nothing to read, at least nothing new, or rather nothing new she could muster the effort to begin. The newspaper and magazines were vapid gossip or familiar real-world events. Every music album she brought with her had become predictable, familiar, almost on the verge of being unpleasant to try and sit through. She knew all the notes, all the beats. The moments that once excited and filled her with fizzing excitement only provoked a muted burst in her chest now. She did not want to risk damaging the experience, so they sat on the shelf. Practicing dancing while bored at least was not in jeopardy of ruining something she treasured. There was a knock on the door. Kuvira completed the dance move, winding up beside the record player and sweeping the needle up in the same moment. Any distraction sounded good right now. Yes. She called. It's me, came the reply. Chief Lin Bafeng. Kuvira pulled the door open, standing to attention and snapping off a smart salute. Ma'am, she said. Chief Bafeng stared at her for a moment and smiled. At ease, Kuvira, at ease. You know I'm off duty this evening. Kuvira shifted her stance, her hands clasped behind her back. Ma'am. Lin sighed. We're both off duty, Kuvira. So don't call me ma'am. It's Lin, if you please. Kuvira glanced at her, still unsure. You do have to relax sometime, Lin added. Kuvira let the tension out of her body, wanting to ask but not daring. How was Lin so different in so many ways to Suyin? Sorry, Lin. What can I do for you? Just wondering if you would like some tea. Kuvira blinked. Tea? As in, the drink. Yes. Tea. Okay. What's the occasion? Well, Lin said as she leaned against the door frame. You're only here for another week, and we've never really had a chance to talk. Lin glanced down the corridor. It's not going to be the same when you're gone. You're also one of the best officers who's ever served under me. Ever. So, given you are going soon, and given we seem to get on well while on duty, I figured we may as well spend more time together off duty. And I am so very bored this evening, and from the sounds of things, so are you. Kuvira glanced around her room, wondering just how far the music had traveled. Lin ducked her head to catch her gaze. Come on. It's just around the corner. If anything happens, they know where to find me, and conversely where to find you. Kuvira nodded. Okay, linear. Lin smiled. Good, time's a-wasting. Let's go before the tea gets cold. A car roared away as they exited the dorm, sirens blaring. Something happening? Kuvira asked. Hospital gave us the heads up since they were called in to attend at the Sato mansion. Something about an attack by Benders during a break-in, Lin said with a dismissive wave of her hand. And you want to go get tea with me, rather than heading over there yourself? Kuvira. Lin stopped. I have been working way too long all month. I could go with them, but I reckon I would just get cranky and annoyed with everyone. They don't need that. I mean, yes, the Satos are very rich, and yes, they do provide a lot of our gear, but we can't hop to their beck and call. So, someone else can deal with it for now. I'll go if they need me. Kuvira nodded as they rounded a corner and entered the tea shop. See? Right next door, Lin said. They ordered their tea and located a small table close to the door. "So," Lin said as she took a first sip. "How do you like the city?" Kuvira stared down at her cup as she mused on the answer. "Big. Crowded. Something of a cultural melting pot. Nothing like Zaofu." Lin nodded as Kuvira spoke. "But do you like being here?" Did she like living in the city? Some of it was good. And some of it was bad. The heat in particular is unwelcome, and it will be a relief to return to Zaofa where she does not feel like she was always sweating. But most of all, it is somehow so boring here. The constant waiting for a call to do something, to investigate a crime. Or when she got pressed into service to look after Water Tribe royalty. In Zaofu at least she could always do something, even if it was just scouting the city limits for potential problems. Republic City did at least boast the bending arenas. They were fun, thrilling, intense. The one thrill that always seemed to sate her boredom, at least for a while. But last time it had been nothing but luck that she managed to evade the police. That had been 3 weeks ago, and she had not dared go back or find another arena since. Hence dancing is the absolute last resort. Kuvira studied Lin in the reflection of her tea. So unlike her sister. It was a surprise to discover the familial connection, difficult to equate the two sisters to the same family. Lin was so strict, so by the book. Until today at least. At least Kuvira did not feel bored right now. Conflicted, yes, but not bored. Honesty is likely unwelcome here. Republic City. If she was not here, she would not give it much thought, except for the vague discomfort that such a place existed at all. The concept was a fine idea in principle, a magnificent move on the part of Aang and Zuko, a way to unite all the tribes. But it bothered her when she thought of it. The land beneath their feet was from the Earth Kingdom. Of all the tribes, they were the ones who gave up part of their land to be a new space for them all. History did not document the hundreds of families and homes pushed aside for this grand experiment. Why had the Earthbenders not just drawn up a new island from the ocean depths to form the basis of the new city? Why had that not been the Avatar's plan? A true neutral ground would be more fitting than insufferable Fire Nation citizens wandering around like they owned the place. At least she had something of a revenge on the tribe, that fire-bending kid the last time. Those gangsters bet heavily on their pet and she had hammered him into the floor. None of those crooks could have come out of that match in positive figures. She wanted to sigh, wanted to actually express everything, but that kind of thing never ended well. Only Batar and the odd other radical back in Zaofu even began to understand her exception to the settlement. What the city represented, why it seemed such a lazy solution to such a massive problem. Lin was too much of a native by this point to understand. Small surprise, her mother helped the city in its early days. No, there was no way her critiques would pass without judgment. Suyin might understand, but not Lin. But Lin seemed more open. Things about Suyin found uncomfortable. I think so. Kuvira said at last. I mean, I've never been away for Zaofa for so long before, and I can only really compare it to that. And it's all so different. She smirked. But your police? Way more action that Zaofu ever saw. So much more peaceful back home. Lin smiled. As much as we would love to have Zaofu's track record in police matters, I am glad it's more interesting here. More work, sire, but they do keep us on our toes. But still, I want to thank you. A lot of the trainees really benefited from the exchange program. And everyone has good things to say about you. You are a major inspiration. Even the trainers are amazed at your metal bending. I reckon you could even teach me a thing or two. Kuvira blinked, trying not to smile too much. Thank you. And I know Suyin is never going to agree, and I bet you are kinda homesick, but there is a standing invitation to join the team here if you want. Lin leaned back. You'd be leading your own unit in no time. She sat forward and grinned. Probably have my job in 5 years. Kuvira smirked. Maybe. I mean, I'll think about it. It's a lot to consider. But no. She could not in good conscience serve this city permanently. Lin nodded. Good. Good, take your time. Do what you want. It took me a while to figure out my life. Not sure if she ever told you, but Suyin went around the world once or twice before she settled. Though I'm not sure building your own city is a typical career move, she added with a frown. But if you want someone to talk to, I'm always willing to listen. Thanks, Linear. Not enough. I appreciate it. You're like an aunt. It was odd to think of Lin as something other than her commander. Elsewhere there had been a clear separation of personal and professional. Chief Bafong had made the line waver this evening. Lin put her cup down and fidgeted in her chair. She sighed. No problem, kiddo. Lin's eyes widened a fraction. But, don't forget, she added without pausing. The invitation to the force is always there. She frowned. Oh, or is it maybe there's someone special back home? Kuvira smiled. Well, actually dash dot. Chief, a voice called. Lin twisted around. Sergeant Park. She asked. What are you doing out from behind your desk? The man wheezed. Master Tenzin. Said urgent. Phone. Lin blinked. Thanks. Kuvira? With me. Park caught his breath as they walked back to the station. There was another call from someone on behalf of Asami Sato. Sato? Lin asked. As in Future Industries. As in Dash. Lin frowned. As in the owners of the house the ambulance crews gave us the heads up about. Yeah, Park said. Not sure what she wanted, but the caller was a guy. Park took a breath. Never got to find out what he wanted though, the connection went just as they patched him through. Probably just something to do with the burglary, Lin said. There's a unit headed over there anyway, see if they say anything. Though. Try and get hold of her father, just in case. Right on it, Chief. Park hurried away. Lin paused at her office door. Kuvira? This is going to sound odd. But, can you wait here and watch for anyone hanging around? Sure. Are you okay? Lin looked serious. Hopefully. But if Tenzin's calling? She shook her head. Just keep an eye out. Kuvira looked up and down the hall as she waited. She slapped her foot against the floor at irregular intervals, her foot to get a feel for positioning within the building. No one even close. If she concentrated a little more she might be able to head Lin's phone conversation. No. Have some respect for her superiors. Kuvira amused herself by toying with a sheet of metal. She flicked it between her fingers and rolled it into a ball. With practiced movements, Kuvira flicked it back and forward in the air, adding more spheres as she waited. She had 3 going. Lin's door slammed open and made her jump. Kuvira. She snatched the spheres out of the air, her hands locked in place behind her back. Lin looked pale, animated with feverish, nervous tension. Are you okay? Kuvira asked. Lin just gave her an odd look. Come with me, she said. Lin steered her further into the station, slapping her own foot against the floor at intervals. Okay. I have a favor to ask. This is not official, this is not orthodox, and we are ignoring official procedure. We don't know who can we trust, but I am certain I can trust you. A thrill swept through Kuvira. Is it the Daily? She asked in a whisper. Lin shook her head. Shame. This could be potentially very dangerous and you can say no and it will not impact anything. Kuvira smiled. This sounded interesting. You can count on me. Her fingers twitched behind her, flicking the metal balls up into the air again, her hands needing to do something. Lin sighed. Okay. She took a deep breath. We found the avatar. The avatar? Kuvira exclaimed. Lin shushed her. Yes. We've been searching for her the last few weeks after a possible sighting. Now we know she was at the Sato mansion an hour ago. Kuvira frowned. Yeah, I know. She's somehow involved with a group known as the Red Lotus. Kuvira frowned. I've never heard of them. Do you think the Satos are involved somehow? Lin shrugged. I don't know. It's possible. But for now we worry about the Red Lotus, they're dangerous. We don't know what they're planning, but it might involve Chief Unalak. Kuvira frowned. But what happened? Why is he strange? Kuvira had always expected the new avatar would be male. Why is she dash? I could not begin to tell you. Lin smiled without mirth. And most of what we know is guesswork, other than she's in the company of the most dangerous benders in the world. The metal balls hit the floor with heavy thunks as Kuvira's pulse accelerated. When do we start? Zahir reiterated a few critical points to Korra as the air bison landed. The chief is an experienced orator and an exceptional verbal manipulator. He will say or do anything that might gain your sympathy. Do not let him. You must hold true to what you know and see past his deceptions. I won't fall for his tricks. She frowned. Something amiss? Zahir asked. Korra shook her head. No. No, she repeated. Zahir smiled. This is your moment, Korra. This is where the revolution begins. This is when the world begins to change. Korra nodded, returning his smile. Ming snorted. At least the avatar seemed to be adhering to the right mindset and was objecting to what they expected of her. Whether she went through with it, well, they would know soon enough. The red lotus swept like a silent wave out of the tree line and into the gardens surrounding the manor. Ming and Zahir eliminated the white lotus guards without a sound. There would be no one to interrupt them, no one to interfere. Ming glanced up. The meeting was on the second floor. A massive tree grew close to the building, the branches spreading close to the balcony above them. At Zahir's signal, they clambered up into the tree and inched along the thick branches until they were close. The doors of the conference room stood open and the buzz of conversation floated into the night air. Chief Unalak, a woman said. We appreciate your return visit so soon. Thank you, Cho. Not what we intended, but it seemed prudent to come back given next year's solstice is going to be somewhat different. Unalak replied. Next year's? Cho asked. Yes. Every 10,000 years, something known as harmonic convergence occurs. One of the side effects is an influx of spiritual energy at the northern spirit portal. We have begun sensing just such a disturbance, another voice answered. As such we must take greater care with preparations for the festival. Mother, a flat, female voice interjected. Oh, the previous voice added after a moment. I do hope the presence of our children will not be a disturbance. Not at all, Princess Malina. A male voice this time. It is fitting given their futures and the roles awaiting Prince Desna and Princess Eska. I welcome you both to the council. We are honored to have future chief here. And the princess should have some familiarity of what is expected of her when her role falls to her. Thank you, Tarlok, Unalak said. Ming scowled. Always concentrating on the male heirs. The Northern Water Tribe had never quite shaken off the prejudices of old. The twins though, they troubled her. But I do have some concerns, Unalak continued. Oh? Tarlok asked. It seems as though both the Southern Tribe and Republic City residents are neglecting the tribe's traditions. Ming rolled her eyes as Zahir and Korra clambered up the tree. Security is surprisingly lax, Pili murmured. Ming smirked. They are so weak now, so unprepared for us. Spirit Glacier's festival has somehow become more established and higher profile than the traditional ceremony, Unalak continued. I hope you are not calling for the abolishing of the festival, Tarlok said. I have heard that the South enjoys a tremendous boost in tourist trade over the solstice. The celebration is also extremely popular here. You misunderstand me, Unalak said. I would never call for abolition. Rather, I would like to ensure the traditional ceremony still takes place and that it might be able to coexist with the more modern approach, if one could really call it that. Still, I intend for a mass meditation to occur simultaneously in the north, the south, and here in Republic City. A few decades ago that would have been impossible. Tarlok sounded like he was smiling. It should not be too hard to arrange these days. Indeed, Unalak replied. But we still need time to prepare. A year should suffice. And so, here we are. Zahir gave the signal. Good luck, Korra, Pili whispered as she took a deep breath and tensed beside Ming. With a popping burst, the leaves in front of them vaporized. Pili's beam of energy shot dead ahead, and struck the conference room table. The table exploded into the splinters as the shock wave from the blast filled the room with smoke. All the lights popped, shattering in bursts of glass. The red lotus surged forward, off the branches and onto the balcony. Gazan moved ahead as Ming drew water from the room's fountain. The earthbender plucked debris out of the air, merging and forming it into a shuriken. His target lay dead ahead, Councilman Kim. The man had only a moment to blink before Gazan's shuriken was at his throat. The earthbender frowned, grimacing as he pushed his blade. Gazan strained, his eyes closed as the blade exited the man's neck. The heavy thud of a head striking the floor was audible over the panicked shouting and struggling bodies. Gazan paused, staring at his handiwork for a moment and shook himself. Korra drew some water of her own from the fountain as she darted towards the guards. She did not immediately strike to kill and instead chose to froze uniformed nuisances in place against the wall. Worrying. Ming jabbed a tendril forward, the point frozen. She punctured each guard's neck in turn. Look at how weak the guards were. How pathetically unprepared these people were when faced with those who wished harm on them. The avatar was unnecessary, an overprepared weapon that seemed unreliable now in the midst of conflict. Ming drew her tentacle back, weighing up her chances. Korra narrowed her eyes, her expression hardening. She looked more determined now. Korra looked ready. Ming smirked. Another water whip cracked out of the smoke. The prince and princess had decided to intervene. Ming wanted to laugh. They were no match for Korra. She dodged and weaved around their attacks with ease. She adapted, moving from water to earthbending, the change bewildering the children. A ripple shot through the stone floor and sent both children tumbling. Good. Korra's strange firebender disguise had not blunted her skill with the other elements. The pro-bending practices had been helpful, it seemed. Korra moved faster than the last time Ming had seen her. Far from softening her, the last 3 weeks seemed to have strengthened her. She would have to congratulate Pili. Despite the fixation on firebending, Korra seemed to have learned something useful. Perhaps in the end Korra's leaving had been necessary. Not part of their original plan, but success in spite of it was just as good. Korra, Zahir shouted as he blocked another guard's attack. Your target is ahead. Make us proud. He span around, the glint of the knife in his hand visible in the dim light for a moment followed by an arc of blood. The guard fell to the floor, hands at her throat as she spluttered her final breaths. Korra did not even look at the woman, her attention fixed on Unalaq. Ming had never seen him bend in person, yet all the reports indicated he was powerful and needed to eliminate it swiftly. If Korra failed, then it would become her duty to end the Water Tribe leader. The chief and his wife sat huddled in the far corner, coughing and spluttering. Between them and Korra were the prince and princess. Korra surged forward, a curious look of recognition passing across both of the children's faces. The avatar formed flame daggers. She ran, the children drawing more water from the fountain in response. A little help would okay, if the avatar still went on to her target. Ming whipped out with her tentacle and smashed the waterbenders against the wall. The royal heirs grunted in pain as Ming solidified her water whip around them. Not enough. These two could not survive either. She flicked her other tentacle up to their heads, separating it into 2 bubbles to engulf the children's heads. Neither of Unalaq's children would inherit anything. A movement nearby, Councilwoman Cho had somehow survived this long and had made it to the door. She fumbled with frantic hasty motions as she tried to open it. Ming raised a hand to strike, but a pulse of fire streaked past before she could move. Ah, yes. Cho was Pili's target. The woman vanished in a blast of fire. But the spark was too potent, the explosion too large, a chunk of wall and a large section of the floor vaporized in the same moment. Unsupported, the heavy stone began to tilt, a widening gap forming in the corner of the room. The same corner Unalaq and his wife huddled. The crack of breaking stone drowned out everything else. Korra lost her footing on the shifting ground, and fell to the next floor a moment after the chief and his wife. Korra, Pili called. She'll be fine, Ming yelled over the clamor. Korra could deal with the changed circumstances. But Ming should still provide backup. Just in case. Not much longer. The twins were struggling more now. It cannot be much longer, they could only hold their breaths for so long. Maybe it would have been best to try and stab them? No, such a method never worked well against waterbenders. Not when they can turn the attack back against the aggressor so easily. Best just hold them for a moment. Ming blinked. Tarlok had somehow survived and now struggled to his feet. Gazan, Ming called. He looked around and she nodded to the angry-looking man. Another shuriken span through the air. Tarlok sidestepped it without hesitation. The man gestured towards the fountain, and drew a bubble of water to his hands. Gazan was faster. A new shuriken hit Tarlok's leg, forcing him into a crouch as he tried to suppress a scream of pain. Gazan gestured to the floor, causing it to redden and begin melting. The lava's glow lit up the room as it flowed forward. Tarlok did not even glance at it, unconcerned by the proximity. Ming tensed for another attack, checking on the children. Still alive somehow. Tarlok's hands shifted into a curious gripping position. Ming gasped. Something was wrong. Something was around her throat. No, something was constricting around her throat. She shook her head, trying to dislodge whatever was there, but her head would not move. Her legs would not move. Breathing became an effort. What was happening? She concentrated, trying to keep the twins pinned down, but there was pressure everywhere. Her lungs wheezed as she tried to gasp at the air. Some oppressive force covered her. She cannot hold on. Ming's concentration broke. Her tendrils splashed down to the floor, the bubbles around the royals' faces no longer under her control. Ming was only faintly aware of the ice cracking and 2 sets of feet hitting the floor. "See to your father," Tarlok said. He was so close but sounded as far away as forever. Not good. What was Gazan doing? You thought to best me? Tarlok snarled as his hand twitched and the pressure became close to intolerable. It felt like something was blocking her throat, but Ming could not begin to draw any water back to her. All she could do is take gulping breaths, her neck locked in an awkward position. Ming! Gazan spluttered from nearby. With titanic effort, Ming moved her eyes, the movement slow, awkward, hard. Gazan looked much like she felt. Too rigid, too exacting in how he stood. There was a full moon outside and blood splattered Tarlok's face. Almost inconceivable, but the only explanation. Tarlok was one of the rarest of waterbenders, a bloodbender. And she did not have the capability to resist him. Ming had tried to learn the skill, practiced for so long and with so much patience, but she could never reach inside a living thing and take such control of everything as he had. This man, he could do anything. Could do anything to her. A new wrench ran through her as his fingers moved, her limbs straining away from her body in one moment, and then grinding against each other the next. She felt parts of herself flex and twist in unintended ways. He looked on in sadistic delight, all his attention focused on her and her suffering. They should have known. There should have been a clue that someone like this could stop them. Why had they not suspected? Korra could have neutralized him first. The pressure on her throat intensified again and her eyes bulged, her lungs trying to drag in air they cannot touch. Her gaze became fixed on the ornate ceiling, the pattern of blue stone is all she can think about. It resembled waves flowing across the top of the room. Is this the last thing she will ever see? The pressure vanished and nothing held her up. Ming dropped. It was over for her. No. Someone had caught her. I've got you, Ming, Gazan croaked between heavy breaths. Gazan? Ming asked, her eyes closed as she tried to ignore the pain lancing through every bit of her. Yeah. Ming forced her eyes open. Tarlok was unconscious nearby, his leg burnt and resting close to the lava stream. That had been too close. Gazan held her with one arm as he formed a new shuriken, prepared to take revenge. There was a whistling sound in the air, and the sound of metal hitting stone. Gazan whirled around, metal cables ensnared the rail of the balcony. Ming, we need to move. Korra, run. The voice came as she vaulted onto the balcony. In the moment before he spoke, everything had flowed like it should, everything had been as the drills had prepared her for. But it was hard to feel the same anger towards the guards here as the target dummies she used to attack. Korra chose confinement over destruction and froze them to the wall. Enough to keep them out of the way and neutralized for now. The voice came again. More insistent, audible over the panic, the crack of ice and the gurgling gasps from each guard as Ming killed them. It was an odd thing to watch the men die right there in front of her. It should have meant more somehow. It should have affected her in some other way, one she could not find the words for. To see someone die in person, not just read about it as an abstract concept. But there was nothing, no sadness, no nausea, no anger. Strange. The voice, there could be no mistaking it. It was Aang again. Aang who had been silent for 3 weeks now. Aang who remained silent as her teachers came for her. Aang who only spoke up now as they moved to disrupt the world. It fit like a missing puzzle piece. Aang's few moments of contact dovetailed into everything Zahir said about him. Why else would he only speak to her now than to stop her from tearing down everything he built up? Ghazan did something nearby and a man's head hit the floor with a thunk, his body following a moment later. She should react. The sight should unnerve her, trouble her. But as with the guards there was nothing. No emotion to trouble her. Nothing but a cool detachment from grotesque reality. People were dying all around her. Her teacher just decapitated someone. It would be easy. She could fulfill her mission. The twins' attack was nothing more than a distraction. Why not take the first life? Why not kill one of these royal brats? The pair who forced their way into a private celebration, who pushed Bolin out of his comfort zone. 2 more deaths would be nothing with what they strove to achieve. Korra, your target is ahead. Make us proud. Zahir's voice was loud in the struggle. Of course. Save the others for later. Do this now. Do this and begin the change. Make it all worthwhile. Korra darted forward, flames flickering into her palms. The Water Tribe chief huddled with his wife, cowering away from the chaos and destruction. She flicked her hand forward, shifting from the dagger to a fireball. The woman screamed, the chief turning, his eyes widening. He drew a rushing layer of water to absorb Korra's fire. She would something more potent. The other dagger dispersed and she clasped both hands together, an inferno growing between them. Her stomach heaved as the floor lurched. Her footing slipped and she plunged into the void, the chief and his wife tumbling ahead of her. Painful landing, awkward. Korra squirmed in the rubble, debris raining down as the yells continued from above. There was a flickering light high above, something odd about the glinting. There was something up there. Something that plunged towards her, sparkling in the brightening light. A nice spike. Korra flicked herself away, eyes scanning for the chief. There. He had drawn more water from somewhere. No matter. Korra pulled the biggest chunk of ice up and blasted it forward. The chief could not even begin to defend himself. He was more concerned with the unconscious form of his wife anyway. The ice block smashed into him and forced him back against the wall. Korra drew the rock wall towards her, the chief's body hit it with a crack as it became pinned between ice and rock. The Water Tribe chief cried out on impact, his legs gave out a second later and he dropped him to the floor. As he gasped and spluttered for breath, his lips and face became coated with blood. There was no fight in him anymore, this would be easy. Fire burst into life in her palms again as she stalked across the debris-laden floor to her first target. Her first kill. Everything had built up to this one moment. The man glanced up through drooping eyelids, his eyes widening as he stared at her. She could see terror there, but also something else. Korra? He asks, the effort seeming too much. He spluttered and coughed again, more blood dripping from his mouth. Korra, find me? Aang's voice again. Why now? She ignored it. The chief knew her name. Had he overheard Zahir before? Was this part of his linguistic skill, put them onto an equal footing by referring to her by name? Or was it something more insidious, was someone in the group not trustworthy? Something moved nearby. The chief's wife was coming to, her eyelids fluttering. She groaned as she pushed herself upright, her gaze flicking between her husband and Korra. The woman shuffled forward and Korra took a step back, not sure why she would distance herself from the target. The woman moved between her husband and Korra. Korra! She gasped. Don't do this, she continued through clenched teeth. Your parents are dead. She knew. Korra flicked a smaller block of ice at the woman and rendered her silent. She could deal with the chief's wife later. Another step forward. Something dropped from above, the prince and princess here to try and stop her once more. Neither seemed in the best of shape now. Both were breathing hard and their water whips while still lightning fast did not strike her as precisely as they should. They were not as effective as they had been. Too slow for her now. Korra pivoted and danced past the whips. She thrust her hands forward and sent a fireball barreling towards the chief. The prince darted in the way and caught it in a spray of water. Too little. The water turned to steam but some scorching remnants still splattered along his arm. The prince screeched in pain, crouching to the floor as he drew in on himself, wrapping his arm within the cocoon of his body. Desna, the princess cried, pulling his shoulder back and pouring water onto his injury. Desna grimaced and groaned, his teeth clenched as the princess channeled more and more water onto his arm. They paid no attention to Korra. Bad plan right now. With a few flicks, Korra turned the water away from the wound and enveloped the princess in rapidly freezing water. A flick of her wrist and she smacked against the wall. The ice shattered and a groaning princess fell to the floor. No more distractions. Korra blinked. The chief was crawling towards her, wincing with each move, one arm held tight against his stomach. Korra, he gasped. Please. Kill me if you must, but not my family. Not my children. I beg you. He stared at her, his body trembling as he shuffled. With his death the water tribe would be free. Free from oppression. The world will be a better place with him gone. Her fingers twitched and the fire dagger was in her hand again. No more taunting, no more inflicting pain. Make things quick, easy, and as painless as possible. Slashing his throat would kill him in moments. And yet, there will be nothing but pain for those moments. Complete decapitation as Gazan did? Faster. No bleeding to death that way. The thought of cutting as Gazan had turned her stomach. No. Not that. How about incineration? Hopefully with hot enough fire he would feel nothing. But not here. Not in front of his wife and children. Perhaps it would be better to just take him to a glacier and hope he froze to death. Korra. What was Aang trying to say? There was something familiar about the chief's face. He reminded her of someone important. Once the number of options would be so narrow, but now there are hundreds of possible similarities. Did she somehow see him in the last 3 weeks? No, the memory feels older, more personal. Korra felt dizzy for a moment and her surroundings came into sharp focus, some kind of haze dispersing from her mind. The air was damp and filled with dust. Freezing water had soaked into her shoes and the bottoms of her pants. Her chest was heaving as she panted in the cool air, the scratches and scrapes from her fall stringing. Her heart was racing, her stomach painful. The fire dagger is gone, she did not remember dismissing it. Was his death that essential? Was there truly no other way? Can they now throw him and his family in prison? Surely that would be just as effective. Break the leadership but not take their lives. Korra, Zahir's voice came from behind her. What are you waiting for? He stepped beside her. Korra stared down at the man. Maybe. Can we capture him? I can help guard him if I must. That will not do, Korra, Zahir said, his eyes narrowing. We cannot allow him to be in this world any longer. We cannot allow his subjugation of the waterbenders to continue. The chief wheezed. Lying, he murmured. Lying, he said louder. Korra, the Red Lotus have deceived you. Listen to me, I'm Dash. No, Zahir roared, his knife at the ready, his hand slashing down towards the chief. Korra tried to shove him away, but Zahir had moved too far from her. By the time she reached him the knife would have taken the chief's life. A blast of air picked Zahir up and sent him sailing over the chief's head. He bounced off the wall with a grunt of pain as Korra stared at her hands. She had just bent air. Again. Bent it more powerfully than ever before. She looked down at the panting chief. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The Red Lotus? Her teachers were the Red Lotus? Why had they never told them that name? And if they were so called, what and how did they relate to the White? Zahir struggled to his feet. Pili, he roared as he stared up to the floor above. Eliminate Unalak. Korra blinked and followed his gaze. Peely crouched on the floor above, watching her, staring past her. Korra, move out of the way, she said. Why? She asked. So I can do what you can't, Peely replied. No, Korra stared back at her. Peely's eyes widened. Korra, you must move. Korra shook her head. I won't let you harm him, she said, keeping herself in front of Unalaq, her voice firm even as her rebellion made her stomach twist. Zahir struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall. Peely, destroy him. But Peely began. Now, Zahir growled. Korra, I don't want to hurt you. Please get out of the way. Korra shook her head. Last chance, Peely said. Korra did not move. You've decided to stand with him. Korra stared in silence as she met Peely's gaze, her body trembling. Peely sighed. I'm sorry, Korra. But we've come too far. Tears were running down her cheeks. We have to do this. Her voice broke as the popping came. Korra caught the split-second flash of the spark as it rushed towards her. Blocking was easy, but it had never been against something so powerful before. The spark hurt as Korra caught it and she was flung backwards. She smacked into a wall, her head banging hard against the stone. Korra blinked open her eyes, glancing to the side. She had shielded Unalaq or his family, she had defied her teachers. She looked back to Peely. Zahir had gotten up to her and had his hand on her shoulder, his fingers gripping tightly. Again, he said, his face savage. Peely narrowed tear-stained eyes and her body shook. Peely, attack. Now while we still have a chance. Peely sniffed and called out. Goodbye. Korra. Korra flung her hands forward to block as the spark came again, barely able to move in time. The world became brighter, whiter, painful to look at. Each pop of the attack seemed to echo in absolute emptiness. Time slowed. The floor dissolved beneath her and she could do nothing as she fell back. There was nothing below her. The sting in her hands increased, the pain spreading across her palms and into her fingers. There were other people falling in the air with her, Unalaq, his wife, Desna, and the princess. Had she kept them alive? The world changed again and filled with sound and darkness as she fell. Korra winced as she crashed into the stone floor. She was on a lower room, debris and water raining down with her. Her nails scratched over rough stone as she struggled upright, her fingertips stinging. Her arms felt hot, her sleeves were gone, falling cinders the only evidence they had ever existed. She glanced at her palms, shocked by the reddened, peeling skin, the bloody wounds in the joints of her fingers. What next? Silence. No, not quite silence. Chunks of stone continued to rain down, and there was the curious sound of metal against stone somewhere above. She winced at the roar of another explosion, but it was elsewhere, distant, nowhere near her. Korra tried to hold her breath, unable to manage more than a second. She coughed, spluttering as she sank back against the stone wall, waiting for the next attack. Still nothing. Was it over now? Was the chief safe? The air was hazy down here. Was that a body half buried nearby? Were they still alive, whoever they were? What should she do? The people who had given her purpose all her life had tried to cut through her to kill someone else. Zahir and Peely at least. Worming and Gazan of the same mindset? Where was Aang? She needed to talk to someone. Anyone. Help me. I need you. Silence. More metal against stone. People wearing metal armor stared at her from the floor above. Metal benders? 5. No, there are at least 10 visible. The glare of light behind them put their faces into shadow. What did they want? Was this to be another attempt on her life? Of course, the Avatar would not be welcome here. Korra wanted to cry. The metal benders were with the police. She had attacked and almost killed the chief of the water tribe. She had attacked those two on the beach. It had all been a matter of time, of course they would come for her in the end. Just as Zahir had. But if she had killed the chief? Would Zahir be here right now to fend them off? To help her escape? Would she be lying here in agony if she had only done as Zahir asked? Surely Peely would not have caught her in that blast. Her teacher's words came to mind. There was no changing the past. She had to deal with the present. She could not let them take her. She had to get back. Go back where it was safe. Asami's house. She would go back to the mansion. Would Asami still want her? Would Bolin or Mako? Or Naga and Pabu? She would have to beg forgiveness. Or die trying. No. Not there. They found her there once, they could find her again. But she could not stay here any longer. Korra got to her feet, her legs shaky. Her voice was husky and harsh in her throat. Back. Get back. I can kill you all, I am the Avatar, she hissed. Her hand sent a wave of flame streaking at the metal benders. Most backed away from the fire. A gray-haired woman did not. She stood firm and said, something. The others responded to her words. That one was likely the leader. The one who strode to the edge of the pit and raised her hand. She was about to attack. Korra scowled, not waiting to see what his gray-haired woman would do. She sent another blast of fire careening towards her. The call came as they drove, an explosion at the Hakata mansion. Right where Unalak was. By the time Kuvira and Lin arrived, the building was in a terrible state. The second floor was a mass of broken windows and flickering lights, most of the outer wall missing. Debris and rubble clogged parts of the first floor. 2 figures were still upright on the second floor according to the spotters. Many others were on the floor, dead or unconscious was hard to make out through all the smoke. Something popped in the air and there was a bright flash on the second floor and the muted roar of an explosion. Lin and Kuvira waited for long seconds as the smoke began to disperse and mantled up to the balcony, both tensed for an attack as they landed. Kuvira caught sight of a firebender and a man in a monk's habit when that popping sound came again. The air exploded nearby, throwing her and Lin to the floor, and by the time they were back on their feet, both figures had vanished. Officers, check for survivors, Lin called as she waved the squad up to the conference room. She stalked through the rubble and followed the path of devastation down through the hole to the next floor. Kuvira trailed after her, checking every corner, keeping an eye on every shadow. Whoever did this had been powerful, exceptionally so. This was beyond even the worst gangland destruction. Lin slid down to the first floor. Kuvira peered down and followed. Someone had destroyed most of the lower floor, the basement looked like a pit in the gloom. Lin stopped and stared at something below. The blood-spattered Unalak was unconscious on his back, half buried in rubble alongside his wife. A groaning Desna and Escalade slumped nearby. Kuvira felt a pang of guilt at the injuries of her former wards, but stayed beside Lin. Something else had drawn the chief's gaze. A strange girl had pressed herself against the wall near to the family. Her black clothes were half burnt, and she sat slumped. Was this her? Was this the Avatar? What was she doing here? And alone? Where were these Red Lotus members? Had they fled and left her behind? The girl glared up at them, muttering something with a snarl plastered across her face. Kuvira frowned. She had seen the girl before, somewhere recently. The pro-bending match. She had been the firebender on that team Eska became fixated on. That had been the Avatar? Playing at pro-bending at the behest of Asami Sato? Without warning, the girl sent a wave of fire at them. It fell short of them all, nothing more than hot air washing over the metal benders. How could they deal with an Avatar? There had been no precedence in recorded history of something like this. Oh, maybe Aang's companions knew something more. The official texts contained missing periods of time, sections of experience the group had held back. There were references to undocumented moments from other contemporary sources, but nothing to serve as a starting point for this. Had they once dealt with Aang like this? How many elements was the Avatar likely experienced with? It seemed doubtful she could manipulate air, that at least only gave them only 3 to handle. Kuvira glanced at the warped, melted ground. If Korra could lava bend, that would be troublesome. Could the Avatar metal bend? Lin cleared her throat. Avatar Korra. The girl glared back and said nothing. Avatar Korra, we mean you no harm. We have no wish to fight. We just want to talk. She waved to the metal benders either side. Their stances relaxed, but in the same moment Korra screamed in fury. A fireball blasted out of the pit with shocking speed, barely missing Lin. Chief Bafong stumbled back as the Avatar blasted herself out of the pit, the movement leaving cracked stone in her wake. She crouched on all fours as she landed, panting, her face streaked with sweat, her eyes wild. The floor came alive under her hands, the metal benders struggling to keep their footing. Earth columns blasted up from the floor and sent several metal benders flying. A few twisted away only to find a band of water curled around them. Korra flicked them up to the higher levels without a glance. Kuvira ducked a water tentacle as Lin backed up beside her. All of you, cables. Now. Do not hurt her. Not easy. Kuvira and 3 of the metal benders shot their cables forwards at the chief's command. Korra ducked Kuvira's and Peiko's shot, but Cho's struck home and wrapped around Korra's upper arm. The Avatar twisted around and toppled the metal bender. Kuvira's cables bounced off the steel wire around Korra's arm and then they dropped away, leaving the Avatar free to move. Korra, please, Lin begged. We are not your enemies, she called as Korra kicked at the floor and shot herself forward on another column of rock. She arced through the air, right up to the 2nd floor, and with a flicker of flames, blasted her way out of the building. Follow her, Kuvira yelled and heaved herself up after the Avatar, her cables hooking to any vantage point above. It was foolhardy to follow her right outside, but she was dangerous. Too dangerous. Kuvira could not risk harm to the public. She sailed up through the gaping hole that ran from the basement, drawing her cables in as fast as she could. Up to the conference room, and with a new flick of her cables an arcing turn in the conference room and out into the grounds. Kuvira landed as gracefully as she could, wary of another attack. Instead there was a myriad of bursting lights. She glanced up, half expecting another popping blast of fire. Instead she saw a horde of reporters. Reporters with cameras. No no no. Korra tried to block the lights with her hand, her whole body twisted away from the observers. She looked bewildered and lost. Korra, Kuvira called. The Avatar stared at her and sprang away from her, scaling the wall and out onto the streets beyond in moments. Kuvira tried to keep pace with her, only faintly aware of the guards shouting at the crowd to keep back and the constant pop of light in the air. Onto the wall. Where was Korra? The Avatar ducked into a dark alley and Kuvira shot cable after cable to keep her momentum going as she swung down the alley. The narrow passage opened into an empty lot between buildings. Korra paused for a moment. Just long enough. Kuvira swung down as Korra leapt for the furthest building. Aim for the ankle. Kuvira's cable hit its mark and the Avatar was now tied to her with a steel wire. Kuvira braced herself and the Avatar came crashing down as the cable reels hit their limit. No, not crashing. Too graceful for that. The Avatar was too resourceful even now. She hit the ground and flipped over onto her hands. Korra did not even pause. With incredible strength she began pushing herself away from Kuvira. The metal bender dug in for a moment, but Korra was something else. The Avatar was in danger of pulling her over. No choice. She detached the cable, unable to keep her footing. The Avatar flicked her legs over and was back on her feet again. She ripped chunks of concrete up from the ground and hurled them at Kuvira. This she could deal with. Just as she had practiced, over and over again. She wanted to smile. A basic drill, but oh so effective. Kuvira swayed to avoid the projectiles, ducking beneath them when needed. A parking sign caught her attention. Kuvira ripped it from the post and sent it spinning towards Korra. She molded it across the Avatar's hand as Korra reached out to deflect it. An anchor point, and one less easily removed than the cable. Kuvira twisted Korra's arm behind her back and forced her to the ground. She needed more metal. A little more and she might be able to pin her like this, keep her contained until someone who had the first idea of what to do arrived. Too long, the Avatar recovered fast and a blast of fire streaked towards her. No avoiding this one. The flames splashed across Kuvira's uniform, the fire catching hold in moments. Damn it, Kuvira muttered as she dropped to the ground and tried to smother the flames. Mud. She needed mud. But there was none to hear, just cold concrete. Kuvira struggled to open her jacket even as she tried to suffocate the flames beneath her. She struggled out of her uniform as Korra got to her feet, her hand now free from the metal sign. Korra's eyes narrowed, her body hunching forward. No backup, and with an angry avatar. The cable came out of nowhere and pinned the avatar's arms to her sides. Kuvira gasped in relief as the avatar struggled and strained, trying to get loose again. Chief Bafong landed beside Kuvira, other metal benders soon following in her wake. "All of you, capture the avatar," Lin yelled. Cable after cable shot towards the avatar, each ensnaring part of her body, arms, legs, torso. Soon Korra was strung between the assembled group in a web of steel. Korra continued to snarl and thrash, screaming and glaring at those around her. "Sorry for the delay," Lin said as she braced her feet against the ground, straining against the struggling Korra. It's okay. I'm just glad you arrived when you did," Kuvira said, smiling. The avatar stopped struggling and inhaled, the intake shockingly loud. When she opened her mouth, a gout of flame emerged as she exhaled. The metal benders panicked. The one closest to Kuvira, Ong, dropped his cable and backed away from the figure. The avatar used the moment to steady her stance, her feet gained new traction, her left leg able to move unimpeded. Her chest drew in another breath. Would she ever stop? Kuvira needed to stop her breathing fire on anyone else. She ripped a sheet of metal from Lin's belt and shot it forwards, pinning it across Korra's mouth, clamping it against her face. Korra strained against her restraints, emitting a muffled scream of frustration. "Nice work, Kuvira," Lin smiled as Korra sagged in the tangle of wires. The metal benders glanced at each other warily as the avatar fell silent. Kuvira glanced around and at Lin's nod flicked her flashlight on and stepped closer to their prisoner. She stopped as she caught sight of Korra's face. Tears streamed from the avatar's eyes despite the furious glare that twisted her face. Korra's body shook and trembled in the center of their steel web. This was the avatar? Master of all the elements and most powerful being in the world. It looked like she was about the same age as her. Similar but so different. Kuvira stared into malice-filled eyes and felt only pity for the creature they had captured. "This doesn't look good," Lin said. "Kuvira? You hold her as well. I need to contact Tenzin Dash." The ground trembled. A chill wind whipped around them, the temperature plummeting. Kuvira started shivering. It was never this cold in Republic City. The wind intensified, howling and twisting around them. The ground jolted again and Kuvira found herself on her back, struggling to even sit up. The impossible sound of the cables shearing reached her. With a snap and an almost musical twang, a cable sliced through the air just above her head. Kuvira dropped back and kept as close to the ground as possible. Korra was standing up again. With a creak of metal, the sheet across her mouth fell off, whipped away by the swirling wind. Cable after cable snapped, the trailing ends slicing at the metal benders and whipping in the air. Kuvira tried to guard her head even as Korra tore the last few cables from her arm. The avatar opened her eyes and all Kuvira could see was a brilliant, glowing white. Check the description for the links to the author.